Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
It all started with a little back and forth, between the president of Mexico and the U.S.
Yeah,
but
it sounds pretty lighthearted at first.
It is. But, there's always more going on than meets the eye.
No, absolutely. Yeah. There are some deeper historical tensions and power dynamics that are kind of bubbling under the surface here.
Yeah, and, if you like this kind of deeper dive into history and current events and culture, well... highly recommend checking out the Merit of Magic channel on YouTube.
Yes.
Make sure you like and subscribe for more fascinating content just like this.
Great channel.
So to set the scene,
yeah,
we've got former U.S. President Donald Trump, now back in office after the recent election, suggesting that we rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Wow.
Now you might be thinking, wait, what?
Yeah, a little bit.
And you'd be right to question that.
I mean, the audacity of that suggestion is pretty remarkable, wouldn't you say? I mean, the Gulf of Mexico is bordered by multiple countries,
right?
Not just the United States. And the name is internationally recognized.
It's not something you can't
just change it.
Yeah, unilaterally decide to change on a whim.
Right.
And Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum was clearly not having it. Her response. She fired back with a proposal of her own, suggesting that the U.S., or at least the Southwest, be renamed Mexican America.
That's pretty good. I like that.
I know, right?
I have to say, Sheinbaum's response was brilliant. And she uses humor and history so masterfully to just expose the flaws in Trump's kind of simplistic view of Mexico. I mean, her retort wasn't just a witty comeback. No. It was rooted in historical fact. She specifically referenced the 1814 Constitution of Apatzingán, which was drafted during the Mexican War of Independence.
Right.
And this document actually used the term Mexican America to describe a vast territory.
Wow.
That included much of what is now the southwestern United States.
Yeah, she even brought out an old map during her press conference to visually drive this point home. It was brilliant.
I love when people use visuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really smart move. I mean, on the surface, it seems like just a playful exchange.
Yeah.
But Sheinbaum subtly challenged U.S. dominance and reminded everyone that history is often more complex than we think.
Right.
It's a powerful reminder that, perspectives on history can vary widely and that we shouldn't take any single narrative for granted.
Absolutely. Now, this name change back and forth wasn't the only point of contention.
Oh, really?
Trump also claimed that Mexico is essentially run by the cartels. But Sheinbaum quickly countered this, suggesting that Trump might be operating on outdated information.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so she pointed out that Trump might be stuck thinking about figures like former Security Minister Genaro Garcia Luna, who was convicted in the U.S. for colluding with the Sinaloa cartel. Obviously, that wasn't a great look for a government supposedly free from cartel influence. But Garcia Luna is long gone.
Right.
Exactly. Sheinbaum was firm in her assertion that in Mexico, the people rule, pushing back against this narrative of a country completely overrun by cartel.
Claudia Sheinbaum ya utayu. Shebete ya komera javeni kana pokayu tita pero yemu ku ak.
De donde soy no nos rajamos, cualquier tierra la trabajamos. El sacrificio jamás es en vano, que hasta el espacio hemos llegado. Where we are from, no nos rajamos, and what we dream of lo realizamos. Gran paisano, hermano, amigo, soy mexicano. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera, verde, blanco. que separa tierras y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Extraño mi rancho, también mi familia, pueblo querido que no se me olvida, aunque de este lado me trajo la vida, siempre paradela como Pancho Villa. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera, verde, blanco, rojo lo llevo en las venas, como el águila volamos sin fronteras, rompemos la malla que separa tierras y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
A nuestras mujeres y madres inmigrantes, un ejemplo de fuerza y valor. ¡Y que viva México!
Y aunque el acta diga americano, hay en puro mexicano.
Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera, verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en mis venas.
Como el águila volamos sin fronteras, rompemos la malla que separa tierras y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
Para que le pongan oídos dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano.
Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos.
Se menciona mucho en los noticieros, traen muchos mitotes esos del gobierno.
Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante.
Ya con día salimos a chambear, no creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me rajen.
Y así suenan los de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay!
Unos días no duermo y otros como mal, pa' que a mi familia nada le pueda faltar.
Se murió mi madre y a mi padre, espero volverlo a mirar.
Canto por mi gente, no se vayan a agüitar, que Diosito es grande y de esta ley nos va a salvar.
Nomás acuérdense de Florida, nos volvieron a ocupar.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que hemos sufrido para salir adelante.
Día con día salimos a chambear, no creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera vernos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Damn. Hey, family. Oh, let me take this off real quick. Hold on a second. I'm supposed to replace these. Okay, this doesn't want to come off. Okay, hide. Here we go. How y'all doing, man? I hope you guys are well. I think something's wrong with the mic. I don't know if you guys can notice it. I may have to switch. I may have to switch mics. You guys let me know how that sounds. Let's see who's here. What's up, everybody? Real quick, bro. Hey, shalom, brother, man. Good to have you. Oh, wait, hold on.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Let me know if they're staticky, please. I need to find out, okay? Let's see. Hey, shalom. Yes, I made it live. Happy to be here. I'm gonna dig the Bhagavad intro. Yeah, it's good. Hey, mías, buenos días. Hold on a second.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hold on a second. Let me switch headsets. I don't like the way this sounds. All right, give me a second, real quick. Give me a quick second.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting
Testing
gain.
1, 2, 3.
However,
Hold on, sorry about that, fam. I didn't mean to press that button. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this sound here. If it ain't one thing, it's another, man. It's just crazy. It's crazy how this works, fam. It's crazy how this works. Hope you guys can hear me. Hold on a second again. I'm trying to fix this, all right? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Okay, here we go. Okay, perfect. Now I could hear. All right, hold on. Okay, man, we back. We are back. All right. Okay, here we go, fam. Sorry about that. I was gonna use my we call it my sunglasses, but I can't really see, man. I can't really see. Anyways, I want to say something. Hey, Jeremias, man, I appreciate you, brother, a lot. And if anything, I've learned so much from you, whether you think I have not or not. is one of the hardest working brothers I've ever actually spoken with, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, mad love for you, brother. Mad love for you, man. Que viva México, cabrones. That's right, bro.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hey, and for all you. And when you try to claim our heritage,
fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Those are facts. I'll be real. What's up, fam? What's up, bro? Well, hold on. There we go, bro. Sikaru. Or Sikaru. I think that's how you say it, right? That's right. I said already. What's up? What was that song called? I don't know. There's a couple of them. There's one called the Himno Mexicano and then the Inmigrantes Unidos. You know what I'm saying? Fire in California is 100% contained according to Cal Fires. Yeah, they have. Some people are speculating. Right now, there's a lot of speculation. And that's what we're going to have to deal with because that's how the right and left work. Okay, so let's see what's up. Aztlán belongs to La Raza. 50 million Raza throughout all Aztlán Califas and Texas have larger economies than Russia. Aztlán has the 4th largest economy in the world. To claim what ours was Aztlán. That's right. Matter of fact, $3.6 trillion of GPD, bro. GPD. You know what I'm saying? So please, somebody trying to come and tell us that we don't belong here and shit. And it's like, bro, for real, bro? Like, come on now, man. Now, again, family, I got a good topic today. I hope you guys can appreciate it. I hope you guys can appreciate this topic because I'm going to go deep on this. I'm going to go deep on this topic here real quick. Okay, so here, I just wanted to share the screen. Let me now switch this way because we're going to get heavy on this, okay? Now, the topic is called, anyways, I appreciate you guys being here, okay? So I appreciate you guys a lot for supporting the channel. It's called American Feudalism, okay? American Feudalism. Now, a lot of us have no clue what that word means. Now, I had no clue what it meant until I started reading this book, which contains some history regarding the Visigoths, the Franks, you know, all of these people, right? These Europeans. Now, I'm also going to prove how these Europeans, right? They always want to create the people that have been present since the beginning of time. So it shouldn't be a surprise to them. You know what I'm saying? Now, I just want to say this too, though, on the brother, man. Let me do this real quick. Sorry, family. I got to do that. I got to show props to my hand.
I want to say thank you to.
I want to say thank you to my brothers right out there, bro, that work hella freaking hard, bro, every day, every single day. Y'all busting your ass going out there, bro. That's beautiful, all right? So let me be quiet. Let's listen to this real quick, all right? You know, you guys know how I do it, bro. I show you guys some videos, then read you some scripture. You know how I do it, bro. So stick around, man. I appreciate your support. Let's go. Oh, by the way, I'm going to have to...
Mexican people?
I'm going to have to minimize and close my window here because if I don't, then it's like sloppy play. I got to update this computer, which I will, right? So let me just giving you guys a heads up. Let's go.
Just for doing everything that they do, dude. I feel like every week we should have a round of applause for Mexican people, I feel like, in America.
Well, it's weird to want to keep them out. You know, they have some of the best food. They're the nicest people. They're some of the hardest working people. Like one of the
and they're organ donors too. A lot of them.
Well, that's awesome. One of the dumbest stereotypes ever was like the lazy Mexican. Like, what are you talking about? Everyone I've ever met has like fucking 3 jobs. They're all working 12 hours a day.
I want to say thank you to Mexican people.
Mucha gente hoy nos empezó a trabajar en muchas cuadrillas. Llegamos, muy poquita gente que venimos y arriesgándonos y con miedo. Muchos se quedaron, optaron por quedarse en su casa y es algo triste y lamentable lo que está pasando. La verdad, sí, mucha gente, pues todos andamos asustados. Es algo bien injusto. Nosotros estamos de acuerdo que haya deportaciones, pero para la gente que en realidad se porte mal, que haga muchas cosas malas en este país. Nosotros, la mayoría de los campesinos, venimos a trabajar para sacar a nuestras familias adelante. No le hacemos daño a nadie. O sea, la verdad que no. Toda la gente que está en contra de nosotros, que para que nos saquen, que hagan deportaciones, nomás recuerden que con estas manos, la fruta que ustedes se comen, que está en sus mesa, ya sea uva, naranja, limón, fresa. Esa es piscada, esa fruta que se están comiendo es piscada por gente inmigrante y casi la mayoría por pura gente latina. Y nomás piensen eso, nosotros les llevamos la comida a su mesa. Y creo que es injusto lo que está pasando. Espero que las cosas se arreglen. Saludos y bendiciones y cuídense. ¡Ánimo!
Let me tell you a story they don't teach in schools. In 1848, the U.S. stole half of Mexico, California, Texas, Arizona. They took it all. They thought we were weak, broken, and finished. They figured we'd stay quiet, that we wouldn't dare fight back. But let me tell you something, Mexicans don't fucking quit. 6 years later, in 1853, the U.S. came back ready to take even more land. They thought it'd be easy. They thought we were still on the ground. But this time, Mexico was ready. The people had united, stronger than ever. We had our weapons, our pride, and we were done taking their shot. We stood our ground and told them straight, not this time, cabrones. That fight wasn't just about land, it was about respect. It was about proving that Mexico doesn't bow down, not to the U.S., not to anyone. We showed the world that no matter how much they try to take from us, we'll always rise, we'll always fight back. So next time someone doubts Mexico, remember this. We've been through hell, and we're still standing. 1853 wasn't just a fight, it was proof of who we are. Viva Mexico, cabrones!
El 50% de las personas del mundo.
Es increíble lo que está haciendo México. Está enviando cuadrillas de bomberos para apoyar a Estados Unidos en sus incendios forestales.
Miren qué increíble, cientos de bomberos mexicanos ya han llegado a Los Ángeles, California, para combatir los incendios que actualmente están destrozando a esa hermosa ciudad. Así es, mi gente, como lo escuchan, y es que estos bomberos mexicanos han estado compartiendo en redes sociales que han tomado su propio tiempo y dinero para viajar a California, específicamente al área de Los Ángeles, para combatir los incendios que actualmente hay. Y según ellos lo hacen sin esperar nada a cambio. Solo quieren ayudar, salvar vidas y dejar claro que los mexicanos son de las personas más chingonas que hay, siempre dispuestas a ayudar a los demás, lo cual es realmente increíble, especialmente considerando todas las críticas y el odio que actualmente están recibiendo los mexicanos aquí en Estados Unidos. Así que nuevamente mis respetos para estos señores, que Dios los bendiga y proteja durante sus labores y que viva México.
¿Cómo ven esta ironía? Mientras los migras van a sacar toda la gente de Bakersfield, hacer todo el escándalo con los mexicanos que tanto trabajan en los fields y para mantener a sus familias y al pueblo de Bakersfield, el país de México mandó a sus bomberos.
By the way, you know, and this is why, I was thinking, by the way, family, let me slow down here real quick, because it's been a while, like a full week that I had a chance to get on this live. And honestly, I've been trying to do this class for several days, but things have been impeding this. Whether it's circumstances, I don't believe it's coincidence. It's a spiritual thing. You know what I mean? So, you know, I had this time to kind of reflect on this, and it's just so interesting to me as these fires are going on. They're actually exercising deportations right now, stopping people, asking for their papers on you know, on this, what do you call it? On the they're driving around with cars that are you can't tell who it is. I can't remember the word for that. But think about that. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents head to Bakersfield, California, not to help fight the fires, but to carry out deportations. You know, man, I'm not this conspiracy kind of person, but I have a feeling the right wing started this shit. That's just me. I have a feeling they started this because they knew that they were going to start deportation early before this stupid ass jumped into the office. Look, listen, man, propaganda and the way this society works, this feudal society, and I'm going to call them feudal society because it comes from them. And I'm going to show you how deep this rabbit hole is, because this shit matters to me. This is my hint, man. This is why I do these classes. Why the reason I do it. And by the way, I appreciate you brothers and sisters that have helped with my son's fundraiser. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. He's doing okay, but you know what I mean? That's on another day. Let's go.
Mexicanos para que le ayuden a la ciudad de Los Ángeles a combatir con esos gran incendios que están sucediendo hoy mismo. Y no nomás mandaron a los bomberos a pie, también México mandó a muchos helicópteros para que les ayuden a apagar los incendios y para asistir en lo que se necesite. Y nomás qué chulada. puro helicóptero mexicano. Y aquí les voy otra imagen de los bomberos mexicanos trabajando muy duro para terminar esos incendios que los bomberos americanos no pueden hacer. Pero para que ustedes miren cómo los mexicanos les ayudan mucho al país de Estados Unidos y el país de Estados Unidos siempre echándonos tierra, diciéndonos que somos criminales, que no somos buenos para nada, pero miren nomás, véanlo por ustedes mismos.
And you want to know something? This is why, and this is the only channel that has been pushing back against all these nations. Not favoring, oh, because you look a certain way, I'm not gonna say nothing. No, I'm gonna call your asses out for everything you've done, for everything you committed, and for the support that you still do. I'm gonna show you guys, man. Like this guy's surprised, like, man, I can't believe that this guy's border patrol. Like, bro, don't be surprised, bro. They've been here since 1492. Both nations, all 4, 5, 6 of them came. Specifically 2. The same ones that are voting and having rights and privileges out there saying at the same time that one of them civilized us and the other one made America. Okay, well, how come you guys aren't out there turning on the fires then if you supposedly built America? I'm still waiting for that group to show up. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Incredible act of solidarity and support, Mexico has dispatched over 100 firefighters to Los Angeles to assist in battling the devastating wildfires that are ravaging the region. Here's what's happening. Presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum announced the deployment, which includes military personnel. ¡Espartanos! Los espartanos jamás se retiran. Los espartanos jamás se rinden. Que no se todos. Ni retirada, ni rendición. Esa es la ley espartana. Y por Esparta y su ley se quedarán a pelear. Caer. Ha iniciado una era de libertad. El enemigo nos sobrepasa 3-1. No está mal para cualquier griego. Este día rescataremos al mundo del misticismo, la tiranía y la crueldad con un futuro mejor que el que cualquiera imagina.
Typically wouldn't let a video run this long, but I think it's important that you guys can actually see how long this is and why it matters to us. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Raza, citizens of the USA, contribute the most, but get paid the least. We are robbed of our time, our children of their lives, all to pass it on the gabacho and their children. Not just the gabachos. Well, let's just say this. We'll say gringos. Because it's not just güeros, you know what I'm saying? Because there's other people, like, for example, why do you think the Justice 8 is in jail right now? It wasn't predominantly güeros that put them in jail, bro. There was morenos in there. Corrupt morenos in there. And morenas. As soon as we started calling them out, all of a sudden now they're like, let's put their fucking spick asses in jail. No actual reasoning to keep them that long. Literally, they have no rights at this particular point. So let's be mindful, because I'm going to show you guys how deep this rabbit hole is. Look, the reason why I brought up feudalism is because it connects to encomiendas. Feudalism is exactly encomiendas. And they painted it in a different manner. Yet a lot of people, a lot of these nations who are running this government benefited from it since the beginning. What we were told in a white and black academia, and it's not the truth, fam. This is the channel that tells you the shit. Let's go.
Momento de un espartano, el triunfo más grande de todos los que aprecia. Es el momento en el que ha combatido de corazón por la preservación de Esparta. Victorioso. ¿Quién está dispuesto a caer al lado de su rey? Así que hoy luchen con todo. Luchen por sus hermanos. Luchen por sus familias.
Menos mal soy mexicano.
Bomberos mexicanos llegan a California para brindar su ayuda y tratar de controlar el fuego.
Los mexicanos no hay frontera que los frene si de su ayuda se necesita. La operación Serpiente Amarilla está en marcha.
Nosotros mexicanos venimos con mucho gusto a apoyar a nuestro país vecino y aquí vamos a estar.
Desde distintas partes de la República Mexicana, un centenar de bomberos llegan a California para asistir a sus contrapartes estadounidenses en la lucha contra 26 masivos incendios activos, que hasta ahora se han cobrado al menos 26 vidas y han roto el récord del estado con unos 2,5 millones de acres arrasados.
Sabemos que puede haber situaciones de riesgo. Creo que los incendios forestales en todo el mundo nos dan ese tipo de amenazas, de oportunidades, pero estamos preparados para poder darle soporte.
Primero recibirán una orientación y capacitación. Posteriormente serán trasladados por tierra al Bosque Nacional de Sequoia, en donde serán distribuidos en 5 equipos, compuestos por 20 bomberos cada uno.
Es una de las 4 mujeres de este contingente de 100 elementos.
Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. The brother, all will be revealed, said that apparently it's been contained. There is something that they say about los topos de Mexico, güey.
Mexico, Raza has been sending our people to go help. They went to Spain. They went here before. They've gone to South America, Central America. This is the spirit of the Mexicas, the anointed. That's what it means. MESHIACHA means anointed, means Messiah. You better start realizing the bloodline that you guys come from.
Mexicanos. Para la mayoría, esta es su primera visita a Estados Unidos.
Increíble que mientras que el presidente de Estados Unidos se la ha pasado criticando al gobernador de California, en pocas palabras diciéndole que no sirve para nada, por otro lado, están llegando nuestros bomberos mexicanos a apoyar para extinguir estos fuegos que están afectando el estado, especialmente el área de Los Ángeles. No cabe duda que los mexicanos estamos en otro nivel. Tampoco no, mi raza. Saludos, venga.
100 bomberos mexicanos voluntarios están ayudando con los incendios forestales en California y bueno, esta operación se llama Serpiente Amarilla y bueno, pues ellos tomaron un avión de Guadalajara a San Bernardino, California, donde ya está.
Oh, man. Hey, hold on a second. That's where I'm from. ¡Cabrones! Hold on. Come on, do it right. Come on, hold on.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
That's where I was born. Guadalajara, Jalisco, Colonia Miravalle, güey. That's where I was born, in Colonia Miravalle. Miravalle, that's where my colonia I'm from. All right, let's go.
¿Cómo los mexicanos les ayudan?
¿Quién está dispuesto a caer al lado de su rey?
Saludos, venga.
100 bomberos mexicanos voluntarios están ayudando con los incendios forestales en California y bueno, esta operación se llama Serpiente Amarilla y bueno, pues ellos tomaron un avión de Guadalajara a San Bernardino, California, donde ya están trabajando con estos incendios forestales y bueno, pues más de 2 millones de acres han sido acabados por estos incendios forestales que han sido tan devastadores en California, que todavía hay muchos que están activos, más de 20 incendios activos, imagínense, así dicen las autoridades, pero bueno, pues llegaron los bomberos mexicanos a ayudar y bueno, pues ellos están felices y contentos, así de expresarlo, de poder ayudar a su país vecino. Imagínense qué bueno, ¿verdad?, que se puedan venir a poder ayudar a que son todos los compatriotas acá en California, donde la verdad que se necesita demasiada ayuda, que no se dan abasto los bomberos y bueno, pues es un vivo ejemplo de que se puede ayudar unos entre otros y más que ellos que son expertos en todo esto y bueno, pues por eso se les llama la Operación Serpiente Amarilla. ¿Cómo ven a estos mexicanos? Que un aplauso para ellos, que bueno, aquí los traeremos.
Pero es
Did you know that AI is set to create 97 million new jobs by 2025?
Esta no es la primera ni la única vez que México ha hecho eso, no solamente con Estados Unidos, sino con también su otro socio comercial, que es Canadá, a pesar de las declaraciones que han hecho últimamente ambos países acerca del Tratado de Libre Comercio y a pesar de que Canadá está diciendo que quiere un tratado exclusivamente con Estados Unidos y está dejando fuera a México.
Un segundo contingente conformado por 100 bomberos combatientes mexicanas y 2 técnicos partió este miércoles a la provincia de la Columbia Británica para apoyar en la supresión de los incendios forestales que afectan a ese país. Así lo anunció la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores mexicana. Esta medida fue tomada como respuesta a la petición del Centro Canadiense de Interagencias de Incendios Forestales de recibir más apoyo internacional. El centenar de bomberos mexicanos partieron este miércoles desde el Aeropuerto Internacional de Guadalajara, en el occidental estado de Jalisco, y tras realizar una escala en la ciudad canadiense de Vancouver, llegaron a la provincia de la Columbia Británica, en la costa oeste del país. El pasado 19 de junio, un primer equipo de especialistas mexicanos viajó a la provincia de Ontario, en la costa este, y actualmente se encuentra dividido en 5 brigadas que trabajan en las regiones de Dryden y Sudbury. Los especialistas fueron recibidos por la cónsul de México en Vancouver, Berenice Ceballos, quien les dio la bienvenida en el Aeropuerto Internacional de Vancouver.
Sabemos que prestaron sus servicios en Chile, luego estuvieron también en México combatiendo los incendios y ahora acuden si ustedes acudieran al llamado de entendimiento bilateral. Llevan el nombre y el respaldo de México con ustedes.
Y hablando de socios comerciales y de México y Estados Unidos, quizás tú supiste que
Okay, so I think that drives the point, okay? I don't know why I did that. I think that drives the point, family. I think that drives the point.
Let me go ahead and shut these down real quick. I'm gonna need some of these windows here, so give me a second. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead and close this up. Get going here. Let's see what I want to show next. Give me a second. Hey, you know, I read that, man. This is something that, not the low wages part. If I recall, my mom, I don't think she ever made more than $8 an hour, bro. You know, this was when the time when we were having like $6.25 an hour, you know, hourly minimum wages and shit back in the day. I just don't think my mom ever made more than 8. So I definitely know what the hell that's talking about. You know what I'm saying? I definitely know. And yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, it's not FBA, Wabo, HBI, Spirit. That's for sure. Hey, like, by the way, I don't see them out there like turning off the fires. You know, they're real good at saying, "Oh, we built America. We built America. You Mexicans are Mongols. You guys don't belong here. You invade us like the white man did." Okay, sounds good. How come you guys ain't out there putting out the fires? You say you built it. Why wouldn't you try to keep it? I mean, it's like, to me, it's a very confusing. You know what I'm saying? When you own something, you sure should be able to like, you know, like take care of it. Why do you think Raza comes up here and takes care of it, bro? Because we care about our land. You know what it's about. You know? Hey, that's true. Many lives under the conservative umbrella as an excuse to be racist against Mexicans, for sure. For sure. Hold on. This is what I say to them. Gotcha, bitch. And also, this one. Fuck that puto. Especially those. Especially the orange ones. The right wingers. What's his name? Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro and all of them stupid asses. They think that they're so intellectually advanced because supposedly they came here to civilize our people. They didn't civilize shit. If you guys actually believe in the Bible, you would know exactly why they had some particular advantages over us. Now, I don't like to get into this, but I got to talk about it because this is kind of the topic today. You know, the meaning of words, feudalism. We're going to look up the word feudalism pretty soon. But again, I'm kind of going through my little, you know, moment here because it's been a good week. Haven't done a live. I've done some reruns. I do come on the live as I'm doing the reruns, but some of the videos I've been shown was to kind of go back into some history. Okay, I like to show history. But there is this topic that went around, and I was talking to a brother about this, and I got to kind of say this. Real quick. Okay, so check this out. I'll start with this. Now, I remember one time I did a video on asking Marvelous. I don't know if you guys know who he is. It's like, hey, I got a question for you, you know, because he invited some BHIs to his live, right? I got no problem with the brother, man. I think, you know what I'm saying? He knows what he's talking about. There's just some discrepancies in his knowledge, I believe. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, when I see something that makes sense, yeah, I'm gonna agree with it. And here I agree with what he's saying. You see, even though we're all indigenous to this land, we are also different tribes. You got the Arawak, Taínos, Mexicas, right? Now, within those main names, we have individual groups, Chichimecas, you know, Tarascanos, right? But predominantly, those particular type of tribes within that separate, bigger so-called tribe, they tend to know if they're Mexica, Arawak, or Taíno, right? So, again, when the terminologies, actually, let me say this. When you have to look up words before you go and say the word. You cannot claim to be something if you don't know what it means. Like, that's why it relates to the class. You need to know what encomienda means and what the root is to understand why and who is here. And how come it keeps happening to us? And why is it that a system that seems to be equal to everybody is not equal to everybody? No, because spiritually speaking, the system that these people have brought, the feudalism, right? The feudal state is exactly what they've been practicing since the time of the Visigoths, the Franks, after the Greco-Roman, you know, conquering. These are the same people. Again, nothing new under the sun. So I appreciate what the brother's saying. I think he's in his right position to say what he's going to say, because now all of a sudden this other guy that he's talking about, he don't want to do lives no more. Apparently he's tired of it. But you know me, man, I dissect people, I pay attention, so I'm going to put my point across and then we're going to move on. All right, let's go.
I had another question.
Yeah.
So in speaking of the term, using words and all that. So how do you feel about our people using the N-word?
Honestly, people go, oh, I wasn't raised like that, or I have a lot of black hemp and where I grew up or whatever. But I mean, you got a lot of homies that grew up in South Central or wherever, and they don't use it. It's all on the person. I don't believe it.
But then a lot of them do too, right?
Right.
Because that's like where I see fools in South.
I think this is a great point to bring up right now. All right. Okay, I think it's a great point. Right here. Wabo pretendians hate anyone who has any alliance with Spanish-speaking countries. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, remember though, let's reflect on this Waboism. Let's reflect on this Waboism, okay? Let's kind of like put a perspective. Oh, the battery's dead. Okay, great. Already, bro? Come on, man. Let's put a perspective on this. These pretendians, these Wabos, right? They also say that people from Europe came and conquered them, right? And they say that the people from Europe were swarthy, they were black. So they say that they ruled Europe for almost from 700 AD all the way through 1400, right? Right? That's true. That's historical. So, and then they were in Spain. So if that's the case, who is the real fucking Spaniard? It's gonna hurt. Who's the real Spaniard? You guys say you ruled Europe, and then supposedly you came here and you had other dark-skinned people like you guys. So if you ruled Europe and you were in Spain, that means you were Spaniard. That's gonna hurt. So then if you're a Spaniard, that's gonna hurt. Then why the hell you call us Spaniards? That's right. Let's continue, fam.
Also fools that don't, of course.
Right. I always say don't use a word if you don't know the correct meaning of it or definition. You can't change it.
And he's got a point. Don't use a word if you don't know the definition. Let's go.
Just because of your feelings. Look at the whole thing that what happened with that dude. I'm not even gonna say the whole name, but that vato that calls him American fucking whatever.
American Cholo?
Yeah, that vato. He got all hurt at the term Chicano. When they called in and they asked me what the definition of a Chicano was, and I gave them the definition. They go,
and you said he wasn't a Chicano,
well,
right?
he's not. He's from Honduras. The word Chicano comes from the Mexica word.
Mexica.
Is a bloodline. You can't just because you watch
people of the land.
You watch Blood in, Blood Out. Oh, I'm a Chicano. It's the way you live. And no, it's not the way you live and the way you think. That's all raza.
I like the word raza. I think that one is the most encompassing for all of us.
Yeah, it is.
He is 100% correct. That's gonna hurt. And anybody can be a Chihuahua, bro, unfortunately. See, you have to understand the definition of what it means to be a Chicano. It's not an experience, it's a bloodline. It's like me trying to say, I'm Salvatrucha. The Salvadoreño would be like, bro, you ain't Salvatrucha, bro. You are Mexican. You can't be Salvatrucha because only Salvatruchas are Salvadoreños. That doesn't mean you're not an indigenous of our people. You just have to understand the definition of it. And then at the same time, bro, I could see where you should have came at, hey, I appreciate that culture. I appreciate that. I relate to that. But you can't go and claim some shit and all of a sudden get offended when somebody calls you out. Because it's important to understand definitions of words.
But this dude wants to, come up with the Cali Mac thing, the fucking supermarket, to have everybody together. Now we're already together, homie.
Yeah, I agree. We're already together, and I don't think we need another term. That's good, but I respect that he's trying to add another, something. I understand. I mean, I think, trying to be part of bring everybody together, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that's cute.
Okay, so I just want to bring this point up because I think this is where things start getting out of hand, right? So I went back into this brother right here, you know what I mean? Because he's indigenous, he's our gente. I hope so, But apparently they try to make fun of Marvelous because I don't know, I guess his mom's light skin or some shit. And I'm like, bro, it's up the seed. At the end of the day, it's up the seed. So you know me, I go back and I pay attention to people, and I'm like, okay, so let's pay attention to this brother right here real quick because apparently he ain't doing no channels anymore. I think there's an intent behind it, and I'm gonna try to share it. I want to move fast on this because I just want to get to my class. So listen to what he's talking about. Apparently he's defending the vendors in the streets. Some morenos might have jumped him, right? And that's what he's talking about. Hey man, you guys gotta watch your people because we can't go back and forth with this shit. So just let's follow me real quick. Let's go.
That works. I'm having some problems with this thing today. All right, yeah, let's talk about it, brother.
How to respond how to respond to disrespect, how to stop people from interrupting you, how to come across.
So, I posted that thing this morning. I'm not gonna lie, brother. I was definitely irate. Who wouldn't be, man? You've got this situation, and it goes back to like the blackface thing, brother. All right. I said the YG song, and then after that you got a blackface song, and it's just to how far are they gonna keep pushing, right? And then you've got this. You've got the elote lady. You've got the guy with the mask. They got the egg thrown at him, and you got the Raspado guy getting slapped up, man. Come on, brother. That's wrong on so many levels, and we'll get to that right now. But first of all, what I want to do is I want to thank all the brothers who actually stepped up, man. The few that I know is Nate Dogg 916. He's got a YouTube channel. He stepped up. What's his name? Skip Townsend, I think it is. He actually did something yesterday. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't see it. Muck, and nobody said anything. Back then, we couldn't have this fucking conversation, homie. And what we're having here is we're having conflict resolution. We're actually having a conversation about what we dislike or not like about one another, but we also having a conversation about, hey, dude, look what's going on to our people, man.
So as you can see, he's getting into the whole, our vendors shouldn't be, out there getting beat up or robbed, right? Which, by the way, most of the vendors are Mexicans, mexicas. In case you guys, you guys don't really know that, most of them are. Okay, so I see this, like, okay, he's trying to get an approach going, but then all of a sudden, man, again, I don't follow this so-called genre of channel, but then all of a sudden, I noticed that he's talking this big game about voting. I'm like, voting? Like, okay, I thought this was like a Cholo channel and shit, right? So all of
might be.
I noticed that this man here, and again, if you believe in the fact of 1492 and to this moment, you cannot trust thine enemy, because again, the scriptures say, never trust thine enemy, because as iron rusted, so does he. They came to conquer. You think they're going to give you a fucking side space, right hand for them and you to make decisions equally? No, this is a feudal state with a feudal mind and a feudal spirit. There's no way these guys are going to share with you, because it's their system, historically speaking. This is why I like the fact that Marvelous said you need to know what you're actually talking about before you talk about it, because you don't know what you're talking about if you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So let's listen to this. Now, all of a sudden, this man here starts talking about Trump and the left and the right. So then guess what happens? I guess he voted for Trump, and he made it very clear. This is the beginning of what I'm noticing, like, okay, this is why you're quitting. Once you expose yourself, first of all, you lie to people, like to go the whole Chicano shit, then you got offended, and then you go and vote for Trump, knowing that our people are going to be the ones suffering, just like you. They're pulling over U.S. citizens that look just like you, dumbass. But again, that doesn't matter. Why? Because you believe in a system that don't belong to you, and because you don't study enough. That's the problem with some people.
Face issues with Hispanics. They don't want a black woman as president.
This just reaffirms how out of touch the Democratic Party really is. All right, everybody. So we know that, the elections are over. Donald Trump has pulled a major victory. I wouldn't say an upset. It's something that we in the Latino community have been pushing for.
That's what you done fucked up. First of all, man, you can't say we, the Latino community. There's no we in this whole shit. There's no we. You can't say we. Okay, you can't never say we. Because not your channel doesn't vote for Trump, man. You see, that's where he lost his mind. Know your audience. That's one thing that I think everybody should know as an adult. I'm almost 50, family. You should know your audience. If your genre is gangster choloism, do not bring politics into this shit, because guess what happens? It's like bringing religion with that type of group. It's not the same, bruh. It's not the same. But let's continue. Let's educate some people here.
Many years now. Let me show you the clip of Joe Scarborough, which is something that a lot of Democratic pundits have been saying since Donald Trump has won the election.
But it's not just misogyny from white men. Mm-hmm. It's misogyny from Hispanic men. Right. It's misogyny from black men, things we've all been talking about, who do not want a woman leading them. It might be race issues with Hispanics. They don't want a black woman especially the United States.
5 minutes ago, she'd never play piano.
How quick they will turn on you.
So here's where problems lie. And again, people are people, right? So stuff that you say, people listen, and then they will process the information. And when they watch things, they'll reflect on the information you're saying. So here you leaned towards, hey, Trump, man, that's where the love is, familia. We should vote for him because, they will embrace us, Holmes. Well, guess what happened to more motherfucking educated people than you that are browner than you from so-called India? High-tech people. They don't even want those dumbasses in that group.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Why? Because, again, it's the same shit that the left did. As soon as you didn't want to lane with them, you guys are... And as soon as you took their bait on the right side, they said, fuck you, Spick. Get out of here. This is why I think ended up affecting this whole shit. And here's why, family. And I noticed this. I'm going to get to it real quick. Here's why. Because I caught this live a few days ago. That's why when I noticed the stuff that he said, and I'm like, why is he saying this shit, bro? It's like, I don't understand this. Like, what's the deal with this? So check this out. He says something important here. At this point regarding this, hold on.
Yeah, the real world has no clue about.
Okay, so check this out. Okay, I'm gonna. This is what he says, but I'm gonna bring it back a little bit. Okay, so let me go back a few minutes. Let me go back to 7 minutes, and around the 9th minute is where there's a statement said, "Man, yeah, it don't even matter who's Chicano. They can't even tell." Whoa. So it don't matter now that you're a Mexica Chicano. That shit don't matter, huh? That shit don't matter. Okay. This is where we start really having to understand and accept ourselves here. Okay, so we got some quote raza that don't like to be raza until it's convenient. Because then, now it's not about raza because people can't even tell. Let them say it themselves. This guy on the left side, he said it. It don't even matter if you're Chicano. You can't even tell who's Chicano. Bro, for real, bro? It's time we start educating ourselves and knowing exactly who we are, indigenous, historically speaking, and also at the same time, what happened to us since 1492. And when you try to make friends with the enemy, that is never going to give you an equal space, bro, you are sucking on your thumb.
Thank you, dude.
What are people going to get tired of?
The only reason I'm speaking on this is because I think it's important. A lot of you guys were watching this type of stuff, and I get it, bro. It's that genre, but I noticed something about him. He was nervous, man. And he's a little more pale. It's like he kind of, swelled up a little bit. Maybe he kind of, went on a little drinking binge. I don't know, bro. I don't know this man personally. And I don't want to know him because when I don't know. I just, I've always said, bro, I never gangbang. I grew up in Pozole Town in Oceanside, but I never gangbang, bro. I was more of a party, women, and getting fights. That's what I was about. I was athletic, obviously, and I used to like to box a lot. So, that's what I did. But I never gangbang. And I've always said that. There's a difference between growing up in the hood and being a fucking gangster cholo, homie. There's a big fucking difference. Let's go.
I got tired of it already. That's what it is. I'm like, all right, dude, there's something. Like, if somebody calls me up, hey, do we want to do some political stuff somewhere? Okay, let's do it. Let's get it going on. If somebody might...
See right there? If somebody wants to do political stuff, okay, let's do it. But he said earlier he got tired of it.
Thank you, dude.
What I noticed is this individual is leaning more towards political pundit shit. Why? I'm gonna tell you why, fam. Because that's where the money's at right now. That's where the money's at right now. Raza ain't paying them enough. But you know who is? Trumpers. They're paying. They're paying because they need that echo chamber, and they'll pay for that echo chamber. Trust and believe. Even the left pundits know, the people that are talking about democratic stuff, they know that the money is on the right side because they're getting funded by particular individuals. You don't think they're going to try to continue to confiscate the mind of a raza? Of course they are. And they'll use whatever idiot to get that gets in front of them for money.
The same
I got tired of it already. That's what it is. I'm like, all right, dude, there's something. Like, if somebody calls me up, hey, do we want to do some political stuff somewhere? Okay, let's do it. Let's get it going on. If somebody invites me to stuff, but on some real shit, not on some
bogus ass shit.
I mean, something that's gonna make a difference where it's gonna be heard. But to do this, it's like, all right, fine. It's like it's like, are you gonna? It's like you're working at the job for the same fucking years. You don't see no promotion. You don't see nothing. It's like, all right,
time to move on.
Yeah, it's time to move on. Oh man, especially when you know that to me, like, you know.
Hey, fam, and if you believe in the scriptures that have been given to us by our creator, Yahoo, you should know that it says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So when you listen to people, pay attention to the shit they say. He just said, it's kind of like a job when you got a promotion. See, he wants to get promoted, family. He realized he's in the wrong channel with the wrong people, with the wrong audience. Like I said, maybe he does know his audience. And he realized it. This ain't his audience. That's not where the money's at.
It's like, are you gonna? It's like you're working at the job for the same fucking years. You don't see no promotion. You don't see nothing. It's like, all right,
time to move on.
Yeah, it's time to move on. Oh man, especially when you know that to me, like, you know, this is a hobby for me. You know, you know where I live, Chris. I'm not fucking in dire straits and fucking starving and having to do shit every day and having to go to my car. I gotta do a video because I gotta make views because I gotta pay some bills. No, fool, no, not at all. I mean, I'm perfectly fine. I was perfectly fine without YouTube, and I'll be perfectly fine without it. Yeah, without it, homie. So I'll be okay. Let's see, I saw Big Droops in the building. What's up, Droops? How we doing, Carnal?
Big Droops.
Let's see what we got.
I'm gonna become on fucking Haters World next.
Droops,
I need a job. I need a job, Droops. Oh yeah, he's right there. Chris is gonna go in.
Yeah, but it's just repetitive. I guess.
No, I've seen it a long time ago.
It's like when you're when I said this with the fellas last week. When you're sitting in jail and here comes about same story. Oh yeah, man, I was getting a momo. Oh man, I was getting these hoes. Oh man. Yeah. I heard every hoe story already. I heard every momo story. Shit, I heard fucking Mohawk Mad fucking shooting dope this beat before. I don't think it's getting much worse than that, homie. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's it, Mohawk.
Day boom, I ran into American Cholo. I've been a lowest supporter since then. But Charlie, bro, this is sad but understandable, bro. Salute from Kansas City. Posted on the Block TV. Yeah, Kansas City. Like I said, it's something new.
Okay, so here's where we hear the statement. Let's go.
Who happened to comes out and say, hey, we're trying to do it? All right, let's do it. But
yeah.
Did you know that Amazon has a $50 million fund that they have to pay out every month? And here's how.
When I was in the hood and eventually I opened my eyes, I was like, wait a minute,
why am I here?
Yeah, why am I here?
Yeah, so you come against that crossroad again.
Yeah, so it comes to a point now I'm like, all right, we're shifting years. Are we doing this whole thing again? And we just went back to the what's Chicano, and then we're gonna go who owns hip hop? That's back. Tariq Nasheed and Fat Joe. Who owns that's what they're at again. They're back to that same shit. Who owns hip hop? Who's native? Who's not? Fucking
just low level shit.
The same old no mames way.
Yeah, and the real world don't even care about who's fucking.
The
Chicano
real world gives two shits.
Care if you can you do the job or not?
Who's native? Who's not? Fucking
just low level shit.
The same old no mames way.
Yeah, and the real world don't even care about who's fucking.
The real world gives two shits.
The real world don't even care about who's Chicano or not. Can you just show up and do the work? You're talking about now. It's not about a particular belief in the so-called pride, but now that's what you ran on. Cholo, right? Isn't that a pride? So family, again, it goes back to you need to know what you're listening to, what you're following, and also the statements that people make. Pay attention to them closely. They will expose themselves. And it's just let me show you something, fam. Let me show you something real quick so I can actually confirm what I've been talking about. All right. In case you guys don't realize, yes, this is alive. I am alive. I am here. And I ain't going nowhere. Y'all better do some crazy shit to get rid of me. Look, listen, I'm going to show you a little bit of the videos. And then I will try to cover them. I don't know if I'll get blocked, but I want to share this with y'all. Okay, so check this out. Look at this right here. So this is a movie that I watched the other day. Okay, I told a brother about this movie. In this movie, this guy had sex with a black woman, and she had a baby with him. That's just one part of it. But you can see regarding the spirit of Esau, the sons of Edom, this movie is going to tell you exactly
how the sons of Edom conduct themselves. Like, let's say it like this. They are always projecting. They're always projecting about who we are, okay? They always want to say to you who you are because that's how they feel. So when they say to you that you are a terrorist, that's who they are. When they say that you're a rapist, that's who they are. When you're a pedo, that's who they are. A drug dealer, that's who they are. A drug user, that's who they are. They're always projecting. In this movie, they totally project. Totally project. This is a sanctuary city full of thousands of wet and stinkies. Listen, when you hear stuff like that, don't get mad, fam. Get happy. Because that shows how fucking inferior they are to you. It tells you how powerful you are. For someone, look, listen, you don't, excuse me, mama. My daughter's here right now. When someone tells you that you feel less of yourself, it's not because you do or are less of yourself. It's because that's how they feel. They feel less of themselves. So they want you to lower yourself to that level. Like they say, be a leva, way. You want to be a leva? Then go to that level. They always think they have authority to tell us who they are. Yes, right. What's up, sis? Good to have you here. So now check this out. This is a movie that I watched, and hold on a second, and I'm going to share this with y'all, and then I'm going to kind of pause it a little bit, okay? Listen to this.
What's cooking? How can I help?
Well, Tim, there's this troubling little rumor we've just heard, and we brought you in to see if you can help clear it up. I'm going to hand you over the...
It's a meeting, family. You need to watch this movie. I'm not going to name it. You need to look for it. I'll say it. Leonardo DiCaprio was in this movie, the most latest movie he made. Just find it. Regarding some shit about revolution. I'm going to hand you over to Bill. He'll give you the details. So we see a bunch of cracker barrels over here, right? You know, white nationalists who want to get rid of you. Get rid of me. Get rid of all of us. Why? Because we don't look like whack whiteys and shit. We don't have low sperm level. You know what I'm saying? We don't have interest in pedophilia. Because that's the fact. This is who they are. Y'all, Greco-Romans, bro. You love little boys. Greco-Roman historical facts is that, unfortunately, I mean, you know, sorry, white people, but this is who you are. You're gay. And you hate it so much, which is why you're so, like, arrogant and just fucking aggressive against it. I don't support it. But I just fucking find it so interestingly funny that you hate it that much. So I'm like, why do you hate it that much, bro? Unless you're experiencing it yourself. You get what I'm saying? So just listen in.
The details. Over to you, Bill.
Right. Tim, I'm going to get right to it. There's an unconfirmed report.
So basically here, just to kind of give you a summary, they're verifying Colonel Lockjaw. They're about to pick him to become something.
Lockjaw is the father of a mixed race child. Which?
Said which? Apparently Esau, our brethren, you know what I'm saying, prefers to have mixed with us instead of like negros. Because you have to come to that conclusion, fam. These are your brethren. That's why they hate you so much. That's what the Bible talks about. You get what I'm saying? You have to come to that conclusion, fam. You have a brother that's a fucking cholonizer. Ha! There you go. You got a brother that's an American cholonizer. That boy is a white boy, dog. His daddy is probably wedo and shit. Maybe I may be wrong, but I don't know. But listen, Cholo, American Cholo, listen, you can have me on your channel, bro. We can debate this all day. I'll take you through the Bible, history, Democratic or Republican topics. It doesn't matter which one. You sway which way we sway, and you let me know how hard you are. Let's go.
There's no real easy way to say this, but
I got you, brother. I got you. I got you.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
It ain't about him not being raza. It's just about him fucking voting for trompetas and shit. What is he saying about trompetas right now? Is he happy? Has he given you all the fucking luxury that you were asking for? All the jobs? These illegal immigrants are taking our jobs. All these drugs. Motherfucker, you grew up in the hood. You probably smoke pot too right now. Who the fuck is the number one pot producer in the entire world? That's right. America.
That's gonna hurt.
But you know what, man? People like you, bro, you guys hate us. So guess what I'm gonna share with y'all. Sit in the backseat, brother. We're gonna take over that shit. And guess what? You will be enslaving. Not other people. Let's go.
yeah, it's black.
He said, yeah, it's black. Yeah, hell yeah, he's been quiet. What the fuck is he gonna say? Oh my God, this is so funny. Dude, we had like about 10 people here and then half of them left. I love it. I love kicking people out of my house when they get tired of what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, I'm that kind of Mexican. I'm that Mexican guy, that Mexican friend of yours that this guy talks a lot. Fuck, man, I can't get rid of him and shit. But at least I say fucking truth.
Well, that would be quite the revelation if it were true.
Watch what he says after this. I'm going to speed it up so you can see the fury.
Bill, may I ask what your source is? Sure. As part of a double Yankee white background check.
What the fuck is that? Hold on. It says that sure, that's part of the double Yankee white background check. Do you understand what we're looking at? Do you know what that means? Do yourself a favor, family. If I were you, I would Google that right now. Give me a moment. Google it right now. Seriously, Google that shit right now. You go on your phone, iPhone, because I know most of you guys are watching me on your fucking iPhone and shit. You're not watching me on your laptop or your TV or your computer. Go on your iPhone and look up that word, double Yankee white background check. That shit is real. It's real. This is what American Cholo voted for. Double Yankee white background. That's what American Cholo did. American Cholo basically said, I love the white man. I want to lick his nutsack. And please, when you get in power, make sure that you give me a little piece of your power. Because that's what he did. That's what he did. That's right. That's why. Because if he don't go along with the system, he can't continue to collect money. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a big channel, bro. If look, I'll give you an example. With my understanding, ability, knowledge, voice, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And, just because I'm the only one that works this channel, okay? Thumbnails, ideas, name, like all of that shit. It's me. If I was focused on money, guess what? I would have had like 100 more. I would have had a million subscribers. But you see, I didn't do that. I don't give a fuck about money. I care about my gente. I care about I care about my gente more than I care about truth. You want to know why? Because I raised them. I've had them. I have 4 of these little Mexicanitos and shit. I know what it's like living this Mexican life. I wake up in it. I don't have to think about it. I know tortillas. I know the life of what it's like to be raza. I know the experience. I know the house. Dude, I was born in Mexico. I came here when I was 7. So I experienced the Mexican so-called life and the so-called Mexican American life. I understand the whole picture of it, bro. And unless you really don't appreciate that, then I don't know, man. How do you not appreciate that? To then all of a sudden turn on to your own gente and say, I don't like criminals. I don't like the vendors that I defended. Well, guess what, American Cholo? The vendors that you defended are now getting deported by the man that you voted for.
Some old paperwork turned up in a computer file on the black militant named Jungle Pussy. She told an officer this very story 15 years ago. 15 years ago. It's been there the whole time in ancient files.
This is an interesting movie, family, because guess what, man? It's interesting because it really does say a lot. Look, watch this.
Perfidia Beverly Hills. Currently MIA. Former French 75. She went into witness protection about 15 years ago, only to disappear. The arresting agent, Colonel Stephen J. Lockjaw. Agency sightings ever in Cuba or Algiers, depending on the report.
So, not the mothering type, I take it.
And they call us the savages. Lockjaw got his dick dirty. He needs to clean it.
So this relationship between these two nations have been going on for quite some time. Why are you involved in it? They don't give a fuck about you or your benefit or your people. They care about themselves. Let's continue. Matter of time before people realize, and again, and if you guys that are new to this channel, in case you don't know, I bring up scriptures in this channel. And maybe some of you guys may be offended by it, but you want to know something? There's a lot of answers in these books that relate to you. Matthew 24:2 says, and the Mashiach said unto them, see ye not that all these things, verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here upon one stone upon another, that shall not be thrown down. Now, the reason I read this is because we're seeing signs of the end of the age or stage, right? Verse 4. It says, the Mashiach answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Mashiach, and shall deceive many. And then it says, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. Do we not see here supposedly invading, renaming Gulf of America from Gulf of Mexico, renaming Mexico to invading Canada, Panama, right? Going to war, going invading Mexico. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass before the end is not yet. For nations shall rise against nations. Are we not dealing with this? And kingdom against kingdom. Now we're talking about, and there shall be famine. You can't buy eggs cheaper anymore. Pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. We've seen earthquakes in different places. We've seen the burning of California. We've seen New York going in flames. Earthquakes didn't happen not too long ago, left and right. All these are the beginning of sorrows. All of these are the beginning of sorrows, right? And again, life does not repeat itself. Let me rephrase that. Life repeats itself consistently. Now, in case you guys are not familiar, there is a book in the old school Bible called the Apocrypha, and it has 14 books in there that were taken out by Catholicism and Christianity, right? Well, part of it. But let me just kind of get to the point before I lose you guys. 2nd Ezra chapter 9. Second Ezra chapter 9, verse 2. I'm going to confirm what I just read. Then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of people in the world, then shall you understand, then shalt thou will understand that the Most High spake of these things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. Nothing new under the sun. Exactly. Nothing new under the sun. So now, why am I saying this? Because in case you guys don't know, we've been dealing with this shit since the get-go of time. Okay?
I'm going to read this to you guys here. This is from, I believe, the book Harvest of Empire. Yes, it is Harvest of Empire. Listen to what it says here, okay? Harvest of Empire. I don't remember what page. To do yourself a actually copy and paste what you select. It's a technique I like to do sometimes, and it actually works, okay? So it says here, proponents of Manifest Destiny saw Latin America as inferior in cultural makeup and bereft of democratic institutions. Are they not saying, does Donald Trump came in saying the murderers, you know, drug dealers, and by maybe some are good people? Don't they say that Mexico is ran by a cartel? They assume that all Mexicans are wicked and evil. Our country's Calvinist beliefs reinforce those territorial ambitions. You see this? Christians, you see this? Vocab, jamon, all of you so-called Christians that want to battle BHIs, you don't talk about this shit, do you? You don't talk about this. Matter of fact, you don't repudiate the Manifest Destiny concept. You don't repudiate the doctrine of discovery. Americans could point to the nation's prosperity, to its amazing new networks of canals, steamboats, and railroads, all part of our lands, our indigenous gift, as proof of their God-given destiny to conquer the frontier. Remember, keep in mind, these are the Christians that claim that Jesus came and opened the book for everybody, and then did away with the laws. So if they came to conquer with the so-called religion, did they conquer with giving us an opportunity, or did they said either you worship that damn stupid property? Newspapers and magazines of the day were replete noted phrenologists like Dr. George Cardwell and Dr. Joshua Knott, who pronounced the superiority of white Europeans over Indians, blacks, and Mexicans. I find it interesting how they separate the Indians and Mexicans. The Caucasian race is the world indebted for all the great and important discoveries, inventions, and improvements that have been made in science and the arts. I find it so ironic that after 1492 is when they had their Renaissance, the rebirth. Supposedly,
and that should mean family. If the Caucasian race was the innovator of like civilization, who came in 1492? These Jews, right? The same people that claim to be Jews look white. When they say to people over there in Jerusalem that they don't even say that. I mean, they call them Arabs. You see what I'm saying? They call them all Arabs. So I'm like, yo, if you are from there, why would you call them Arabs? Aren't you kind of like that region of people? No, they're Europeans. Be mindful. People want to steal heritage of everybody else that doesn't belong to them. Why? Because for some fucking nut reason, they really want to be the chosen. The chosen that you guys are, automatically.
Other knowledge that they so-called carried since the get-go came back after they got here. How do you know about all this medicinal recoveries? How do you know about aqueducts? How do you even know about the number 0 and 1? The only reason you even got a computer with that language ability was because you learned it from here, the people here. The sounds cutting. Yeah. I don't know why. All right, so the reason I shared this with y'all is because it relates to this video here.
This tool created.
Look at what they're saying now, okay? Look at what they're saying now.
My presentation in 30 seconds. Gamma is an AI tool that not only
Trump was
See, I like to read and then I like to show you guys. Look what he says in this video.
asked if he'd rule out using military force to get control of Greenland and the Panama Canal, and Trump would not rule that out. How would acquiring that land help everyday Americans better afford their day-to-day expenses?
Well, first of all, Brianna, thanks for having me. Really appreciate it. Listen, President Trump is bringing us into a golden age of America. This is the new Manifest Destiny, reacquiring the Panama Canal, acquiring Greenland, renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. This is the light of America expanding. You know, we have a very clear strategic interest geopolitically, both in Greenland and in the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal, as you know, was created with the blood, toil, tears, and sweat of American citizens.
By the way, that's total bullshit. I love how fucking white people love to fucking lie all the time, bro. And you know, I like the fact that you guys actually think that this is going to occur. Remember, 1823 or those times are not like today. And there's many more of us today. All over this land, all over down there too as well. I don't understand why you guys are losing your minds and to think that we're just going to be sleeping and not realizing what you're doing. Do you think that this is about supposedly citizenship at this point? It's about bloodline. And the stupidity for you guys to think that it's going to happen again. But again, remember, family, the scripture said that they were given 1,000 years, and then they were going to give a little bit but a short time. And remember what happens to predators that are cornered, that when they're cornered and they cannot do nothing, to do everything possible to survive. This is the end of your line. This is the end of your line. You will never rule again, Edom. So this whole concept of assumption that, oh, we're just going to, you know, assume position. Nah, bruh. No, not at all. Not one bit. You touch my family. No respondo, cabrones. Because I got family down there. And a lot of us have family down there. Revelation 20:2. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil, and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more. Till then, the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loose a little season. Now, this is talking about Rome. This is talking about Rome right here. So, let me share with you from their own horse's mouth how this is very common to them. And I'm going to show you who these people are. Check this out.
Central America, and that's against 100 years our country has operated. Mr. President, Vladimir Putin may be a liar and a demagogue, but it is hypocritical for the United States to insist that we, as a nation, do not accept the principle of spheres of influence. For the last 200 years, our country has operated under the Monroe Doctrine, embracing the principle.
See, under the Monroe Doctrine, they're talking about embracing the principle. You see that right there? Under the Monroe Doctrine, they're embracing the principle, the Monroe Doctrine, the Manifest Destiny, the Papal Bull, which was giving them authority. The nerve of them to use the Papal Bull in 1823. In 1823, family, they used the Papal Bull on us. The religion that they repudiated, at the same time, used that religious concept to take these lands. Shit is over, man.
That as the dominant power in the Western Hemisphere, the United States has the right, according to the United States, to intervene against any country that might threaten our alleged interests. That's United States policy. And under this doctrine, the United States has undermined and overthrown at least a dozen countries throughout Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean.
At least, not at least, for sure. Without a damn doubt. Without a damn doubt. Let me show you this real quick. Let me show you this picture. I'll show you two pictures here. Let me show you this one and the other one. Hold on, where are you? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh, here it goes. It's called the Monroe Doctrine. You see? Greenland, our land, 51st state, Gulf of America, Panama, supposedly skipping this. See? Told you. What does the Bible say about these wicked ass people? The ones that supposedly claim that they're Christians and believe in all these things. When I tell, which I don't support LGBTQ, but what I also don't support is hypocrisy. You tell the LGBTQ not to do what they do, but then at the same breath you say that Jesus did away with the laws. So if Jesus did away with the laws, how can you tell these people to follow certain Christian so-called laws? So you said that he did away with them. Didn't you say God loves the sinner? He hates the sin. So if LGBTQ is a sinner, why are you against them? That's what you teach Christians. Psalms 49:11. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and that their dwelling places to all generations, meaning to all their generations. They call their lands after their own names, like America, Vespucci, right? And aren't they trying to do the same thing now? I'll give an example. Look, they're doing it again.
Escucha, ¿qué harías si te diera 50.000 euros para invertir y te...
I'm going to show you this video here. Because this gentleman, and I've shared videos about him before, but in this video, he was the one that had talked about. Check this out.
¿En qué consiste? En que las empresas... Tengo frente a mi radar una cosa que me están diciendo que se quiere llamar Golfo de Estados Unidos en lugar de México. ¿Cuál es mi obligación como político?
He said this 13 years ago. Okay, so 13 years ago, he said that they were going to be naming the Gulf of Mexico, or attempt to the Gulf of America. Why? Because of the oil, the reservoirs. This is all about the oil family. Donald Trump and this Anglo-Saxon love of greed for money. That's the only way they can get ahead. For the love of money, that's their God. That's really their God. Saint Germain, Francis Bacon, all of that wicked ass Baal shit. This is why they want to rename it.
Y Shell, van a bursatilizarlas. ¿Por qué? Esto poca gente lo entiende.
¿Qué es bursatilizar?
Bursatilizar es que ellos entran en copropiedad en los bloques que están explorando y produciendo y tienen la capacidad, debido a su conexión con los grandes bancos de Wall Street, que son los que tienen los grandes capitales, porque esto estamos hablando que es un proyecto de gran envergadura. Es decir, es el negocio del mundo. Mucha gente no entiende qué es el petróleo. El petróleo es la joya máxima geoestratégica del planeta. Por ella los Estados Unidos prácticamente se han pasado su vida en guerras. Por eso han tumbado a Saddam Hussein, por eso han tumbado a Gaddafi, por eso se fueron a la guerra en Afganistán, en Irak, etc.
Los intereses más importantes del mundo.
Para Estados Unidos, la energía es seguridad nacional.
You see that? It's security. Why do you think they want to go up to Canada? Why do you think they want to talk about Greenland? Why do you think they want to rename Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America? Which is pretty stupid because you white people are not from America. You guys are fucking from Europe, bro. I don't understand why you guys are so stuck on this whole idea. We're American. No, you're not. You're fucking Europeans. You're Europeans. You guys keep complaining about, all these Mexicans and these people are brown. Listen, if you would have stayed in Europe, you would never have a problem. Now, if you were in Europe and went over there and, you know what I mean, I can understand you getting upset, but you came here. You came here to find your asses. If you were so fucking great and so civilized, how come you didn't do that shit back there? If you were so great and so civilized, you guys left that region because you were dying. And when you showed up in 1611 or 1619 in Jamestown, you guys were eating your own people because you didn't know how to live. Your so-called civilized, so-called nation had no idea how to survive. Ask John Smith, the same rapist that took so-called Pocahontas when she was 9 years old. You think we don't know about your so-called history? Edom, Visigoths, Franks, Greco-Romans, your LGBTQ love of life, love of children, you know what I mean? Pedos. That's in your nature. I don't know why you run away from who you guys are. Most of you Republicans, matter of fact, you Republicans that are fighting women, you know what it is? You guys are actually gay in the closet. You hate women so much, you want to pass these laws because you want to force them to do shit. It's because you can't even have them just do it out of nature. Because they probably know a lot of secrets that you guys don't expose. A lot of you Republicans, especially, man, you guys have secret relationships with same sex or with little kids. Let's go.
Con eso no estoy diciendo que no tengamos excelentes relaciones con Estados Unidos. A Estados Unidos lo que le interesa, obviamente, primero, es el abasto petrolero. Yo estoy dispuesto a garantizarles el abasto petrolero, no tengo por qué quitarlos. ¿Cuál es el problema? Pero no me quites 3 cosas básicas del petróleo. 1, la propiedad. 2, el control. Y 3, la regulación. No estoy...
And that's what they want. Take all that away. So now let's get to the point here real quick. Look what he says here. There it goes right here. He said this 13 years ago that their intent was to rename this region. And he's the one that mentioned balkanization. Balkanization comes from, or at least it's connected to feudalism. And feudalism is connected to encomiendas. And encomiendas is connected to what we went through. And guess what happens to this very day? We're still in a feudal system, which they created since the tongues of the Visigoths and the Franks. And I'm going to show you. Let's go.
Perdura, si perdura, porque también ahí está la idea de Stratford, de que lo pueden balcanizar. Eso no hay que perderlo de vista.
¿Y eso qué significa? Para que la gente
es separarlo, fracturarlo en varias entidades.
¿Que varias entidades se conviertan en países?
Sí. Entonces ya no queda rastro ni de Pemex ni del Golfo de México.
¿Y usted cree que esto pueda hacerse?
Yo no estoy diciendo que se pueda dar. Yo tengo la obligación como analista de ponerlo en el radar. Y lo estoy leyendo de Stratford, que es uno de los órganos informativos más importantes de Estados Unidos. ¿Para qué lo están sacando? ¿Por qué hablan de balcanización? ¿Por qué hablan que el Golfo de México le quieren cambiar el nombre a Golfo de Estados Unidos? Un representante de Mississippi, de la Asamblea, presentó la enmienda para cambiar Golfo de México a Golfo de Estados Unidos. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos tienen 5 estados que dan con el limítrofes con el Golfo de México, y México igual tiene 5. Pero yo veo que los 5 limítrofes del Golfo de México están callados, ni siquiera saben esto del Golfo de Estados Unidos. Yo porque soy obligado de seguir la prensa de Estados Unidos. Y Cuba obviamente ahorita está apaciguada. Pero ¿por qué?
See what happens when you get caught sleeping? You see what happens when you don't know your own history? You see what happens when you start ignoring what is going on around you? You're so caught up in rancheras and rap music and what the neighbors did, or Christmas or Thanksgiving, or that doesn't even belong to us. Christmas is not in the Bible. Thanksgiving is not in the Bible. New Year's, all of that stuff doesn't even pertain to you guys. I don't understand why you get distracted consistently. A lot of these people pulling mechanisms to pull the rug off of you. Mississippi lawmakers changed Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Guess it's a slow day in Jackson. Mississippi State Rep Steve Holland, a Democrat, has introduced a bill calling for part of Gulf of Mexico that is bordered by Mississippi to be renamed the Gulf of America. A Democrat, not a Republican. But now, that's what they want. Let's continue.
¿Qué quieren cambiar el nombre? Eso es interesante. Es decir, yo no sé qué vaya a pasar. Yo lo único que veo es, tengo frente a mi radar una cosa que me están diciendo que se quiere llamar Golfo de Estados Unidos en lugar de México. ¿Cuál es mi obligación como político? Como responsable. ¿Callarme? ¿La política y el avestruz? ¿Qué es lo que estoy viendo?
No, es levantar la voz, por supuesto, y que la gente se entere. Y esto ha sido parte también de tenerle esta mañana con nosotros, doctor.
That's why I do what I do, because our people need to know. Our people need to find out. We cannot be sitting here with our legs crossed thinking like, oh, just wonder what's going on. Why are they trying to rename these things? Did they just wake up one morning and think about doing that? No, they did not. Now, remember, balkanization, I'm going to touch on it real quick, but that is when you go in and you fragmentize, let's say, for example, you break up a land. Listen, the scriptures talk about this thing. I'm telling you, this is why it's very important for you guys to know when somebody comes to this space of ours and talks in parables and said, you should know what I'm talking about. And you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's because you probably were never really given the scripture spiritually since the beginning of time. Listen to this shit. Listen to this right here, okay? Let's see. Let's see. There it goes right here. Hosea 12, 10 and 12. Sow yourselves in righteousness. Reap in mercy. Break up your fallow ground. For it is time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you. So consider what a fallow ground is. What is a fallow ground? Fallow ground, right? It's a dry ground that is broken in pieces, separated from each other. Even though that's one particular land, the fallow ground is broken like in states, which I would consider balkanization. That's exactly what balkanization means. And when you take away the land from people, you also take away their heritage. Because again, when you take that type of power, when you have that kind of power, you take land, guess what? You take everything. You take the mind as well. Jeremiah 17:4. And thou, even thou, in mine anger, which shall burn forever. Discontinue from your heritage. The heritage of laws, land, and guess what? Freedom. This is a fallow ground. Right here. What the hell? This is a fallow ground right here. Broken up. Like Mexico, Venezuela, Honduras, North America, Brazil, Panama. Even though we're one nation of people, we've been broken up through balkanization. Check this out.
They didn't just take the land, they took something far more insidious, the ability to create future generations. For centuries, Native Americans have endured unimaginable atrocities, land theft, massacres, and the erasure of their cultures. But one of the most devastating acts of genocide was the forced sterilization of Native women. Under the guise of healthcare, thousands of Native women were sterilized without their knowledge or consent. This wasn't just a violation of their rights. It was a deliberate strategy to erase entire nations. By denying women the ability to bear children, the U.S. government struck at the heart of Native communities. Families were shattered, lineages cut short, and futures extinguished before they could even begin. Unlike the visible violence of wars and massacres, this was a silent assault, working quietly to destroy native populations. This wasn't an isolated crime. It was part of a systemic effort. Forced relocations, cultural suppression, and policies designed to eliminate indigenous peoples. Genocide isn't just about killing, it's about erasing a people's existence and future. As late as the 1970s, these atrocities were still happening, a chillingly recent reminder of the war waged against native peoples. The scars of this era run deep, and the fight for justice continues. We cannot allow this dark chapter to be forgotten.
See, you cannot allow for this dark chapter to be forgotten, ever. Not ever, ever, ever. This is our memory, this is our heritage, and this is what we're going to have to deal with. So now, how do we bounce back from understanding all of this? What exactly is it that our Creator, the Great Spirit, if you guys relate to that, what exactly is He asking from us? Because I know a lot of you guys that listen to this channel because you believe in a Creator, whether you call Him Yahoo or Yahweh or Yah or the Great Spirit. You know that we're connected to something deeper. The way that we move is just on a different level. You can see it right now. Listen, man, look at all this kind of talk about who we are and all this shit, and our hand is still coming over here trying to help. Are you going to let the neighbor burn? The racist neighbor, would you let his house burn? I don't think so, family. If he had kids, I wouldn't. I try to help. Because you got to think about it, man. It's not in our nature. That's why the scriptures say that when the Mashiach returns, He's going to have to put that kind of spirit on us, a murderous, killer spirit. Because we're not going to be willing to do what He wants us to do. Oh yeah, there's going to be blood and oh man, I'm telling you, man. Let them enjoy what they do. Because when it comes back to burn them, I'm telling you, family, that kind of pain is not going to be anything close to what you're feeling. If you're struggling, you have children that are sick, like myself, my son. I think sometimes that's painful, bro. What they're going to get is 100 times more than that. I don't want to be on that side. Revelation 13:9, if any man hear, and if any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. 1492, black and white conquistadors came.
So let me show you exactly what's going to occur. I know probably some of us are over it, you know what I'm saying? But this is a necessity. You need to understand what exactly is going to happen to this crew. I've shared this with y'all before. It's going to happen.
My three of them come here together, and nothing can stop.
Watch this. I'm only going to play a little bit, and that's it. All right, let's go.
I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself,
Those are Aztec gods. So-called Aztec gods or spirits. We're not the same people. That's for damn fucking sure. Be mindful of what the hell's going on, family. Like, I mean, they've been lying to you too long. It's time to wake the fuck up, man. It's time for you guys to understand that, hey, listen, God loves you. We're the only people that love God the most. Like, come on. We crawl to the fucking on our knees to beg for forgiveness to some fucking image that supposedly was the mother of Jesus. You see what I'm saying? You brothers and sisters need to understand why you are the way you are, why you think the way you think, and why you spiritually feel the way you spiritually feel. You have a deep connection with our Creator. You are the MESHIACHA. That means you are the anointed. That's what MESHIACHA means. You guys are anointed. Do you understand that? Mexican does not apply to everybody that wants to name themselves fucking Mexican. So fuck everybody that says, I'm Mexican and you're a fucking foreigner. Fuck you. No. If you're not a Mexica, don't call yourself that shit. Just say Mexican, I don't know, something else. Just like they say American. They call the white man American, but they call you Mexican American. Fuck you too, you fucking gingerbread. Listen, it's about time y'all start waking the fuck up. This is Jacob's trouble. This is your truth. You guys are the people of the Bible. You guys are the chosen seed. You guys are the fucking people that God talks to every single night. That tells you to repent. That says don't do that. That says respect your mother and your father. We're the only ones that do that. These are the nations. What do they do when you turn 18? They send you out, and when you turn 65, they get rid of you. That's not godly, fam. That's not godly, fam. What do you mean? How do we know you are? How do we know if you are chosen? Here, listen. There's a lot of people here that can tell you how we know we are the chosen. Okay, because the only reason you know about the chosen is because of a Bible. So somebody tell him why we are those people, right? I eat cats. Well, then you should stop doing it. Fuck, man. You know, we're all hungry, bro. But once somebody tells you to stop doing it, you should just stop.
He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Both of you guys took encomiendas as well. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and the faith of the saints. This is why we sit back and say, yo, listen, let them go. Because that time's going to come. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a beast that's considered the second, but it's not. It's the first. Verse 11, I beheld another beast coming out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. The 2 horns is a government system. They even wrote it themselves. Talk about the democratic, right? Democratic society, right and left, blue and red. And he exercised all the power of the first beast, which is religion, before him, and caused the earth and them which dwell thereupon to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Why? Because it took church and state to pass laws to force you to celebrate Christmas, a fake ass holiday. Can't prove a damn thing that even the white Jesus was born on December 25th. However, this second so-called beast had all power to exercise, right? What was the first thing that the first ones did? Balkanization. Matter of fact, let me bring it up now. I think it's important. Let me give you this book here real quick. Just to show you something. Just kind of mention it now. Because I think you need to know how far this goes. I've shared this book there before. That's why when these wobbles or these BHIs want to talk about, oh yeah, we ruled Europe. Okay, sounds good. I'm glad you did. You're giving yourself up, stupid asses. This is from a book called The Moors in Spain. Okay, 1888, I believe. It talks about all of these nations, right? Hold on, 1888. Is it 1888? Yeah, 1888. Okay. So now, I'm gonna go to the first section here because I just want to get to the important thing. See, it talks about the characters of the Christians and the Moors contrasted. All right, it's a pretty heavy book, but I just want to get to this particular first part. Let's see. Hold on a second. Right here we go. Right here. Remember, Moors in Spain. Page 4. The last of the Goths. What is the Goths? It is not likely that all that aid that Spain could have given would have availed against the surging sides of the Saracen invasion, meaning the North Africans with Arab, predominant bloodline, right? But as it happened, there was a quarrel at the time between Julian and the governor of Ceuta and Roderick, the king of Spain, which opened the door to the Arabs. Spain was then under the rule of the Visigoths, or the Westgoths, a tribe of barbarians, like many others who overran the province of Roman Empire in the decline. You see? The Roman Empire in the decline. So now, who are these people? Who are these individuals? See, the white man always wants to run away from their history and shit. They always want to say, the Roman people, oh my God, that's homosexuality. Bro, that's you guys. That's who you guys are. Stop lying to yourself, bro. Stop lying. You guys are homos and pedos, bro. That's what it is. You try to fight it so hard, but it is what it is. You can't lie to us. You can't lie to me. Let me show you this picture right here.
Hey, sis, let me say something to you. That's a very good point. That is a very good point that you say that. Do you want to know why? You want to know why that's a very good point? Because there was a time where I did believe in the New Testament, and I'm not saying that it's disregarded. However, you have to question it. Because first of all, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were not written in the time that Jesus was around, supposedly. That shit was written 100 years later. And then the documents that they provide for us is still missing a lot of verses. And then when I haven't even touched on the rest of the New Testament, because I already know how flawed it is. I believe what you're saying. Our Messiah isn't the one they told us in the Catholic Church. Again, from this channel. And thank you, at least you're confirming. But I didn't show that because you were saying. As a matter of fact, I literally just caught that at the end. I didn't know that you were saying that I was confirming. But because we've been proving it, I don't believe that he's the real Messiah. How the fuck does a Messiah in the Old Testament say he's going to come, he's going to come, he's going to come? And then in the New Testament, he shows up like 4 fucking times. He shows up in the first time. He shows up in the Acts. He shows up later. Then he shows up after. That doesn't make no sense. If he died, why does he come back to show himself to the Marys? If he died, why does he come back and show up himself in Acts? If he died, why does he come back and show himself to Paul? If he died, why does he come back and go to Revelations and say, hey, John, write about me? Shit. They gave us a flawed documentation of who that man is, who that power is, who the Son of God is. Because I see him in the book. I'm not like denying it. But you're right. They lied to y'all. They lied to me. And you know what? It's okay. Scrape the shit off. You know, accept the fact that you're wrong. You're a Catholic Christian and you were lied to. And move on. It's okay, family. It's nothing wrong with you being incorrect. Just like what I've been sharing with y'all. The Virgin Mary is not real. That's going to be a demon that I'm going to have to fucking destroy. And it's going to be very, very emotional for a lot of you raza because you love the fucking Virgin Mary. That's my last fucking idol that I'm going to destroy. Right here. That's right here. So this is the Balkan Peninsula, okay? Boundaries, periods of World War II, right? This is the origin of who they are. Italy, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Greek, Roman stuff, right? This is how it used to be back then. Greece, Bulgaria, Eastern Rumelia. Okay, I'm gonna give you a hint on how to make like carnitas without using pork, okay? All right. So you get the what is it called? Not the loins. Yes. You get the loins from the pork, okay? That area where it's kind of there's meat and there's fat. Then you boil that shit, okay? Once you boil it, then you refry it. Once you like fry it with like, you know what I'm saying? It starts tasting like carnitas. Here's another one. If you buy turkey or chicken and you fry the turkey or chicken, like put it in a fryer, buy the whole kit, that shit tastes like carnitas. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't have to sin to get the flavor. Family, we're fucking beautiful people. We can figure out a way to how to enjoy food. Come on now, man. Let's go. But not Transylvania, Moldavia, Slovenia. You guys all of you Edomites, all of you white folks, more predominantly here, right? Here in America, that's what you guys are. Give me a second. Look, the Visigoths. The Visigoths, members of the division of the Goths, one of the most important Germanic people. The Visigoths separated from the Ostrogoths in the 4th century, raided Roman territories repeatedly and established kingdom there, get great kingdoms in Gaul and Spain. See? This is where you guys come from. You see this? That's who you guys are. We're Romans. You guys like kids. And I don't mean it like in a good way. This is who you guys are. The Visigoths were settled agriculturists in Dacia, now in Romania, Rome, when they were attacked by the Huns. All right, so check it. He says, this brother right here says eating pork is a sin. Look. Talks about it in Leviticus, okay? About unclean and unclean animals. Let me ask you a question, my brother. If you're raza, did you ever hear about us eating grasshoppers? You, right here, you, lintero and shit. Did you ever hear about us eating grasshoppers? Did you ever wonder why we ate grasshoppers? Like, why out of all the fucking insects did we choose to fucking fry grasshoppers? So here's the reality about pork, bro. Whether you believe it's under the Levitical law or what God gave us or not, let's just be simple. Okay, yeah, all right, cool. Thank you for responding. So then if we've been eating chapulines for some time, where do you think they have that? Here in this Bible, right here. Here in this Bible right here is where it says in Leviticus 11, it tells you what you're supposed to eat. Yes, exactly, my brother. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, so we're on the same page. Like, I'm not trying to hate on you. Like, I appreciate it, dude. I used to love pork, bro. I used to love this, and I was a fucking chicharrones motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like chicharrones and shit. Freaking tocino in the morning, bro. I was straight. Give me that carnitas. But then when God said to me, look, or at least when I found out we're not supposed to eat that shit, I was like, why? And I was explained why. First of all, because God said not, and He gave us a reason. Because they don't process food like cows or anything else, bro. They process food like you and I do. You know what I'm saying? So when you eat some stuff and you go to the bathroom, you fucking shit the same shit that you ate. So the body of a pig is almost like the body of a human being. So when you eat a pig, you're kind of eating a human, brother. And I'm going to say another thing. Pigs eat everything. They are the distinguishing fact of our society. Do you know what I mean by that? Meaning like they are the instrument of like decimation. Like when you want to get rid of shit, you give it to them. When you want to get rid of food, you give it to them. When you want to get rid of a human, you give it to them. When you want to get rid of plastic, you give it to them. That's what they are. So that's why pigs, shrimp, lobster, all of those crawling animals, they eat the shit of the society. That's what they're here for. Like, for example, I think you're old enough to understand Fred Flintstone, right? Remember what Fred Flintstone's kitchen had underneath her kitchen sink, the wife? She had a pig. So everything they flushed down the toilet was a pig. I know, brother. Mexicans can't let go of that. That's a big topic, and that's a hard subject. And then guess what? We're going to let go of that. Because, you know, like, you know what I mean? Everything takes time. We will make sure that our gente understands how to flavor our meat that good. Because you don't have to eat pork to have carnita flavor. Trust me, I've done it. You don't have to eat pork to have carnita flavor. They told us that you could. Nah, I already figured it out. Like you just gotta get a cow pig meat. I mean, a cow meat. I think I can't remember the exact name of it. But what I did is I bought that big ass piece from Costco. I boiled that shit with that fat piece in it, and then once I took it out, I fried it, and it tasted exactly like carnitas. You can't be eating that no more, brother. Oh, that sounds nasty. Well, yeah, man, because like this, technically, brother, I'll give you like this, bro. If let's say you're married and your wife hates you and you have pigs, you better be careful. She could feed you to the pigs and those fuckers will eat you. You see what I'm saying? So like, just like, remember, keep in mind, we are spiritual people. And this is what I want to share to my gente. The Bible talks about your Chicanoismo. It talks about you eating grasshoppers. It talks about you eating tamales. It talks about you making masa. It talks about you making tortillas. It talks about you making ceviche. It talks about you drinking tamarindo or planting tamarindo. It talks about you using the millstone to like grind the corn. It talks about you with corn too. Maíz is all over the Bible. Who the hell do you think it's talking about? They ain't talking about no other raza, homie. It's talking about y'all, bro. Wake up, family. Wake up. 376, driven southward across the Dubani River into the Roman Empire. Holy schmoly guacamole.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Hold on a second. I should be like, mas puto. They were allowed to enter the empire, but the exaction of Roman officials soon drove them to revolt and plunder the Balkan province. You see? You guys can look into it further. Let's go back. They, here, the Ostrogoths had occupied Italy. You see what I'm saying? Hold on. Hold on a second. Gotcha, bitch. Romans, Grecos, listen, white people. This is who you guys are. You fight your own spirit. You're trying to pass laws to make people not be gay because you asses are gay. And it's okay, because that's who you are. Just like, what's his name? The Nick Fuentes. And by the way, white supremacist, he goes, no, I'm not. I'm Mexican. Oh, so now they're convenient to say Mexican. Oh, you piece of shit, bro. Man, look, I'm older than you, but I would love to box your ass. Man, just, anyways, let me calm down. Let me, woosa. All right, here we go. The Oscar.
Excited. No, brother, it's all good, man. Listen, I think that in this particular situation that we're in, it only matters when people suggest to you what you're doing wrong. And I think also at the same time, it takes a strong man, to admit it. Be like, shit, I was wrong. I didn't know that. Like you were saying, like, shit, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that either. The way that I changed was when somebody said to me, yeah, we're not supposed to eat pork. And I'm like, but fuck, man, like I like pork. They're like, yeah, but you're an Israelite, da, da, da. And then they're like, you're the only people that actually eat, grasshoppers, man. Do you know how special you are? You guys realize that? You're the only people in the entire world that has grasshoppers in your diet. No one else does that. The Bible says that the Israelites will have grasshoppers in their diet. The Bible says that the Israelites would have corn in their diet, or maíz. The Bible said that the Israelites would have tortillas in their diet, which is unleavened bread. You want me to tell you? You want me to show you? I'll show you. So you don't think I'm fucking around, because I don't do that shit in my channel. I don't do that shit. I don't lie to people. The last thing I want to do is ever fucking lie. I've always said it, and I've always said it in my life. I told my wife, I've told everybody around me, I'd rather know the truth than sit on a lie. Let's start corn. See corn? Therefore God gave thee the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth and plenty of corn and wine. Now, I'll give you an example. Here's another one. Grasshopper. Look, Leviticus 11:22. We're the only ones that have that shit in our diet, fam. Even these of them ye may eat. The locust after his kind, the bald locust after his kind, the beetle after his kind, the grasshopper after his kind. I'll give you an example. Unleavened bread. Like here, look. Unleavened bread. So you don't say that I'm lying to you, because I don't like motherfucking people to say that I'm lying. I don't like people that tell me I'm lying. So I'm gonna prove it, okay? Right, watch this magnificent, beautiful life of yours, this freaking fucking heritage of yours that for some fucking reason you don't want to embrace.
Strong's H 4682. Matzah.
You hear that shit?
Strong's H 4682. Matzah.
Basically saying unleavened bread is tortillas, cabrones. Don't come to my channel and try to wonder if you are. Listen, bro, if you don't have it in... Look, like I told y'all, when I wake up in the morning, I don't think about I'm Mexican or raza. I know it. I feel it. I live it. I don't think that I'm an Israelite. I know it. I live it. I feel it. Because I would not know all of this shit unless the Most High must have provided it for me. I didn't go to school, fam. I didn't learn none of this from nobody. Everything that I teach you outside of like the beginnings of like the education of the Bible have come from independent sources, which means the Most High must have told me, you got to guide your people to let them know who they are. Well, once again, what is unleavened bread?
Strong's H 4682. Matzah. Matzah.
Masa. Masa, cabrón. But what do I know, right? What do I know? Maybe I'm just a fucking delirious old man that has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
The Ostrogoths had occupied Italy, and their kingsmen, the Visigoths, displacing and subduing the Swabians, meaning the Slavs, and other rude German tribes, established themselves in the Roman province of Iberia, Spain, in the 5th century after Christ. You have some questions to answer. The balkanization is a process of a large area of country breaking up into smaller hostile units. See this? It is often caused by differences in culture, ethnicity, religion, and geopolitical interests. The term comes from the breakup of the Ottoman Empire, way before that. You see, some say the U.S. is becoming a balkanized due to the lack of shared political values and economic goals. No, it is what it is. This is what we got.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. Even your own people will fucking stop dealing with you if you're not eating pork. Yeah, I got through that shit too. I was vegetarian for like 6 fucking years because I was training really hardcore and shit, and I was gonna try to do a triathlon. You know what I mean? Like I was that athletic, brothers. Like I'm telling you, man, I was very gifted. That's why I'm not envious of other nations. I don't give a fuck about your physicalities. Like, trust me, I've knocked a lot of motherfuckers out. I don't care about that. When I was young, I'm 50 years old. I don't do that no more. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have that flexibility. I may have still the fucking fast hands, but, you know, footwork too. But you know what I'm saying? Not the muscle, not the mindset. I'm not as angry as I used to be. Let's put it that way. Oh, but they don't like it when you step outside of the block. The block that these other nations gave us. The block that these other nations made us believe this is who we are. Like, for example, I'm gonna show you this video. I'm glad a brother sent it to me. Because you know what? I don't like this little youngster, bro. I don't like him. I called him out. I was listening to him at first, and I'm like, yeah, you know, like he's got a point. But then I realize now, he is constantly nagging on fucking raza, homeboy.
On top of that shit.
He never nags on negros. He nags on white people, which I don't defend. I'm not here to defend fucking Cracker Barrels and shit. But he nags on on our people all the time. This little bitch right here. And I've called him out on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? This is what we call a fucking cuck. A piece of shit fucking bastard, bro. Loving, we should respect the net. Why? They enslaved your ass too, you fucking dumbass. Let's listen to this shit.
So when he told me that, he said that the Mexicans in that community started beating up the protesters, the peaceful protesters.
Shout out to the panel, you know what I'm saying?
So I told that guy, hold on. You're not even from Chicago. The people, the Mexican gangs that were in the little village neighborhood, they were protecting the neighborhood from these, for the most part, they were black people. There's even videos of it. They were trashing the community. They were basically breaking into the stores, running off with shoes and whatever they can. So the Mexicans were, this is our neighborhood. We're a gang. So if we're not going to be doing this in our own neighborhood, we're not going to let some outside group come over here and do it. So they took that. He took that. And he said, you know what? We're going to kick you out of here. He told me. No. He didn't even tell me that. He just kicked me out. He said, all right. You're spreading false propaganda. He told me that. When he doesn't even live in Chicago. He doesn't even live in that neighborhood. I was in that neighborhood when that happened. And that's the guy, right? So,
I know what you mean by that.
The one with the jean jacket?
That. Yeah, I was in that panel. That day.
Sanaya.
Yeah, and I'm like, whoa, hold on. How could people be so brainwashed, so biased towards whatever rhetoric they're trying to spread on the internet? That
He loves having black ticks
And that's what I'm saying, brother. Listen.
in his mouth.
Whatever it is, whatever he likes, spread it on the internet. That
he loves having black ticks in his mouth.
Whatever it is, whatever he likes.
I think honestly, brothers, this motherfucker right here, bro, he's married to a negra. He has a negra in his house, or some fucking chick really like made him upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's what it is, fam. Because like I don't know, bro. And I called his ass out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not afraid to fucking like tackle it. Let's do it. Pero saben qué, familia? This motherfucker right here, bro. Don't really believe the hype. He don't give a fuck about you. He cares about them.
What are you actually? I'm sorry.
Look, watch. Like, what? I'll show you.
What are you actually? I'm sorry.
Look, and the reason I bring this up is because, bro, listen, I'm a fair, square man. I'm one of those people that you can say that I believe in justicia. You treat everybody the same. Like, nobody gets away with shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know, I got some brethren with y'all that I talk to and shit. But if I was in a position of power, brothers, and you guys came to me and said, hey, do me a favor, I'd be like, fuck no, bro. No, I can't do that now. What the fuck am I going to, why would I do that now if I was standing ground on that the whole time? I'm fair and square. Even if I don't like it myself. My kids know that shit about me. My kids know, like, my dad is just fair. I know that listen, I've even in situations with my nephews or nieces, when they have some fucking arguments, I wouldn't favor my kids because when I see it's unfair, it's unfair. This is unfair. You little cracker barrel right there. You want to be raza, right? Y'all would have dissed the white man all the time. How come you don't call the negros out? These fucking negro conquistadors that came and raped your women too. You know what I'm saying? And fed our children to fucking dogs, just like the white man did. Why don't you have that fire for them like you have it for these people? You want to know why? Because you bitches. You scared. That's the problem with you motherfuckers. Nobody respects people like you. Why? You're like Malinche motherfuckers. You're so hard on us, but you can't tell the enemy what they did wrong, huh?
What's your name?
I'm American. I'm an American Dominican woman.
You're Dominican American?
I was born in America and I follow I have Dominican ancestry. I mean, and European Afro,
Right.
but I'm an American woman.
So we see Taylor Swift. What is she?
She's an American? Yeah.
All right. Okay. That's crazy. You want to know what's crazy about that? Is if anybody sees somebody like you, Queen, or Charlie.
Oh, and then they go like, somebody like you, Queen. And then guess what? This fucking vato right here, he made a white woman. You guys are a joke. I called you. Listen, you're on my channel right now. I called your ass out. You people, you, all three of you, come to my channel. Let's talk about.
I'm American. I'm an American Dominican.
And see if it's fucking legit. That's my Facebook account. Okay, y'all can fucking subscribe to that shit. Think about this for a moment, family. Look, I'm going to share this with y'all. For the first time, I actually heard some real truth from a black man. Thank you, my brother. Because see, that's my brother right here. A man that respects who he is. A man that loves his heritage. I can sit down with him and say, I love my heritage. You love your heritage. Can we work together? Yes, sir. That's what a fucking leader does. Not some dumb bullshit.
Yeah. And these are not the ancestors of black Americans. They're the ancestors of the Mexicans. And this is what they look like before they had Spanish admixture. And if you ever notice, a lot of the Mexicans, the real native looking ones, they don't grow beards. And when they have facial hair, it's very little. And for those discovering the photos of the Mayans with dreads, the ancient depictions of the Mayans with dreads, Native Americans also wore dreads. I don't know if you guys know this. Like I said before, there were dark-skinned Native American tribes, but they are not related to black Americans.
Thank you, my friend. I got love for somebody like him, and I will respect you, my brother, always. Black power, African power. You know what I'm saying? Like, I respect that shit. If I was African, I would ride that shit to the fucking fullest. You know what I mean? Because I can't change that. Like, you can't change who the fuck you are. Heritage is not a fucking choice. Titles are, not heritage.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm a black person. Like, and that prompt kind of like throwing me off. Like, I don't know what that type, what y'all mean by that. Like, well, that's exactly what he means. Well, what he means, I didn't know. You know, I think it's more to get people to click. But the dude, yeah, both of those guys, the guy in the blue, basically, a lot of Hispanics feel, a lot of these guys, like those guys, the guy in the blue jacket, and I saw the other guy, the guy with the yellow thing on his head. These guys feel that they had to go out of their way to insult and to diminish and to misappropriate comments from a Mexican or Hispanic culture in order to align themselves in the good graces of the so-called black community on the internet or whatever. Yeah, I mean,
So at this point, I truly believe that this little cocksucker over here, this little fucking brown guy with long fucking hair acting like he's native, I believe that he thinks that the original natives were black looking. I believe it. You know why? 'Cause I'm gonna share this Facebook with y'all. Look, listen, this is my Facebook account. I don't give a fuck. Whatever, man. I don't care. I mean, you're on fucking media and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you hide this stuff? So look, let me show you something. I hope you don't mind, sis. Let me hold on. I'm gonna hide your stuff because you're not allowing me to share your private stuff. So let's go here. No, not that one. Let's go. Where are you at? I think it's this one. No, not that one. Hold on. I'm trying to hide certain people because they didn't agree with me sharing this shit. So that's rude. What is it? The hell? Where are you? Anyway, so I was posting on our channel regarding this guy, and I called him out. I called his ass out, and he does not want to debate whatsoever. Not even one fucking moment. Not even a slight bit of it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is me right here. Like I'm like, look. I said, trust sis, he won't respond. This young generation doesn't have it. They're just when it's comfortable and convenient. Give it a day. Dude, like he never answered. Look, and I'll show you. I just realized one thing. I know why he doesn't call out these negros. It's because he probably thinks that they were here originally. That's what it is. See, this is what he's not saying. He's quick to call the white man out because he believes that the niggers were here originally. Ask him that shit. You see? That's what he believes. That's what he's not saying. So anybody that wants to deal with that little fucking kid, tell him that I'm looking for his ass. Let's see if he has the balls to fucking debate somebody that knows the fucking history. And let's see if he has the fire the same way or the aggression towards these so-called white invaders the same way that we have negro invaders. Let's see if he has the same fucking fire.
I mean, so what you're saying, like, are they taking up for the black community? Like, are they going against their own people? They're reaching, and creating these false narratives saying that the Mexicans and the Hispanics have these things to mejorar la raza. When I've never even heard that. Nobody say that about, oh yeah, you got to better your race, so let's just not mess around with blacks. Never heard that growing up. Never. Have I heard people say, oh yeah, you're darker, so you might, you look like an Indian, or you're, from Hispanics. Yeah, I've heard that. But that goes around in the black community too. How many times you see the black? Oh man, you dark as hell. Hey, look at that black ass Negro. How many times have black people? That voice is crazy. Multiple times. Yeah. How many times? That's true. That's true. Though. Yeah. So for them to kind of just try to that goes against how a lot of these communities behave. How are you gonna get mad at somebody for doing that and be like, no, it's okay when my people do it because we're our own people, but you can't do it or you can't. So hold on. So they're trying to judge Hispanics for being like that or having those same thoughts when they hate their own skin sometimes when they go in the mirror.
Yeah. See, and user, this is I feel like I'm repeating to myself, but I'm gonna say it again. Like, I feel like you can respond back to ignorance without being ignorant. You can respond to racism without being racist. Don't make bigots make you stoop to their level. Just because they're being jackasses and being racist to you, don't mean you have to be racist back to them. Like.
So I want to ask about that shit. You know what? Because that shit, that comment, those statements always come from the black man or the black woman. You can't be really racist. You know what I'm saying? You can't really stretch it. You motherfuckers are racist as fuck. Let's be honest. You call Mexicans wetbacks. Didn't Red Supreme call our gente wetbacks? By the way, I'm still waiting for your fucking response, Red Supreme. If you Billy Badass, I called your ass out. Let's debate this topic. If you the real Hebrew, you're the real original people of this land. I've called you guys out. So this, man, look, I'm so glad, bro, that at least I have family that is listening into this shit, because it's time that you and I start waking the fuck up, bro. I'll give you an example. When you guys watch like Cholo channels, because we all watch those Cholo channels, right? Like, oh, gangster channels, because that's kind of like what we're like trying to relate to our history, right? We're trying to go back to who are we? What the fuck? And we're trying to listen to other gente saying like who we are, right? And what happened to these Cholo channels? As soon as they started talking shit about rap music and all this fucking blackity black shit, they got checked. Boom. You started mentioning this fucking character named Whack 100 or whatever the fuck it is. Listen, I know a guy from Oceanside, Postole Town. As a matter of fact, let me rephrase that. I know a guy from Vista. Blood brother. Like he's a blood that wants to deal with him. And he's running from him. You know, this is internal shit. Like, I'm not a gangster, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck about that shit. You get what I'm saying? But somebody like that, a 5'6" motherfucker, goes and checks all you raza out. Who's getting chased by a vato in Vista that he don't want to talk to, that you guys don't know about. You see what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck, bro? What is this? What is this stupid nonsense? We became cholos to protect ourselves. And we forgot who we were from the beginning. Do you guys realize that the only reason why that whole cholo gangster shit even occurred was because from back in the day when the Zoot Suits, you guys realize that we were just trying to protect our neighborhood? We didn't want people to come into our hood and take advantage of our people, because our people are not typically aggressive. Like, that's not in our nature to be that way. We have warriors in our people, but not everybody's a warrior. Do you understand that? So the warriors protect the people. That's what we do. That's what we did. That's what it all started. Because they were taking advantage of our raza. Because our parents are not like that, fam. Y'all know that shit. You know, they go shopping, go to work. They don't, it's okay, mijo, olvídalo, no te preocupes. Isn't that what they did within ourselves when we used to fight with each other? Brothers and sisters, they would say, no, déjalo en paz, está molesto. Leave it alone, it's not a big deal. So they just taught us to just ignore aggression. Like, ignore it, it's okay. Yeah, I wasn't born that way. I welcome aggression. I want aggression. I was born with aggression. When I was 9, 10 months old, I used to pass out because I was so fucking mad. That's why I know that I'm a generational fucking warrior. So in order for you to shut me down, you're going to have to do some crazy shit. And now at this moment, people know who I am. So if something happens to me, guess what? Something's really weird. So someone will come after me. And that's what I like, because that's what we are. I'm so sick and tired of us getting taken advantage of, family. I'm so fucking sick and tired of our people getting abused. Since 1492, this has been going on. When the fuck are you going to realize, or when are you going to be tired of its shit? Now the Anglo-Saxon wants to say that they're superior than you once again. Wake the fuck up. This is our land. We are Hebrews, and God is on our side. Do you want to know how he fights for you? When you start repenting. I know that sounds silly. I know you think, that's not possible. I'm telling you. The power is within. It's within your spirit. You want to get to know the Most High? You got to get to know yourself. You want to get you want to get to know the creator of all? You have to repent and seek within. Because he is within you, raza. He is within you. He's not outside of you. He is not in no church. He's nowhere near. He is within you. And you know what? Raza doesn't have that pride anymore. You want to know why? Because they got disconnected from the Most High, bro. Because the Most High gave us that power. When you start looking at the history that our people talked about, they said, bro, listen, man, God talked to us all the time, bro. Listen, I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll give an example. I'll give you a freaking beautiful example. All right, I'll give you an example. A lot of times, some of us, I think we need pictures and shit, and it's okay. We all need pictures. Let me show you something real quick. There's a page that I have that says that people did not know the name of God until 1520. So I can say it, but you guys won't believe it unless I show you. Hopefully I can find it. But the fact is that that's what occurred. These people knew the name of God after they showed up in the 1500s over here. Okay? So the only way that they knew of the name of God was when they showed up here. Do you understand what that means? Yeah, I can't find it. Raza doesn't have pride because Raza doesn't understand who the fuck chose them. Do you understand? I'll tell you this, bro. I don't wake up in the morning yelling and screaming at everybody saying that I'm an Israelite or I'm a Hebrew. Fuck no, dog. You don't need that. If you're Raza, you're Raza. You know what I'm saying? For example, if you're a murderer, you're a murderer through and through. That's who you are. I wake up every morning and I know who I am. And it took years to understand that. Do you want to know what got me to that point? Was when I understood how fucked up I was to my family. When I understood how bad I was to my kids, to my brothers and sisters, to my neighbors, to my people. When I started realizing that, I had so much ego within me, I needed to get rid of that. And that shit was fed to me by these foreigners. When I started looking at my people, my gente, my kids, my wife, my children, when I started looking outside of myself, brother, I started changing. And that's something that you and I have, that a lot of people don't have.
Yeah, I feel like I'm talking to kids sometimes when I'm dealing with this. Oh, well, he did it first. He hit me first. Okay, I understand, but we're not 5 years old anymore. You don't have those. You know what I'm saying? You can say Tanner, I get it. Somebody get it, Tanner. Somebody goes get I hear you. I hear you, Tanner. I know, but what I'm saying is, as the adults in the room, as the people who have common sense, we say, oh, this is this kind of person I'm dealing with. I'm not going to interact with them. I'm not going to engage with them.
Girls, they want to be black. The Latinas want to be black. The guys want to be black, and they want to put on, do rags and rap and do all this stuff because that's what's cool.
Here's the thing, family. I grew up in the 90s, and none of us wanted to be black. That wasn't possible. You get what I'm saying? At that time in the 90s, we didn't have the concept of trying to be something that we were not. We were just who we were, and we created things, and things happen. All of a sudden, now you have this generation where they're trying to be or supporting somebody that you should not be supporting, especially this little cracker barrel there here in the bottom and shit. It's okay. Let's continue.
TV.
I smack the shit out of my own kid if they ever do that.
So
you got to do what you got. You got to do what you got to do, man.
So that's why the females or a lot of the girls, they want to be oh, let me be with what's cool. Being with a black dude, that's what's cool. So sometimes you got to also look back and say, hold on.
You know what, Sis? I like that you said that. Meshi, that included my friend, Indigenous Revolution. He's cool as fuck, but university education and has indoctrination from highest education. He thinks we are from... So here's the interesting part about that. He says we're from Siberia, okay? But he also said that we were not. Now, if he says we were from Siberia, what is so far from the concept of the 10 tribes migrating from over there? So that insecurity doesn't want him to place those people there, just like university says, you're not the Israelites, you're Siberian. But the only people that migrated over here were the 10 tribes. Make that make sense. You know what I'm saying? It's please. Only those who got raised with or without pride are being raza or lost, but many still get raised to love their. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not even about like loving your indigenous race. It's just like loving your family. Like I wake up in the morning, like I think about my mom and my dad. You know what I mean? Like I think about my kids. Like those are indigenous people. I don't even have to say no. I'm not trying to offend you or anything. I just don't even have to think about like, oh, I'm gonna love my indigenous bloodline today. Fuck no, I'm just gonna love my people. You know, you know what I mean? Like I don't wear this shit on the surface. Like it's not a coat for me. I'm sharing this with you all because I truly believe this is who we are. And DNA proves it. I mean, unless I got here myself, unless I was the only one that came here, unless my parents were the only ones that got here, then fuck. You know what I mean? I don't think that's possible. We're talking about all migration, not just naked people, with cattle, with food, with, family, grandmothers, grandfathers, little kids, young men, women on menstrual cycles, women who are pregnant. Are you thinking that we were just like walking straight across? No, we stopped at every gap. That's history.
Am I as a person, and then see how old I am or my maturity level, am I dating a black girl or am I dating a black dude because this is what I like, or am I dating it because it's what's cool?
It's the illusion. It's the illusion
cool.
that has been
That's
created through
degeneracy right there.
It's the illusion that's been created through propaganda, through Hollywood and fucking hip hop. And with other people's cultures too, on top of that shit. Part of what so this is what trips me.
So listen, I'm not trying to follow this whole debate here that they got going on, because that's not the class that's in session and shit. But I wanted to show this to y'all because I think it's important that we start understanding what the fuck do we believe in. Who are you? Are you raza or are you not? Do you care about your gente or do you not? Do you look? Listen, I'll give an example. I have 4 kids. I have a 22-year-old daughter, a 13-year-old boy, a 25-year-old son. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 25, 22, 12, and 4. Okay. And my daughter is a very good woman, beautiful. And I don't say that because, she's very attractive. And she's a virgin. So I raise kids like that. So we're asking you to raise kids like that. You men that are out there raising kids, we have decent women out here for you. Just like I expect y'all to raise good kids so then my daughter can marry good men. Do you get what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? We need to start developing this shit. Because we're doing it already. Y'all need to catch up.
Actually, we're dealing with. Balkanization in America is really what it is. And it's just a repetitive thing about who they are. You should not be concerned with asking these questions. Let me show you this real quick. You see the Visigoths, right here. Actually, no, let me go back. This is Wikipedia, so I'll just make it simple. The Visigoths were basically a breakup of the Franks, the Huns, Germanic people, Reconquistas, and Merovingian dynasty. All right, so now you see this Merovingian dynasty. It's these Europeans that came from those regions. You see this right here. So again, we're giving you a historical past of these Edomites, these heathens, these hateful people of nations. The ones that came supposedly to be friends and completely broke up every single treaty. You can't. These are not people that you can trust and that will keep their word at all. Now let's look at the Middle Ages. What are the Middle Ages? You see here, go. That's what here. So now that we know who the Visigoths are, now that we know that they were around that they had that Germanic blood, and they were in Rome and Greece. If you guys watch the movie The Gladiator, they're fighting against a barbarian Germanic tribe. That's what they're fighting against. A Germanic tribe, barbarian. This is who they are. This is the kind of people that they are. Why do you think they invaded their own White House, bro? They have no unity. That's why they only can sit under the American title, because they don't even know who the fuck they are. They're Irish, they're Spanish, they're Italian, they're Germans, they're French. A lot of them have all those bloodlines. They don't even know they don't even know who their father is. They don't even know if they're really Irish or they're really Italian or they're really French or they're really German. So the last thing they can hold on to is, I'm an American. Stupid ass. 5th through the 15th century, the Middle Ages, pertains to these Europeans, these Balkanish feudalist individualists. This is who they are. Now, the interesting part is that it says 5th to the 15th century. These are the ones that Constantine gave, leeway to. These are so-called Christians. But I find it so interesting how it says there, right? 500 AD to 1500 AD. Isn't that interesting? Now, I'm going to share this with y'all here. Look, here goes right here. Boom. Here's another one. Everything you always wanted to know about the Balkanization, you were afraid to ask. Balkanization is a term that does not need much explanation today. It has dominantly, although not exclusively, become a shorthand in the global political, cultural, social, artistic, and other circles for describing the violent process of disintegration, lost heritage, of a social political entity, lost heritage, such as the state, federation, union, nation, community, social identity. Damn. This is their history. Nationalism is not an ancient trait of the European Southeast. Holy Mother of Jesus. Rather, it is a classic Western European product, which until the first decade of the 20th century was generally a marginal phenomenon in the Balkan region. It has only become prominent when it was imported into the region. Wars fought around using issues of nationalism. Isn't that what the right wing is always saying? We're nationalists. 776. We're nationalists. Balkanization. Similarly, the border discourse around Balkanization, ethnic cleansing, and as also emerged as a defining feature of Yugoslavia conflicts, despite the origin of the practice in the Austro-Hungarian monarch, ethnic cleansing of the Muslim Ottoman population in the 19th century. I was reading down, my bad, I didn't tell you. Oh, I'll show you this real quick. I'm moving fast because I know I took time in the earlier videos. You guys can always come back to watch this. Skip the whole first hour because I'm just showing videos unless you guys care about that. But this is where we get into the meat. It tells you that in the early parts of the period, Central Europe is inhabited by various tribes, either pagan or newly Christian. Ah, for real, dog. Pinches. Hold on. That means you're fake. By 1000, the region is the heartland of the Holy Roman Empire. You see this family? The Visigoths, the Franks, all of these were what? They were Romans, right? They found the country in the same condition. Okay, I don't want to dig too much into this. You guys can read it if you want, but it's just giving you a history that this is actually true. The Visigoths, the Franks, all of these people are the ones that predominantly developed Europe. They were in Rome, in Greco-Roman territory. They came out of there, came into Spain, came into the north, went into Britain, went into Germany, went into Ireland, went into all those regions. The shift affects the patronage of the arts, 6th and 7th century. Patrons, commissionable, portable, metal, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You see, here, check this out. The 9th and 10th century emperors seek to replicate the splendors of Christian Rome. See? You see this? Let me give you a little bit more. Balkan Peninsula, 500 to 1000 AD. See? That's where they come out of. I'm not making this up. They don't want to admit to this, but this is where they come out of. Look. This is who you white people are. So don't be surprised if you got pedophilia in your bloodline, or you like to rape women when you turn 40, and men too, and eat them, or you just like the same sex. That's who you guys are. That's part of you. That's where you come from. This region right here. So don't be surprised you're still stuck with Christianity and very confused. Once again, this is a good book to get. The Roots of Balkanization. Eastern Europe. We know the Bible said in Revelation 20, get a hold of the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years and cast him into the bottomless pit. He should deceive. What's going on? Why is it switch on me like that? Huh, that's weird. That he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. That 1,000 years should be fulfilled. 1,000 years. 500 AD, 1500 AD is 1,000 years.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
The Moors came up north in 711 AD, started conquering, and finally lost power in 1500 AD. Now, remember, keep in mind, they went fully into the land in 700 AD, but they were fighting these people since 500 AD. This is who they are. White people cannot deny this shit. You are fake Christians who don't know the Bible, and you want to judge your own people because you don't even know how to judge your own selves. Jesus did away with the laws. Okay, sounds good. Gays can't be gays, but that's in your nature. Well, you can't really do it in front of us. Oh, really? Look, 500 to 1500th century, 1,000 years of the Middle Ages being shut down, family. 1,000 years. So now let's look into this balkanization. I like to show you guys scriptures, and I also like to share videos, and I like to
most project management,
because you have to exercise every senses. You got to exercise the visual. You got to listen, right? And you got to read. Those are the things that will allow your mind to expand. That whole nonsense of the first thing in the first 5 years are the most important. No, man. And supposedly they say after that you don't learn. No, not at all. Your mind is always able to regenerate. You will always learn and grow. Trust and believe that.
Tools are like a black box. No idea who's doing what until it's too late. But with
let's listen to Halifas again, because he's talking about the next war, which is why I said WW3, right, is going to be between them and me, meaning us and them. I have to say it that way because I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'll get in trouble for saying it. But that's where I see WW3 happening here. Against, and like the brother had given me this picture a long time ago, and I really thank him for bringing that to my attention. This is the magazine I got. I got the magazine, right? When I saw this, and I knew. Missiles, supposedly the savior. Timing, voting. This is the lithium. This is the stock market. This is the, tariff trading, the ships and all the containers. And this is the guy from China. And I think, and I don't know yet who this is, but I think, and I'll leave it open, because they're talking about South America. Zelensky, Putin, wars. You see the nights, the moons, the time of process. This is the actual why they're fighting for lithium. Because, in a matter of fact, Mexico, by the way, in case you don't know this, in 2024, this is why I knew that WW3 would be between us and them. Because look, this is what they want. White power! The balkanization. They want their system to be the way they've always been. Separate by conquering. Listen to this.
Mira, en el libro de Caspar Weinberger, The Next War, La Guerra Próxima, ya lleva más de 20 años ese libro, él habla de la invasión a México.
Show, and if you read the book, you'll see that the activities that the United States did in that Mexican scenario were designed to relieve the Mexican people of very major suffering caused by a guerrilla terrorist kind of activity that had taken over from the regular Mexican government after assassination.
El muro, quien mejor, ahora sí vamos a la mercadotecnia de Trump, él siempre ha glorificado a la empresa israelí Magal Systems, que es la que hace los muros, en cuya tiene parte accionaria el Estado de Israel. Eso tampoco hay que olvidarlo. Y son especialistas en muros, sino que le pregunten a los palestinos, ¿no? En Gaza, en Cisjordania, muros de la ignominia, ¿no? Y en México son los candidatos primarios a la construcción del muro. Igual que tienes la empresa Mekorot, que es de Israel, del agua, que son los que quieren privatizar el agua con Korenfeld, ¿no? Que es un felón, etcétera. Entonces,
you see that image right there? You see that? Let that sink in. This is who came with them since the beginning of time, family. They've been financing this shit since the get-go. Let me show you this right here. Here it goes right here. Matter of fact, let me play it because it's not that long. It's not that long. It's going to talk about. Here, let me skip it to here. Okay, let's go.
Que no es con túneles subterráneos, con sensores muy finos, toda esa tecnología que ellos manejan muy bien. Y que obviamente no la maneja Cemex. Bueno, Cemex, no puedes perder de vista la relación de Cemex con Enrique Krause. Cemex es la mayor publicista de toda la vida de Enrique Krause en las letras libres, que ni es de él, es de Televisa. Entonces, es muy clara esa conexión. Yo creo que aquí la comunidad israelí va a estar metida en un lío si no define su lealtad. Porque ahorita que estamos viendo a la remexicanización de México, porque a México lo habían desmexicanizado. Todo el grupo itamita lo había desmexicanizado, lanzándose al modelo neoliberal sionista, pero los gringos no nos aceptaron. Bueno, a ellos, yo nunca estuve de ese lado, ¿no? Los sacaron a patadas y ahora se quieren remexicanizar, ¿no? Y te hablan de unidad cuando ellos siempre practicaron la desunión. Entonces, yo creo que aquí el problema es tienen que mostrar bien su lealtad. Yo, si fuera la comunidad, sí les aconsejaría que deben fustigar, criticar la construcción del muro por una empresa israelí. E igual a nivel de Mekorot, la privatización del agua. Porque sí se va a aumentar el antisemitismo definido por ellos a ese nivel. Y a mí van a ser más popular.
¿Podría pensarse en una división o balcanización de los Estados Unidos mexicanos?
You hear that? You hear that? You hear that? This is why they want to supposedly consider the narcos terrorists. This is the reason why they want to consider narcos terrorists. For the re-balkanization. By dividing once again who we are, we will then lose our identity once more. When you separate the north, the south, the east, and the west, guess what? We're not raza no more. Just like in California. You got norteños and sureños fighting over so-called territory, which, by the way, right now don't even belong to us. You guys are fighting under... Anyways, that's, whatever. The point is the mindset. This is feudalism. Balkanization is feudalism. They've been using it since the beginning of time, family. This is not our system. We're a communal people. We support each other and respect each other's territories. So you don't own it. It's balkanization. The king gave you the land. You are the Lord. So you manage that land. But if you don't give him his taxes, he'll take that shit. Rights program.
Mira, yo cada vez que estudio a Netanyahu, desde hace 20 años, cuando manejé el concepto, y a ti te conoce la palestinización de los mexicanos, pues me basé en lo que hacía Netanyahu en Israel, con los palestinos. Y es lo mismo que está haciendo Trump con los mexicanos. Pero ¿qué siguió? Hoy Israel está propiciando la balcanización de los países árabes. En Irak, en Siria, en Líbano, etc. Bueno. Y incluso hasta en Turquía, y ya no siendo árabes, ya a nivel islámico, entre kurdos y turcos, a ellos les conviene. Porque eso es lo que sustenta la teocracia y el apartheid de Israel. Mira, yo te doy datos duros del ejército de Estados Unidos, sobre todo de gente muy vinculada a Israel. Por ese proyecto de balcanización hay que tenerlo presente. Mira, en el libro de Caspar Weinberger, The Next War, La Guerra Próxima, ya lleva más de 20 años ese libro, te hablo del secretario del Pentágono, habla de la invasión a México.
Show, and if you read the book, you'll see that the activities that the United States did in that Mexican scenario were designed to relieve the Mexican people of very major suffering caused by a guerrilla terrorist kind of activity that had taken over from the regular Mexican government after assassination.
Y empieza a hablar Robert Kaplan, que él se formó en el ejército israelí, nos guste o no, estaba en una revista muy importante de Atlantic, que incluso tiene mucha influencia con Clinton, con Obama, etcétera, etcétera. Él maneja que hay 3 Méxicos y que México puede ir a su norte, centro y sur, ¿no? Bueno, luego hay Stratford, que es Strategic Forecasting,
que es... pero fíjate cómo me lleva toda la pista a Israel. Al final del día, todos los caminos llevan a Israel.
See, at the end of the day, it all leads to that heathenish nation. It all leads to them. Let me read this to you guys real quick. Job, let's see, Job chapter 5, verse 12. I do want to say this though. He disappointed the devices of the crafty so that their hands cannot perform their enterprise. This goes in answer to you, brother. You're saying that, what should we do? I mean, you don't just sit back. Like, you really are, if you really believe in our creator, bro, there's a lot of stuff that is required of you. First things first is repent, man. Cleanse your ways. And start looking at your people with love, compassion, and empathy. Stop hating yourself and stop hating our gente. Start to show love to our people. Because this is all we got. He taketh away the wise of their own craftiness, and the counsel of the froward is carried headlong. So as much as they try to plan these things, he ain't gonna allow them to do this. They had their chance one time, that's it. This is their second run. Sorry, Trump. Sorry, crackety cracks. You ain't gonna happen like that. They meet with darkness in the daytime and grope in noonday as in the night, meaning this is going to be flipping on them. The curses that happen to us is going to be happening to them at this point forward now. They may seem like they're moving forward with their plan, but I'm telling you right now, this is called desperation. Psalms 33:10 also says the same thing. The Lord bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught, meaning that you might think you have a plan, but he's going to destroy that shit. He make the devices of the people of none effect. So, and as much as you try to plan this out, like, yeah, it's going to happen. We're going to take over. Nah. Listen, you had your chance. You had your chance. Just like Canaan, you had your chance. That's it. Finito. No more. Isaiah 19:3. And the spirit of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof. You see? And I will destroy the counsel thereof. And they shall seek to the idols and to the charmers and to them that have familiar spirits and to the wizards. Because that's what we know that BHI likes to do. That is their root. Y'all worship demons. We know this now. Your boy Matthews was the one that started this whole thing. The verse 14, the Lord hath mingled a perverse spirit in the midst thereof, and they have caused Egypt to err in every work thereof, as drunken man staggered in his vomit. Neither shall there be any work for Egypt which the head or tail, branch or rush may do. I'm going to show you this video, which I find so interesting. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Give me a second. This is the 6 stages, I believe. Did I download it now? Oh, that's right. I didn't download it here. I'm going to show you this video, family. 6 stages real quick. I thought I downloaded it, but I didn't. Let me show you something. Give me a second real quick. All right, so let me download this real quick. 6 stages. Video 2025. Okay, hold on. All right, give me a second. Let me go ahead and get it for y'all. Let's learn about this. I found this video to be very interesting. It gives us an idea. It gives us an idea of what a society looks like. It's pretty quick. Check this out. All right, let's go.
Glubb analysed the life cycle of empires. He found remarkable similarities between them all. An empire lasts about 250 years, or 10 generations, from the early pioneers to the final conspicuous consumers who become a burden on the state. 6 ages define the lifespan of an empire. The age of pioneers, the age of conquests, the age of commerce, the age of affluence, the age of intellect, ending with bread and circuses in the age of decadence. There are common features to every age of decadence. An undisciplined, overextended military, the conspicuous display of wealth, a massive disparity between rich and poor, a desire to live off a bloated state, and an obsession with sex. But perhaps the most notorious trait of all is the debasement of the currency. The United States and Great Britain both began on a gold or silver standard, long since abandoned. Rome was no different.
He said Rome was no different. Rome was no different. So you got to be mindful of what that means. You got to be mindful of what it's actually talking about. Matthew 10:26, I got that for you, bro. It says, "You fear them not, therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known." As a repetitive nature of a nation. They cannot walk away from who they are, according to the Bible. These are the people that were supposed to come here and kind of like, whoop the ass in order for us to get it together. We're losing our minds, so to speak. Proverbs 26:27. "Whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein, and he that rolleth a stone, it will return upon him." So again, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Now, again, I'm going back to the whole history of who these people are, because it's time that they find out again who they are, because they don't want to face it. American feudalism. How our nation went from "we the people" to "my feelings trump your rights." Most Americans who are bent towards socialism do not identify themselves publicly as socialists. Nor do they employ the Marxism slogan that socialism is a wave of the future. Nonetheless, they have a way of looking at things that embraces the idea. The American approach to socialism is gradualist, piecemeal, and step by step. It is by a way of government intervention, government-provided welfare program, and government regulation control. These steps are called progressive and are said to be keeping the contemporary situation and modern needs as supposed to be the pointed towards a brighter future. So they say. But here's what happens here. Government is a means. The development of statism, the totalizing of government power of the lives of citizens, and a veneration of the organ in which the power resides is both obvious and readily explained. That's what they're trying to do, by the way. They're trying to take rights from everybody because they want it to be the white way. No other way but the white way. We see here then, the abundance will enable a reversal of an old order of things. Modern mercantilism will remove the economic machine from the middle of the landscape to one side, where under the planning by inducement, its ever more efficient automata will provide the goods and services required by the general welfare. Here we see that mercantilism, or should I say capitalism, is supposedly trying to replace feudalism. Feudalism has no such apologist. Yet what we are developing is much more closely akin to feudalism than to mercantilism, meaning capitalism, and much more steeply entwined with the premises of those who think of themselves as socialists. See, the thing is this, when as much as you try to move away from who you guys are, you will always bring back yourselves of who you guys are. Capitalism is just feudalism. So that's what it is. A new feudalism does not, of course, resemble the old feudalism. In detail generally, the similarity is essential. Modern socialists have not revived the outraged trapping of monasticism, have not established lords of the manor who defend their position with swords and shields, and have not permitted a religious hierarchy to rule over a certain area of life. Well, they're doing it now. It should be obvious that it is not such matter. It should be obvious that it is not in such matter that feudalism has been revived. In at least two essentials, also, the new feudalism is unlike the old. Positions are not inherited generally, and powers are not concentrated or unchecked, rather than divided and balanced against one another. In the United States, which concerns us here, the new feudalism is corporate in a manner of similar to the old. Now, I find it so interesting because I was also reading this book called Los Judíos en el Descubrimiento de América, right? By Daniel Mesa Bernal, printed in 1989, volume 252, number 252, volume 38. Watch what it says here. And again, it was just the first page. I haven't read the whole thing, and I kind of went back and forth. I've had this for a few years, but this is what caught my attention. Okay, check this out. Okay. There it goes. I was starting to read it, and I did not know what that word meant. Honestly, I didn't know. I was like, feudalismo? What is that? So that's what started this class. It says, a partir del siglo XIX, se presenta en Europa una renovación ideológica, con nuevas inquietudes espirituales, con la desaparición de del feudalismo, se inicia la formación de las modernas naciones europeas. They were moving away from feudalism because they were doing it to themselves, and then they became each other independent states, right? Se produce transformación política, científicas, religiosas, literarias y económicas que afectan la forma de la vida de los pueblos. So we see here, right, that this is an actual los judíos en el descubrimiento de América. So he's talking about things that were supposedly left behind, but they brought them here. Se producen transformaciones. Hold on a second. Afectan la vida de. Okay. El nombre toma interés por el universo haciendo abstracción de conceptos religiosos. La reforma debilita el poder de la iglesia y de la autoridad del Papa, y la imprenta, por su parte, difunde toda clase de conocimiento y contribuye a que la cultura pase de las manos del clero a la burguesía. ¿Sí? So they took it from the church and they gave it to the haciendas, because that's where it all occurred. Look, en 1492, cuando Europa reconoció a Roma como Tribunal Supremo de las Leyes Internacionales, el español de origen judío, Rodrigo Borja, remember, el español de origen judío, Rodrigo Borja, Borgia, you see that? Borgia is of so-called Jewish descent. Ocupa el trono de San Pedro con el nombre de Alejandro VI. Ese mismo año España descubre a la América y son expulsados los judíos. So-called Jesus, right? Because that's what they say. The BHI say that Caesar Borgia was Jesus. Well, Borgia had a Jewish origin. If you guys say you ruled Europe, you mean you're telling me you didn't know this shit either? Y'all stupid, man. You doesn't even know what to teach anymore. But we see here now that through the descubrimiento de América, we see a somehow, some way connection to el comiendas, which deals with feudalism. Check this out. Era conocida la ascendencia sefardita del rey católico. Y era ostensiblemente diferente con las gentes de la estirpe de su madre, y según don Salvador de Madariaga, cuando Juan II envió a su hijo Fernando de Sicilia como rey. So even the king had a Sephardic descent. Y'all trying to be Sephardics? This is what I'm telling you, man. You guys don't know what you're talking about when you try to say we're Sephardics too. This is really crazy. Anyways, that's the whole concept started from feudalism. Now we go back into Revelation 13 and 9. Sorry, I'm going fast. I just want to make sure that I can cover a lot of what I was trying to bring out. Revelation 13 and 9 once again says this. Let's go to 11. And I beheld another beast coming out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth and them which dwell thereon to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. After 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, we knew that this particular individual would get back in power. And how would they start manipulating our people? How would they implement this balkanization, feudalism? Many be broken without hand. So now we see this. Now, let me show you this. Encomiendas wasn't fun for us, family. Encomiendas was not fun for us. Encomiendas. Give me a second. I appreciate you guys that are sticking around. I know I go along on these classes, but hey, you know what? That's just the way I roll, bro. I'm old school, man. Anyways, let's listen to this real quick. I think this is important. You guys need to really, really pay attention to this stuff. Give me a second. Let me close this up. I don't need this right now. Hold on a second. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let me show you guys this. I see what's going on, man. Wow. So the live is like keeps disconnecting me. Give me a second. That's I don't even know what the hell to think anymore, family. This is so crazy, man. Like it literally just disconnects it and then man. Hold on. Here it goes. Let me play it.
The Hacienda system was a tragedy for Mexico.
The haciendas were large estates. Some originated from Spanish land grants, while others were made up of lands the owners had bought or stolen. They were nearly totally self-sufficient enterprises that up until the revolution functioned in a semi-feudal system. The haciendas generated much of the wealth of the country, but most of it stayed in the hands of a few. The owner, called an hacendado, had nearly total power over the peones, the people who worked the land. The southern state of Morelos was home to some of the richest haciendas in all of Mexico. Many of them were sugar plantations, long known for horrendous conditions. After centuries of abuse, Morelos was ripe for a rebellion.
Un día en Cocoyoc, ahí en esa calle donde vivo, pues empujando a un español. Indio, ¿qué haces? Así con ese palabra orgulloso. ¿Qué haces, indio? El indio se agacha. Usted lo ve, señor. Porque ya sabía que la opresión era grande. Por eso, los que nos lanzamos a la revolución en defensa de la patria, no fue una valentía, un orgullo, una necesidad.
Que querían que trabajáramos a punta de ciudadanos por 25 centavos, amaneciendo hasta metesol. Andaban los alcapaces en las calles, que no hubiera ninguno en su casa sentado ni acostado, menos, y lo veían, vamos para afuera, ni permiso pedían los alcapaces. A punta de chicotazo, vamos a cargarse la calle, a cortar calle, por 25 centavitos. Centavitos, no pesos, como ahora. ¿Y quién iba a aguantar eso? Dígame, ¿quién va a aguantar eso? Luego resultó esa la revolución.
And if you guys did pay attention, it says a semi-feudal state. No. Encomiendas are encomiendas. It's not a semi-feudal state. It is what it is. Now, in case you guys don't know this, and I'm bringing little pieces to you guys so you can understand what we are dealing with. See, this nation of people, the scripture said that they will have plans and all, but they just won't be able to come through with them because they're infighting. It's a group of nations. Remember, it's not just the Anglo. Daniel 2:41 says, and whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of the potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. But there shall be in it of strength of iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. So it's a mixture of individual thoughts and ideas, right? Religions and people. And as the toes of the feet were part iron and part clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. Just a mixture of people, a mixture of ideas, a mixture of languages like Babylon. Because that's really what you have to consider if you're looking at individuals like this right here. This should not be surprising to y'all what we have and what we are encountering this very day. Let me show you guys this real quick. I want to point this out. Where are you? Oh, here it goes right here. Is this it? Give me a second. Let's see. Where are you, man? I can't believe I can't find it now. This is crazy. Oh, hold on, family. Hold on. Let me see where I put it. I'll find it in a bit. It's all good. It's all good. Let me show you guys this real quick, okay? You guys show you a video. I thought I put it in here, but I guess I didn't. Sorry, man. This thing threw me off. Okay, so here,
the structure motorized
where things start getting kind of, difficult for people. Again, I showed you guys videos. I showed you guys some examples. I showed you guys like some of the things that we're experiencing. And it says that, even though that they have an enterprise, a so-called idea, supposedly to conquer, it is going to come to naught. You just don't have to be patient. You also have to be considerate of your people. Check this out. This is what I call demise.
I don't know how any of you guys are going and going and going. I know you gotta be at the same level of mental health as me. Every day it's something new between the flus and the stupid Biden and stupid Trump. And this country's, every day we're spending more and more money. None of us are getting ahead. The rich people are the ones that are fucking getting ahead. I'm tired of struggling. I've done everything I can. I'm trying to be a good man. I take care of my daughter. I take care of my wife. The best I can. I can't keep going. Every day it's something new. And then on top of that, as if you're not trying to spend money, you have to. Fucking everything's expensive. I own a painting company. I still can't fucking make it. I'm fucking trying, man. I can't look at my daughter and my wife and know I'm failing.
Over COVID, obviously, I stopped. And there's always been an underlying tone that America is dangerous. But, you know, we run Hollywood, so a lot of the media that is consumed by people in other countries is still American. However, I'm on my first international trip since COVID, and it has gotten worse. I have heard from every nationality that America is dangerous, but head around it.
This short 59-page book will make 6 figures on Amazon this year. In fact, I paid Ghostwriter.
You live in America. You live in the freest, safest country in the world.
There's 165 countries in the world that have freedom for their citizens, and America ranks number 23 among those in terms of actual individual freedom that their citizens have. Also, among those countries, 72 of those have universal access to healthcare for all their citizens. America's not one of those, which is crazy because Americans work the 13th most hours among these countries while also paying the 14th highest tax rate among these countries. And also couple that with the fact that America
survive, you know, that we're a country, we're a people that are in debt, right? Even at the highest levels of our government. The country itself, we are in an immense amount of debt. But when we think of our job market, when we think of things like the gig economy, the hustle culture, and the devaluation of the very concept of a career, I think this is still one of the great self-defining parts of our lives, which is our job, our career.
I saw that scripture, bro. That's why I wanted to wait. Obadiah 1:8. Check this out. And shall I not in that day, say the Lord, even destroy the wise man out of Edom and understanding out of the mount of Esau? You see, they're crying now. Now they're desperate. Now they're upset. Now they just don't know why things are happening. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. The demise of a nation happens, and again, it was regarding they would have 1,000 years to, to be free. I'm sorry, they would be locked down for 1,000 years, and then they'll have but a short time. That time is up. The time is up. Check this out.
We have so many economists coming on our air and saying, oh, this is a bubble and it's going to burst and this is going to be a real issue for the economy. Some say it could even cause a recession at some point. What is the worst case scenario if, in fact, we were to see prices come down substantially across the country?
Well, I guess I don't buy your premise. It's a pretty unlikely possibility. We've never had a decline in house prices on a nationwide basis.
Ben Bernanke became chairman of the Federal Reserve Board in February 2006, the top year for subprime lending.
See, it just takes me off the. Oh my God, this is so fucking stupid. Well, check this out, family. I'm gonna have to skip to this. So let's listen to some of this stuff that they admittedly say not to do. All right, watch.
Los Angeles residents, if you or a family member were impacted by the fires, it's important to.
Record losses of $3.2 billion, and its stock collapsed.
The effects of Lehman and AIG in September still came as a surprise. I mean, this is even after July and Fannie and Freddie. So clearly there was stuff that as of September, major stuff that nobody knew about.
I think that's fair.
Bear Stearns was rated AAA like a month before it went bankrupt?
More likely A2.
A2.
Lies, pure lies. And all financing did everything possible to make it seem as if everything was good, rated all kinds of things that, like, for example, you that don't have good credit, they rated you AAA, bro. Like, you guys are awesome. You guys pay on time. The prophecy's clear. Prophecy's clear. So let me read this to y'all. Baruch 4:12 25. It says here, my children, suffer patiently, that the wrath that is come upon you from God. For thine enemies had persecuted thee, but shortly thou shalt see his destruction, and shall tread upon his neck. My delicate ones have gone through rough ways, and were taken away as a flock caught of the enemies. Be of good comfort, O my children, and cry unto God, for ye shall be remembered of him that brought these things upon you. You guys are seeing this going on today. I had a chance to talk to a particular individual about this, and it's pretty crazy what he saw. He said he's going to send me some videos because he actually recorded them. Hopefully I can get them to him.
Los incendios que asolan el condado de Los Ángeles están alcanzando niveles históricos. 4 incendios principales continúan arrasando, dejando a su paso devastación y muerte. Al menos 10 personas han perdido la vida, pero las autoridades advierten que el número real de víctimas podría ser mucho mayor. Las evacuaciones masivas, sumadas a una alerta de evacuación enviada por error a millones de residentes, han provocado un caos generalizado. El incendio de Pacific Palisades, ahora considerado el más costoso en la historia de Estados Unidos, y el Eaton Fire han destruido al menos 10.000 estructuras. Comunidades enteras han quedado reducidas a cenizas. Para evitar saqueos, se han impuesto toques de queda, y la policía ya ha arrestado a varios saqueadores. Las condiciones climáticas siguen complicando los esfuerzos de los equipos de emergencia. Los fuertes vientos y la sequedad del terreno dificultan el control de las llamas, y si los vientos se intensifican, los aviones cisterna y helicópteros no podrán operar. Esto pone de manifiesto la vulnerabilidad de California frente a los incendios. Además, la jefa del Departamento de Bomberos de Los Ángeles advirtió que los recortes presupuestarios de $17 millones, aprobados recientemente, han limitado la capacidad de respuesta ante emergencias de gran escala como esta. Estas reducciones han afectado la formación y el uso de fuego. Gracias a su rápida acción, evitaron lo que pudo haber sido una tragedia aún mayor. Estos eventos, que parecen sacados de un guión apocalíptico, están sucediendo mientras hablamos. En este video vamos a profundizar en estos temas, relacionándolos con las señales proféticas de Mateo 24 y explorando lo que podría significar para nosotros y el mundo. Quédate hasta el final, porque lo que vamos a compartirte no solo es revelador, sino que puede cambiar la forma en la que vemos los tiempos que vivimos. Los incendios que están devastando el condado de Los Ángeles han alcanzado ya proporciones alarmantes, con más de 27.000 hectáreas quemadas. Hay múltiples incendios activos a la vez. Las autoridades temen que el número de víctimas pueda aumentar a medida que se realicen más evaluaciones en las áreas afectadas. El incendio de Pacific Palisades sigue siendo el más destructivo en la historia del condado de Los Ángeles.
And we're going to be finishing up at 5 o'clock, all right? So I got about another 20 minutes. So let me show you this real quick. I know I've shared this video before with y'all, and it may be annoying and shit. You know, like, man, you guys play. Nah, I don't care, bro. I don't care. It's prophetic.
I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, broadcasting to bring you this emergency action notification. This is a global emergency. Important information to follow.
That right there is what I wanted to show you. Check this out right here. Look at that fire. Look at this fire right here. It's coming in. First of all, it's our people saying, yo, it's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. Look at that. Those are the Meshiachas right there, man. Those are the giants. The giant Meshiachas are like, bro, we're here to get our shit back. Look at that. Bam. Who are these people? Let's go. Happy Halloween. That's a hint, family. Could it be 2025 Halloween? Look at that. So the same balkanization that they did to us will happen to them. This is no joke. This is serious stuff.
But who are those people that?
I've shared this with you guys before, the Hopi prophecy. It goes about 15 minutes, and he's talking about certain people are going to be here. So let me you guys can always watch this later. I have other videos that do this. But let's see exactly what's going to occur. It says here, at the end of time, when the Most High is when the highest is going to start visiting this land, you will start seeing things occur, fires and earthquakes and chaos and people and money inflation. Matter of fact, 2nd Ezra 16 says that when the food and everything gets real cheap, you're going to think that everything's good. No, that's when it's going to start saying. So once we started seeing 99-cent stores, Walmart, all of these stores closing, it's here. It's happening. It's in your face. It's 2nd Ezra, I believe, 16. I think it says here in verse 16. It says, here it goes. Let's see. Okay, here it goes right here. Verse 21. Behold, 2nd Ezra 16:21. Behold, visuals shall be so good, cheap upon the earth, that they shall think themselves to be in good cases. Yeah, America's prosperous. 99-cent stores. We can buy a car for, we can, you can buy shit for $1, right? And even then shall evils grow upon the earth. Sword, famine, and great confusion. So once you think it's good, can you go back and buy a 99-cent, something at the 99-cent store? Is there such a thing as a $5 store, 5 and under? No, everything's 10 and over. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? This is real stuff, family.
Clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night.
Broadcasting to bring you this emergency action notification. This is a global emergency. Important information to follow.
Basically saying that the only way that the balkanization system is destroyed, it cannot be by our hands, but by the hands of our spiritual creators. That's the only way it's going to occur, family. So you're asking, what can we do? Look out for your family. Repent. Seriously, cleanse your ways, man. Let go of your old way. Let go of that old filthy ways. Start using wisdom. Start paying attention to how your mind works. Start harnessing your spirit. Start working towards letting go of the flesh. Because if you believe that we're spiritual people, then this has to be a spiritual change. Just like the scripture said, it is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profited nothing. Now that's the dream that I had. I had several dreams like that. That were, there was a progressive stages of the dream. The first dream that I had was kind of like they're showing up in the clouds. The second dream I had was now they're like positioning themselves. And then the third dream was just like that fire coming down. And I remember being on the second floor and I said to myself, I got scared, but then I said, just pray. In my dream, I got on my knees and I started praying. That's all I could do at that moment. That's all I could do at that moment. So this right here that's going on right now, this is prophetic. And we're basically seeing the stages of what is occurring. Now we're seeing earthquakes, tsunamis, fire, destruction everywhere. Inflation. Like, talk about wars. Okay, come on, man. Look at this right here.
De los eventos que caracterizarán el tiempo previo a su regreso y al fin de los tiempos. Su discurso es de agua contaminada. Recién inició el año 2025 y ya
Here, let me read that real quick because I like what this guy said. That it's basically on the video he talks about that this is prophetic stuff happening. Revelation 18:6 says this: "Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her double according to her works. And the cup which she had filled, fill to her double." My son's 24 years old. And because of these chemicals that they put in our systems, they completely destroyed his life. My son has no peace in him. He's been suffering for the last, I don't know how long anymore. And we may be in the point where we may lose him. I don't ever talk about these things on live, but family, it has gotten more difficult as I got. Matter of fact, since I woke up to this truth is when my son started losing his eyesight. When I came into this truth is when really things started affecting him the most. That's why I'm like, I see these people crying. Oh, it's so hard. You think, man, bro? You think you have it hard? You don't know. You don't know what hard yet is. Reward even as she rewarded you, and double unto her according to her works. What were some of the works that they did? Let me show you some of the works that they did. This is from the book called Secretos 1910. I'm just going to show you some very quick pictures. This is their emblems, family. Emblema Masónico, Cruz de Tao. These are all the people here. Los que intervinieron. This is who were poking their hand at our peace to govern ourselves. Henry Wilson, John Lind, Knox, Taft, Crowley, Hitzway, Wilson, Woodrow Wilson, Hockenheim, John Pierpont Morgan, Henry Pierce, Edgar Speyer, George Galt. All of these are Jewish people. Rothschild, Rockefeller, they're Jewish. Khazar converts. Prescott Bush. See this? This is since the beginning of time. Show you something real quick. More often, blacks were expected to live in the margins of New Spain towns and to fill marginal posts. Less common was the decision of Juan Garcia, who took his share of early spoils of the conquest of Peru and returned to Spain, where he lived to be an old man, an old African black man. As a free Spanish-born mulatto and a member of the exceptionally profitable company that acquired gold and silver in Cajamarca between 1532 and 1533, at Cusco in 1534, he had the luxury of that option. Yet, as a black man, he also was escaping murmurs of resentments that had been begun to circulate in Lima and Peruvian status. Certainly, Africans were valued in the Spanish conquest. What did they have? Indeed, the only solid evidence of blacks being given encomiendas, a feudal-style system of governing. that I have found from Chile. See? Encomiendas wasn't just for white folks, family. Negros came and conquered with the white man. It says it right here. They have been the doorkeeper from the get-go. Perhaps the most typical position of all was that of a doorkeeper. The position held by Garrido in Mexico. Like, for example, in government, right? In government, it's white and black. They don't give no clout to no so-called Hispanics. Why do you think? Let's not forget. We've dealt with this since the beginning of time. This is from the Harvest of Empire. Anglo settlers head south in the borders. The Mexican annexation of 1836 between 1848. However, were not sufficient to satisfy the expansionist scheme of the Manifest Destiny proponents. Some called for seizing more of Mexico's mineral land in North American territory. Southern planters especially coveted the tropical Central America isthmus, where a half-dozen fledgling republics seemed ripe for the conquest. Perhaps the foremost representative of the expansionists was William Walker, a Tennessee-born lawyer and journalist. Walker hardly fit the image of the wash-buckling mercenary dictator who he would become. Listen, if it wasn't for the Mexica tribe, you Central Americans and you South Americans would basically just be under servitude 100%. Those are facts, especially you Islanders as well. The tribe that has been pushing against this Anglo-Saxon power and this so-called Afro-Indigenous people that have been helping them from the get-go has been us. This is from Open Veins of America. The human murder by poverty in Latin America is secret. Every year, without making a sound, 3 Hiroshima bombs explode over the communities that have become accustomed to suffering with clenched teeth. This systemic violence is not apparent, but is real and constantly increasing. And its holocausts are not made known in the essential press, but in food or agriculture organization statistics. Then it says, the World Bank, he says, will give priority in its loans to countries that implement birth control plans. McNair notes with regret that the brains of the poor do 25% less thinking. That's how they see you guys. They see us as beggars. They consider themselves superior over us, even though they're not. They don't even know how to wash their ass. Ask their women. They don't even know their own history. They can't even comprehend the book itself. But again, this is the propaganda that we deal with. So let me end it with this right here. Well, I'm not going to end it with that necessarily, but let me show you this video. Because again, if you guys do not study, you will get bombarded with.
Hemos sido.
Check this out. Let me check out just.
Would access to 100% financing for your fix and flip business help you scale faster? The answer should be simple.
It's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific.
Of California should not have to put a fact.
So they're lying. Even you see, even when it comes to their own people trying to survive, they're doing politics to bullshit people. Y'all are wicked ass fucking people, man.
It's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific.
Of California should not have to put a fact check up on his site. It says Trump is conflating two entirely unrelated. It's pure fiction.
Sure. This is exactly.
All right, man. So this is all I got. I'm sorry. I wish I would have had more for you, but I just wanted to get this out the way. But I think it's important that at least you guys get a little taste of it. Again, it's been a week, and there's been a lot of hardship in the family this week. My son hasn't been doing well. It's just the facts, man. All right, so hope you guys can be patient with me. I thank you guys for appreciating this. All right, fam. Listen, I'm gonna play some more because as you guys heard me, got some things going on here in the situation. Please be mindful that what they want from you is not necessarily what they want from you. Do you know what they want from you?
They want your heritage. They want your privilege. They want your love. They want to be who they fucking are not. That's why they're here in this land. They think that this land's gonna turn them into good people. It doesn't work like that. You can't come to this land and think that you're gonna be good people. You know what I'm saying? Cry aloud, spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 copyright law.
Hello, everyone.
Across the block, Kahe Balaja, where I get my chala. Who reporting live from the universe? It's the First Nations MC. You could do the search. Who been through the worst? Surviving genocide, fighting for a better life. They try to set aside the true history and keep us mystical. They say they founded this country on biblical principles. It's so cynical, but I'm an analyst. It's murderous. They refer to us as merciless. Indian savages. Now that's written in the Declaration of Independence. That's no kidding. Hey, open up your heart and let love lead the way. Light your path with the words that I speak today. Let the lessons flow, arrive and bless your soul. Systematic racism alive, intentional. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow.
His daily life was filled with ceremony, and every act had some significance. The Indians believed in the spiritual, the mysterious.
mereces, así que alza esa cerveza.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya, para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
All right, man. I think it works. I think it works. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, I think this is it. Trying to get used to the buttons, family. Wow, it's been a while. It's been a while. Good evening. Good buenos dias, buenas noches, buenas tardes to everybody that's listening in, man. I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a while since I've had a live, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, I've had a lot to do, and that had a lot to do with it. You know what I mean? So it is sometimes time consuming, man, to try to put together these courses, or like some of the brothers used to call it, or call it still, chicloso. Used to call it a show. Anyways, good to be back. So I got something important for you guys. As you can see, what I call the actual session, so to speak. All right, and we're gonna go into Mega Mind Camp. I'm gonna give you guys some angles. Let's see if you can see what I see, and you make your decision. Again, people want to call this a show, so-called educational. Well, so be it. But I'm gonna be informative at the same time. So, anyways, good to have you here, bro. Europeans will never be American. Dan Bo, what up, bro? Nimitla Sotla, I believe. Good to have you here. I think I see your name right, or I might have done it wrong. My bad. Anyways, good for you guys to be here. So I want to show you this real quick. Let's start off with this, man. Let's get this session going. Let's get this session going. Okay, so check this out, family. This is something I found interesting, and this is from ecclesio.com. Okay, so it's called Christian Zionism and the Myth of Manifest Destiny. Now, you guys can go ahead and read this whole article. Matter of fact, I'll put the link up here on the post just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so let me read it from the top, and then I'm going to skip a couple paragraphs, and then get to the important part. It says America, in part, owes its national identity to the prevalence of powerful myths that arose out of its early history. Many of these myths are attached to founding fathers, right? En colmillas. Others to the occupation of the land by the European settlers and their experience of a nation's building. Okay? Perhaps the most powerful myth is that which developed out of the frontier experience of an emerging nation. So remember, keep in mind what this means right here. In case you guys don't know, let's look it up, man. It's important that you guys need to know what words mean. Myth, believe it or not, some people don't know. A usually traditional story of ostensibly historical events that serve to unfold part of the worldview of people or explain a practice, belief, natural phenomenon, parable, allegory. Meaning it's just like an assumption of something, right? Somebody made it up, maybe it became true, maybe not. Then it says manifest destiny. Remember, I mentioned this in this channel several times. Manifest destiny is how historians label it. Now, a lot of us look at this and maybe you don't pay a lot of attention to it, but you got to see what it says, manifest destiny. In case you guys don't know this, there's this big movement of, thought creates things, so-called that you are your own creator. You can manifest your future. Prosperity in a sense. So if you think you're going to own a car of this style, that's going to happen because you put your mind to it. This is also part of that, man. We're talking about masonry. This is deep, and you guys know that I touch on these subjects. So let me continue before I go on to another, avenue here. Manifest destiny is how historians label it. The belief that the settlements and taming. I want you to understand what that just said. Taming. Do you understand that? When do you use that word? Or at least let me rephrase that. How do you use that word? Or onto what type of object or entity do you use that word? Tame. You don't tell a human that you tame them. You tell an animal that you tame them. That's typically the way that word is used. But let me back forward here. The belief that the settlement and taming of this vast, largely uninhabited, you hear this, land by European colonists was a divinely destined event. You telling me that for real? So then it says here, this is the basic outline of the myth. A brave, pioneering people escaping from religious and political oppression and persecution in Europe meet great obstacles and realizing the dreams of a free land for free people in an untamed wilderness. Do you understand what that's saying to people like you and I? That we were savages. So let me continue with that thought here, because it actually says that. Among these obstacles are savage natives who use terrorist tactics to thwart their designs. Now, I didn't have this in mind, but I kind of find it very interesting here. I'm going to get to this point here. Hold on a second. Let me get to this point here because I got this video, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it talks about it actually shows this here. And I'm gonna play it this way. So here, you'll see the natives hit these Spaniards, right? So check out what happens here. All right, so for the sake of not being blocked from my own video here that I posted, let me skip it forward. So now we see these natives helping who? Our people, the sisters, the sons and daughters becoming free, trying to help them free, right? Let's go. Become free. All right, so now we see dogs. You see, this is why I wanted to show this to you. Because when you read this material and you get a chance to see it, it doesn't ever go away. You know what it's about when you're reading these things. It's not just a sentence anymore. I was talking to my wife the other day. I said, I wish I didn't know this in some cases because it gets in the way of things sometimes. Let's continue this. Well, I'm going to skip ahead here real quick. Now we're going to see a little more aggressiveness, right? So we see our brethren free and our people. So now guess what happens? And this is kind of where my point was leading to, because in these sentences that we're reading about, right, in these untamed wildernesses, so-called, among these obstacles are savage who use terrorist tactics to thwart their design. Do you see what I'm saying? You telling me that this one of our elderly sisters, she was a fucking terrorist? You know what I'm saying, bro? When I know that they use dogs on our people, fed them, literally. Now, I don't know about you, but I've never had to sit there and wait for something to eat me. You know what I mean? I can't imagine sitting there knowing you cannot move So when you read these things here, savages, really, obstacles, these myths that they use, that they still speak from, these myths are a trampoline to these people still. And I'm going to show you. So don't be fooled that this is what the thought was and still is. And I'm going to show you how. Among these obstacles are savage natives who, okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Then it says, with God's help, the brave settlers defeat the savages once again, allowing for cultivation and taming of a land that was largely undeveloped by more primitive people. Primitive. Let this sink in here. What do we got? Relating to denoting or preserving the character of an early stage in the evolutionary or historical development. Primitive mammal, meaning like, very low totem pole. No brain. Peoples who inhabited it. Now, here's where they're basically explaining the other story. This myth was long ago debunked as revisionist scholarship highlighted the brutality of this early form of ethnic cleansing. Now, but the myth elements of the narrative, heroic pioneers escaping persecution to give birth to liberty and justice for all, you see the bullshit? With God's blessing, of course, God loves America, you know that, continues to incubate American self-identity. And that's my point. And that's my point right here. So let me show you these videos here real quick, because I always want to remind ourselves some of the things that we may somehow forget. Let me see if I can log into this.
Descubrir lo que ya está ocupado. En 1492 llegó a un continente donde vivían 60 millones de personas, pero en solo 8 años, el 90% de los taínos desaparecieron. ¿Cómo ocurrió? Trabajos forzados, hambre y enfermedades. A quienes se resistían los castigaban de forma brutal. Incluso utilizó perros entrenados para perseguirlos. Pero hay algo aún peor. En su diario escribió: regalé a mis hombres niñas de 9 años. Son dóciles como burros. La explotación y la violencia marcaron su descubrimiento. Cientos de miles de muertos, millones sometidos. Esto no es un héroe, es una tragedia histórica. Entonces, ¿por qué seguimos celebrándolo? Porque los imperios borran sus crímenes. Pero la verdad siempre encuentra la manera de salir a la luz.
You see that? So that's why you don't hear about these things. That's why you don't hear about these things. When was the last time that at least the information that I've been bringing out since, for a while, 2022, I guess, there've been brothers bringing out longer than me, but I think I've been a little bit more detailed, so to say, and Spanish and English blending it in. Anyhow, the point being is I did not know 85, actually, no, I lie. I did not know 95% of the shit I know now. I did not know that we went on ships. I did not know that we were taken all over the world. I did not know that we were the ones in slavery. I did not know that a lot of this history really pertained to us. And I definitely did not know that all the curses of what this Bible says really applies to us, because we fit all the damn curses of Deuteronomy 28. There's not one that we don't miss. Let's continue.
Taínos in the Caribbean, 33 million Incas in South America, 30 million Aztecs in Mexico, and 7 million Apache, Comanche, and Navajo in the West, for a grand total of 73 million people. Until the great extermination. And then, 95% of us vanished off the face of the fucking earth. All right, how many is that left? How many is that left? Sir, you look very intelligent. What is it? No, you were going to say 5%. Anybody can say 5%. That's one demerit. Let's not get to 3, otherwise you're going to have to get out of my class. Ushers, ojo.
Now, there was a part there where I kind of wondered, did they laugh? Or did they kind of like, oh, whoa. I don't know if you guys caught that. And that's pretty heavy. When you talk about all of our native indigenous brethren here in this land, when this occurred, because this shit was real. And nobody can deny it. Now, you're going to have, as we've had, as I showed you in this channel before, other nations claiming that they are the people, but it's so easy to slice. There's no reason to even waste time. Like literally, we got a mission here. So let's continue.
That's 3.65 million Indians left. And this genocide really fucked me up, man. Why, John, you ask? You ask? Thank you for asking. Because, I've always had these anger issues, man. But now I know why, because of some unconscious conquest. 3 million.
Well, he says that, but I thought his parents were, thought he came from the other side. I understand he's waking up, supposedly, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, in this channel, man, you guys know that I always bring this out. I always do. Now, in this book, it says something very important here. Genesis 4:7 says, if thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted. Here is a conversation between Cain and the Most High. And if thou shalt not do it well, sin it lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire. Well, one of the spirits, I should say that, not the Most High. One of the spirits of the Most High. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. So now check this out. So what does this guy do? And Cain talked with Abel, his brother. Now, he just had a conversation with something more powerful than him, something more righteous than him. And he knew that. And he just had a talk with that entity, so to speak, for lack of better words. And what did he do right after? And Cain talked with Abel, his brother. And it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. Sit with disregard, without care. He just had a conversation with a righteous entity, so to speak, for lack of better words. And then he decided right after, let me trick my brother and kill him. There's only 2 types of people in this world, family. There's good and bad. There's no in between. It's like you're either pregnant or you're not. You're not half-ass pregnant. My dad used to tell me that shit all the time. Well, not all the time, but he used to say that. He would tell me that. There's no half-ass shit. Now, the reason why I bring those cases up and how he's talking about the 95% deduction and everything. Well, here, this is one thing, one article or chapter, I should say, of a book, and I couldn't find it, so I did my best, but here's what I got. This is seeing Indios in the 16th century Castile. Seeing Indios in 16th century Castile. I want to read this paragraph to you because you have to understand how thorough, and I should say how I don't want to say deep, how far, how vast our history really is. Over the course of the 16th century, more than 2,000 people, listen, categorized as Indios, traveled to Castile. A handful dressed in colorful regalia, wearing feather garments and wearing weapons, parade before the royal officials, or posed for curious artists. Others came in entourage of indigenous elites who sought diplomatic or political favors, retribution for their subjects, or titles and privileges from the king. Europeans returning from Indies share their ethnographic observations about the Indios and displayed artifacts from America that stir the cultural imagination of royal authorities and others. Now, you telling me that if these people that were here just for the sake of Waboism, you telling me that they wouldn't have noticed and said that, hey, these guys look African looking? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is not just a secular world here. We're talking about a fucking earth here. History doesn't just end here and start here. It's like literally it has to match across the other side of the world, and it doesn't match. Anyways, I digress. If the Castilian royal court was a site where different visuals and living representation of Indios from around the globe converged. You see this? And living representations of Indios from around the globe converged. You see this? You see these words? Around the globe. How did the Castilian in villages and cities grapple with the ethnographic observation of returning travelers? The image of feathered men and women, or the incredible tales they heard about so-called brutish people. So now he's talking about, now when you get into, actually, let me skip that. Hold on. Let me see what I'm trying to read. I'm trying to get to the point where it's actually showing. Okay, here it goes. The majority of the Indios who appeared in Castile did not carry spears or adorn their bodies with feathers. They were children and adult slaves. You see this? Adult slaves and freed people who wore tattered garments and performed grueling labor daily in homes, shops, and fields of Castilian villages and cities. They did not journey to Spain as part of the diplomatic entourage. You see what I'm saying? Now, this should not be something that you and I or any of our brethren should be overlooking, because this is right in your fucking face. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what you guys got. What's up, Ron Garcia? Cuba Raza, just tapping in. All good, bro. Good to have you here, man. All due respect, but you're not a Hebrew from the land of Israel and Jewish Hebrew or back to Israel. Oh, well, if you don't believe that, that's good to hear, bro. I'm not going to argue with you about it, because what I've learned in this channel, that no matter what I say, no matter what I prove, if you come with an agenda and you're already set in your mind before you even know who the fuck I am, you're already set on your way. So there ain't no convincing. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a fact. That's what I realized in this channel. But let's continue. Let me go check this out real quick. I'm going to show you guys this something. I wanted to remind you all, because in case you don't know this, man, there's books written about our people here. Look, this is a book called Decreto de Napoleon. In this book here, I would ask you take a picture of it. In this book here, it's his conversation of what he knows of the people in this land over here. It's in Spanish, obviously. I'll read a little bit here, just para que vean, güey. It says, los más de los autores convienen que los habitantes que se hallaron en el nuevo continente son descendientes de judíos, y a quienes prueban parecerse mucho a el traje, condición, costumbres y algunas ceremonias y vocablos que los imitan, y que los primeros serían de aquellas 10 tribus que en el tiempo de Oseas de Israel cautivó Salmaneser. You guys know that story. He's talking about Esdras, 2nd Esdras 13. Now, again, this is a book. You guys can look for it. It's hard to find. It took me a while to find this book. Decreto de Napoleon. So, regardless of what we say here or do here, it don't matter what you don't believe or what you believe, man. You're going to live your life the way you're going to live your life. I'm not here to convince it. It's either you listen, you hear, or you don't. And that's it. It's very simple. Because what I will tell you
is that you probably believe in aliens and shit, or maybe white Jesus, and you probably think that if you believe in Christianity, that Jesus is God, and that's not true. Yet I show you some history, right? You say you tap it in, but you didn't tap in. You just wanted to make a statement. It's amazing that even though we show, because I'm not the only one doing this. Look at this here. Deuteronomy 28:68. A brother and I were talking about this the other day. That's the book out there called Global Indios as well. I've showed this book to you guys before. Here it actually talks about that he would be sending the Israelites back into so-called bondage. Here in Deuteronomy 4:27, it says, "And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left you in numbers among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you." I mean, I guess. Now, I do know this for a fact, that some things you can deny, some things you cannot deny, because we have documentation that it's true. So let me show you something. It says here in Jewish paper 1861, page 64, the spirit of Freemasonry is the spirit of Judaism and its more fundamental belief. It is its ideas, its language. It is mostly its organization. So, this is what I don't believe. You see what I'm saying? So there's a type of people out there that are claiming to be something that they're not. But it's sometimes certain people that fail to study and go by the assumption and want to tell you who you are. Freemasonry and Judaism, a comprehensive history of shared values, challenges, and contributions. Freemasonry and Judaism, which, as you guys know from this channel, I've done several classes on this topic. Now we're connecting them as one. Remember, I mentioned Druidism as well. All of those things occurred there. So let's continue. Two district traditions with rich history has intersected its fascinating ways throughout these centuries. This article explores the complex relationship between these two groups, their shared values, common challenges, the significant contribution of Jewish Freemasons to society, particularly in the U.S. Come on now. The Enlightenment and religious reform. The Renaissance means, to rebirth. Enlightenment means like the light. These guys, their God is Lucifer. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's a lot of, let me see. What class was that I did? I think it was called, it was like 7-8 months ago. I did several classes on this thing. You guys could go check it out. They're really good, I think. Anyways, the Enlightenment and religious reform. The Age of Enlightenment played a crucial role in the shape and relationship between Freemasonry and Judaism. You see, the Age of Enlightenment. Now, when did this occur? That happened in the 17th century. 1600. See what I'm saying? That's the Age of Enlightenment. Oh, my bad. What did I do with it? What did I do with it? So the Enlightenment concepts of university brought about a society where religious belief did not affect citizen rights, so supposedly. But you guys see the similarity. It's not a joke. Not a joke. I've been telling you guys this for quite some time. Now we're just kind of connecting the rest of the dots. Let me see if I can show this real quick. There's go.
You have the Jewish Star of David, because in fact, Freemasonry is Jewish. Freemasonry has always known that its greatest enemy in Western civilization is Rome. And that's why there has always been this animosity between the Catholic Church and Judaism. There has always been this animosity between the Catholic Church and Judaism. The Jews were persecuted in the old country.
So let me guess, Ron, should I be a Christian instead? Would that be better for you, Ron? Should I rather be a Christian? Would that be more acceptable for you?
In Europe, and there still remains that animosity between Judaism and the Catholic movement today, but not because of religion, but because of the secret societies that operate behind both of those organizations. The Pope's headdress, the papal headdress, goes back to an ancient Jewish headdress. And of course, the Pope wears the yarmulke, and so does the cardinals wear the yarmulke. But in particular, the Pope's headdress is shown here as Freemasonic. This is from a Freemasonic research book, a volume on Freemasonry and the garb of Freemasons. We see what's happening in South Africa. It is no great wonder that South Africa's greatest friend is Israel. On the Book of Teachings of Freemasonry, you have the Jewish Star of David, because in fact, Freemasonry is Jewish. Freemasonry has always known that its greatest enemy in Western civilization is Rome.
Now, some of you guys that are new have no clue why I'm bringing this up. But you brothers and sisters that have been following for a while, whether you see it live now or later, you know what this refers to. I did a class on this as well. Judaism, Masonry. Man, it was like a year and a half ago. Now, this is all going to connect. Just follow me here. Walk with me. I'm going to show you some stuff real quick. Let's continue.
Symbols of the ancient Druidic religion, the ancient Druids, was the magic wand. Merlin the magician with his magic wand. Remember Mickey Mouse with his magic wand? Magic wands were always made out of the wood of a holly tree. It was made out of Hollywood. They're still doing their magic in Hollywood, and we don't even understand what the word means. Hollywood is the wood of a holly tree. Holly is important to the Celtic Druids at Christmas time. Hollywood. The magic of Hollywood. It's Druidic, Jewish, Masonic symbolism. And then you begin to understand why MGM, finally it begins to dawn on you, why MGM has the roaring lion. That's right, the roaring lion is the sun in the constellation that begins summer. Summer begins in Leo, the constellation of Leo, the lion of the tribe of Judah. The Lion King. He is king over the northern hemisphere and over the earth and over Europe. And the first day of summer, which is in the constellation of Leo, he's the Lion King. They still make movies about it. One of the most important symbols of the ancient Druidic.
So, as you can see, this Kabbalah, Sepharad, Talmudic, esoteric doctrine, teaching, or religion, or whatever that is, has been going on, and it's still going on, and it has a lot to do with the reason why they're here. You see, while I'm trying to show you guys something, we have Ron here trying to teach something. I do respect, brother, but our brown people in the land we know, America, were never called Indians that came from whites. The real Indian people came from the land of India. Well, I find that very interesting because I don't think back in that time they even called it India. To be quite frank with you, you should Google it. I'm not going to sit here and argue about some stupidity, because here you go. The real Indian people came from India. Like, what is your point? If you don't agree, then fucking move on. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's begging you to believe anything. What I'm doing in this channel, presenting information, showing the brothers and sisters that understand where I come from, have followed or at least have took time to listen to who I am, and then, you know what I mean, made a comment. But no, you are the typical, how can I say it respectfully? Since you said with all due respect, I should say immature. You see, in the scriptures here, I'll show you real quick. And I think it's Sirach 11:7, if I'm not mistaken. It says, blame not before thou hast examined the truth. Understand first and then rebuke. I think that's self-explanatory. It means listen first. Look at what you see, you know, sit back for a moment, meditate on what your mind is going to start. The first of all is your perceptions, because those are the things that I bet you have no idea that you have in your mind. And it says take your time about before going to judge, but nah, you jumped on it quickly, man. So with all due respect, be more mature about things, because it's not going to get you nowhere. Immaturity is not going to get you nowhere. Let's listen to this again. I mean, not again, this other part.
Is connected to the goat god. The Star of David is actually a hexagram, which was the original astronomical symbol for the planet Saturn. Saturn was always pictured in the ancient astronomical text during the Middle Ages and the medieval times as a Star of David, six-pointed star, two triangles interposed. The Babylonians would draw a triangle on the ground and then draw an opposing triangle, making the six-pointed star or hexagram, then draw a circle around that hexagram and stand inside of it. Now you're inside the magic circle, putting the hex on someone. So that's where we get the word putting the hex on you, is because the six-pointed star is a hex. So today we have Jews going around the world proud to show you that they've got the hex put on them. The Phoenician language, Saturn is spelled Shabbath. Shabbath in the Phoenician language is Saturn.
That's why I don't say Sabbath anymore. I say seventh day. That's why. Anyway, let's continue.
Worship of the goat god connected to the planet Saturn. That's why the Hebrews have their holy days or Sabbath on sundown Friday night to sundown Saturday night, because that's Saturn or Saturn's day or Saturday. You see the.
Tell you what, Ron, you say, do you know where we come from? I'll bet you don't know where we come from. I know you're going to tell me some scientific shit. So where do you think? I'll explain it to you. I will. But see, my explanations are not short. They're not long-winded either, but there's history to it. So let me know where do you think we come from? Like we're like mushrooms from the Americas? We don't come from nowhere else? While you're thinking of that, let me continue with the session here. Now, why is this important to see and to you know to remind ourselves with? Well, check this out: the essential secrets of Masonry, insight from an American Masonic orientation of 1737. Freemasonry is driven by heritage. Our craft looks to various parts to determine its identity in the present. To sacred history throughout the volume of sacred laws, to the mythopoetic past of the so-called traditional history, and to our organizational history is traced through the regular Masonic institutions and their leaders. Let me show you this real quick. Where is this that I wasn't seeing? Let me see. Did I write it down? Please tell me I did. Is that the one? Forgive me, family. I might have to skip this particular link here because I don't see the highlighted parts anymore. And I think it erased them. It did, and I didn't put them on my notes. So let me read this. This looks somewhat familiar. No, I remember seeing this part. And I remember seeing this from here. Let me read this real quick, if you don't mind. All right. It is possible that the public quote, more simply intended to imply that the address was spoken to the assembled brethren. Even so, it is doubtful that it was the first Masonic oration ever given on the American continent. Orations were a typical feature of many lodges, and lodges did not have the speeches by the brethren elucidating Masonic topics were seen as lacking an important aspect of Freemasonry. Nah, that wasn't it. So let me move on, because I thought it didn't save my stuff. So I'm not going to waste time on that. Here, let me see this real quick. Oh, here we go. That's it. That's what it was. See, man. All right. So the reason why I had that article was because it was leading.
Deja de estudiar inglés.
Right, it was leading into this. All right. So it was leading into this. It reminded me of like the stupidity of people is worse than wickedness of people. So I want this video to explain to us here what we're dealing with, because at the same time, the reason I showed you Freemasonry is because I need you to understand that all these elements that are moving like in circle right now, like and I'm sure you guys are paying attention to the politics that are going on, right? You know, whether it's Democrat or Republican, I'm sure you're seeing this. And all these mechanisms are moving so fucking fast. And all this information is happening so fast. And I need you guys to understand. I need you to understand that this is all like premeditated. Premeditated. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, look, check it out. Look, see, check it out. Look, I can't hear none of his bullshit. I'm out of here. Good. Hey, man, listen, bro.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Nobody invited you. Matter of fact, nobody paid you to come here, Ron. You know what I mean? Who are you, Ron? I mean, I did ask you, like, where did we come from, and you got upset. Anyway, let's continue, man. Okay, matter of fact, you fit this description right here. Hey, what's up, Warakuya, man? Good to have you here, brother. Good to have you. So check this out. He fits this description right here. He actually does. So let's enjoy this for a moment. It's gonna go for like I speeded it up. It should go like 4 minutes. I'll probably break in, but I like this because this really tells us you have to understand like what we're dealing with. You have to know too that anyways, check this out.
Darkest chapter of German history, during a time when incited mobs threw stones into in the darkest chapter of German history, during a time when incited mobs threw stones into the windows of innocent shop owners, and women and children were cruelly humiliated in the open, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a young pastor, began to speak publicly against the atrocities that the regime had produced. After years of trying to change people's minds, Dietrich Bonhoeffer came home one evening and his own father had to tell him that 2 men were waiting in his room to take him away. In prison, Bonhoeffer began to reflect on how his country of poets and thinkers had turned into a collective of cowards, crooks, and criminals. Eventually, he concluded that the root of the problem was not malice, but stupidity.
You see what I mean? It wasn't malice. Like, malice can go so far. But then there's this stupidity that comes in. You know what I'm saying? The stupidity that comes in. Like this one right here. Look, so Ron says to me, you're not a man. You act like a little motherfucking kid. I don't know why you didn't, type it up. So I don't know what kid part do you think I'm acting like? And then the motherfucking part. Who am I effing? Though what I kind of wonder is like why you put little kids in MF. You put little kids in MF. Like, what are you thinking, bro? Do you know there's a scripture that says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So, Ron, right, like a little kid, bro, you need to really self-reflect. Stop thinking of little kids. Don't do that, man. You can get in trouble and go to jail for that shit. Repent now that you can. Let's continue.
In his famous Letters from Prison, Bonhoeffer argued that stupidity is a more dangerous enemy of the good than malice, because while one may protest against evil, it can be exposed and prevented by the use of force. Against stupidity, we are defenseless. Neither protests nor the use of force accomplish anything here. Reasons fall on deaf ears. Facts that contradict a stupid person's prejudgment simply need not be believed, and when they are irrefutable, they are just pushed aside as inconsequential, as incidental.
Many times have we run into that. Matter of fact, one of these examples is like today. I mean, I don't know if he's seen any of my videos before, but I think I've shown enough, proven with facts and history and everything and shit. But you know, it's not enough. I think at that point, that's stupidity. It's not malice. It's just stupidity.
In all this, the stupid person is self-satisfied and, being easily irritated, becomes dangerous by going on the attack.
See what I mean? And he just did that. He literally did that. Let's go back a little bit. Like, you're not a man. You act like a little motherfucking kid. You know what I mean? First, he threw a softball on this one. He's like, bullshit. Yeah, and then he said, fuck you. I think I know your mind more than you know yourself. I already know the pattern of your thoughts. Because check this out. It aligns with this. Here's why.
Irritated becomes dangerous by going on the attack. As incidental. In all this, the stupid person is self-satisfied and, being easily irritated, becomes dangerous by going on the attack. For that reason, greater caution is called for when dealing with a stupid person than with a malicious one. If we want to know how to get the better of stupidity, we must seek to understand its nature. This much is certain. Stupidity is, in essence, not an intellectual defect, but a moral one.
Did you guys hear what he said? Stupidity is not an intellectual issue. Think about that for a moment. Stupidity has nothing to do with intellectual issues. Let me rewind that. You guys hear that? Did you guys hear that shit? Intellectuality has nothing to do with like smartness. It's all about morale. Shit is horrible. Like, imagine that. Yo, bro, like I'm giving you guys a chance to come up to the live. Hit the link, bro. Hit the link. Show up to the live. Share what you want to say. Come on, brothers. Come on. Now, come on, bro. Like I hardly ever do this. You guys got to come up to this live. Come on, bro. You can't be that scared. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you want to debate me, if you just want to talk shit, or if you want to be like, yeah, man, I agree with you, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Come on, sis. What's up? Hit the link. Share who you are. Let people know who you are. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, we need to start being fucking afraid, bro. Come on, bro. Like you. I just subscribed today. Okay, cool. Show up. Hit the link. Here you go. It's right there. It's literally right there, bro. It's like right there. Just show up. Just say what's up. Just say hello. Just say how you doing. You don't have to argue. You don't have to fight. You can just show up and be like, yeah, man, I'm here for support. Because guess what? I've been running this channel since 2022, brother, and I never needed support. But today, I can tell you right now that maybe it's about time that you guys start clicking the link. Show some support. Don't be scared. Give me a second. Here's what I'm going to do, bro. I'm going to continue to play this shit because you know what, man? Our people are beautiful, bro. I'm very happy that I'm doing what I do. And I don't stop. Let's continue. Because you're going to see how this is so interesting because this dude showed up just for that moment. Yeah, what's up, bro? Oh, shit. We got somebody online. Who is it, son? Son, can you hear me, son? Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, check this out, bro. Whoever you are, I'm gonna tell you something. This happens. This happens sometimes. Okay. I don't know why, but here you don't have a mic, bro. You see that? Like I have a mic. That guy, that window has a mic because that's what I run the window from. So I talk from here, and the mic is from here. But you don't have a mic, bro. So I don't know where you're trying to connect from. I'm not trying to block you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can make it even better. Here's what I'm gonna do, bro. This sucks. Hold on, let me see what I can do. How can I make it easy for y'all to like click in? Because it always happens to my channel, bro. Every time people like try to click in, bro, like none of y'all can click in. Shit is whack. Hold on. Yo, can you hear? Yo, what's up, brother? Can you hear me? Ah, fuck. What is this? Man. Anyways, all right, I'll try it. I'll continue and shit. When I'll figure it out. Give me a second. Maybe a month that I've done a class like officially live because I'm live right now. It's been a month, and I already have round. So, anyways, but it's a perfect time because it's a perfect moment of perfect stupidity.
On the attack. For that reason, greater caution is called for when dealing with a stupid person than with a malicious one. If we want to know how to get the better of stupidity, we must seek to understand its nature. This much is certain. Stupidity is, in essence, not an intellectual defect, but a moral one. There are human beings who are remarkably agile intellectually, yet stupid, and others who are intellectually dull, yet anything but stupid.
You see that? There's some that are very, intellectually there, but just, you know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with intellect. That's the sad part.
How's it going, brother? It's me. Can you hear me? Hey. Testing. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, MESHIACHA. Yo, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Shit, I was on mute. My fucking stupid
Oh,
ass.
that was my end again. I was like, man.
No, it was my fault. My bad. It's my fucking stupid ass. I'm like, yo, I can hear you. And I'm on mute. Like, yo, I can hear you. I can hear you, brother. And my I don't even.
I'm trying to talk on the phone with you, and it's like we're getting hacked or something. I don't know.
My daughter came over here like, Dad, you're on mute. Because she's 4 years old. Yo, and she's the next bringer, brother. I'm bringing a fucking soldier up in this life. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a son that's hardcore, but man, I got a daughter that's hardcore, brother. She fucking wants to hear this shit. She's like, I want to hear this. What you got to say, Dad? She's only 4 years old, brother.
That's good. She's gonna be a warrior.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Go for it, man. What you got to say?
Oh, not much. Just thanks for doing your lives, and I hope everyone else is doing good. Oh, you called me earlier. You said you were gonna do a live with someone. So you know, can't talk through the phone for some reason.
Yeah, well, you know, you got your own life going on too and shit. You got your little channel and shit. You know what I mean? I made it. It's not. Let's put it this way: your channel is not as big as mine, but my channel is not as big as anybody else's. You know what I'm saying? So we're just like pinches, ¿cómo se dice? Pecos and shit, trying to like crap up to the real. And you know what, dude? I'm happy, bro, because I had a conversation with a brother today. His name is Sonny from the channel called what's it called? He's The Streets Ain't Loyal. The Streets Ain't Loyal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what, bro? This is what I say about a gente, bro. As soon as we start talking to each other, it's like it just goes in rhythm. It just happens. We just start talking. You know what I mean? Like there's no friction and shit. There's no like argument. There's no like It's just fucking smooth conversation every single time. You get what I'm saying? So like the reason why I say that is because, you know, these fucking 12 tribe chart believers made us think like we're people like them, right? Every single time I talk to these motherfuckers, bro, it was not like that. It was always frigid. There was like a space of fucking anger and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, about TikTok, we got people on TikTok waking up. You know, they might not believe everything like we do, but they're waking up, and that's good. You know, we're kind of starting to come together in a way, like it's an awakening.
Well, it's like this, bro. I appreciate the fact that some of us did go through that stress, but this right now is the Jacob's trouble. This is the awakening for you, Rasa, right now. This is the moment where you start understanding how come, or you start asking yourself, like, how come, you know, they're doing this to us? Why are we such a problem?
Yeah,
Why are
somebody
they
in the chat
attacking
saying that they can't hear you.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Test it out.
Now, go ahead.
Somebody in the chat said they can't hear you.
They can't? What do you mean? Fucking, I'm not as hell.
Yeah, in the chat they're saying they can't hear you. I don't know. Can they confirm it?
Hold on, maybe it's echo and shit. What the fuck is going on? Hello?
I hear you, but the chat says they can't.
He said, no, now we can hear you. Okay, cool. Now go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
No, that's it. You know, I just wanted to come here and thank you again, you know, for everything you do. You know, I wanted to have a little quick chat before I take off because you know, I'm busy too.
I see one of those guys and just say, fuck you, thank you, I'm out. I'm messing with you, brother. Come on, man. You know, we talk, brother. It's all good.
It's good, though. It's good. We joke around all the time, you know.
Yeah, fuck it. What do you say to me? Like, hey, what's up, Ak? I'm black. Hold on. Wait, what do you say to me? You say, what's up, Ak?
Yeah, give me your daughter's Ak.
Give me your daughter's Ak.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Yeah, I'll give you.
Where's your moral code? Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments, but broke every scroll.
Hey, you want to know why I do that? This shit. I want to fucking I'm mad at that guy. That's why. That's why I play that fucking piece.
I'm gonna let you go right now, then, brother. I'll call you later on, but in case nobody could actually hear in the chat, but thank you. Thanks again.
Yeah, man. Do your thing, bro.
All right. I'll see you.
Yes,
Call you
sir.
later.
Yes, sir. This has to do with it. Let's continue.
The impression one gains is not so much that stupidity is a congenital defect, but that under certain circumstances, people are made stupid, or rather, they allow this to happen to them. People who live in solitude manifest this defect less frequently than individuals in groups, and so it would seem that stupidity is perhaps less a psychological than a sociological problem. It becomes apparent that every strong upsurge of power, be it of a political or religious nature, infects a large part of humankind with stupidity. Almost
Are we not seeing this now? But this is actually going on right now. Let's continue.
as if this is a sociological, psychological law.
Because I bet you Ron Garcia voted for Trump. Did you vote for Trump, Ron? I think you did. Let's continue.
Where the power of the one needs the stupidity of the other. The process at work here is not that particular human capacities such as intellect suddenly fail. Instead, it seems that under the overwhelming impact of rising power, humans are deprived of their inner independence and, more or less consciously, give up an autonomous position. The fact that the stupid person is often stubborn must not blind us from the fact that he is not independent.
See, this is one way you can determine stubbornness. So, and I guess, I'm going to use you, Ron. You didn't even give it like much time. You said something, then 4 minutes later you said this, and then after that you just went hard-headed, stubborn. It's like that's the pattern of the way that you think. You have an idea and you go with it, and it's worked for you with other people, and that's probably why you still are the way you are, even in its own simplest way on YouTube, which is a funny thing that if you're listening, you know damn well that I'm not wrong, because I can tell by the way your communication is. Sad part is that you're here for the message, and the sad part is that you don't want to listen to it.
In conversation with him, one virtually feels that one is dealing not at all with him as a person, but with slogans, catchwords, and the like that have taken possession of him. He is under a spell, blinded, misused, and is abused in his very being. Having thus become a mindless tool, the stupid person will also be capable of any evil, incapable of seeing that it is evil. Only an act of liberation, not instruction, can overcome stupidity. Here, we must come to terms with the fact that in most cases, a genuine internal liberation becomes possible only when external liberation has preceded it. Until then, we must abandon all attempts to convince the stupid person. Bonhoeffer died due to his involvement in a plot against Adolf Hitler at dawn on the 9th of April 1945 at Flossenburg concentration camp, just 2 weeks before soldiers from the United States liberated the camp. Action springs not from thought, but from a readiness for responsibility. The ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves to its children, Bonhoeffer once.
You can go there and philosophize and all that shit, you know what I mean? But the fact is that stupidity can get you in a lot more trouble than anything else. That's why, you know what I mean? I've told people, man, I'd rather deal with Democrats than Republicans because Republicans are stupid. You know what I mean? Maybe Democrats have malice, but Republicans are stupid because they'll believe, like, for example, we see Donald Trump, like, we see the stupidity. Like, really, man? Now they're regretting it. It's like, check this out. Stupid theory about people, man. This is why. Look, I don't understand anymore. I mean, aren't they Europeans? Aren't they Europeans, bro?
Why is it easier to search the entire internet than your own stuff? Meet Dash.
Okay, we don't.
Look. The reason I'm showing is because I'm confused here. Fam. Help me out here. Aren't they both Europeans? This bitch ain't from the Americas. Her bloodline didn't come from our land here. You know what I'm saying? Or this man, I think she's a man, to be honest. I think he's a man. I mean, that's what I think, but whatever. And think about this. It tells this other person, and by the way, by me saying it, I'm not dissing anybody in particular. I'm actually making fun of her, to be honest with you, because she's dissing all people all the time. But anyway, let me just keep it real because I don't want people to block my shit for some stupid comment I make. So she tells a European station news reporter to go back to her country. They're both white people. Listen to this. This is interesting.
Wait, what country are you from? Okay, we don't give a about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem? And you no. You should care about your own borders. No. Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Now, that's the problem that I have here. All of a sudden, migrants rape everybody. Last time I checked, it's white people that usually are the pedals of the rapists, or the people that eat the people. Let's see, what's his name? Jeffrey Dahmer. Didn't he eat people? He's white. Matter of fact, CIA, I believe, and FBI has determined, or FBI, I think, that the majority of serial killers, rapists, and pedals are white people. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Do you want to know what I think? Here's what I think. And I saw this video, man, and it caught my attention a lot because it's. I always wonder why the hell are you guys here? I found out why.
America is so obsessed with cruelty, religious extremism, and authoritarianism. It's not random, it's part of the blueprint. The first colonizers weren't escaping persecution, they were escaping accountability. Too extreme, too controlling, too hateful for even Europe. The Puritans exiled for being too authoritarian. The settlers convinced God wanted them to rule over others. The Confederates lost the Civil War but never let go of their obsession for power. For centuries, this country attracted the most violently religious, racist, and power-hungry people because they had nowhere else to go. And that mindset, it never left. It mutated. Now we're watching history repeat itself. The same forces dragging us backward, the same extremist roots twisting into something new. The real question isn't why this keeps happening. It's whether we can finally break the cycle or if we're watching an empire collapse.
The beauty of it, because as they are returning to their ways, we are also returning to our ways. And that's the beauty of it. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what we got. Let me go back here. Let me see. Let me stop here. Okay, let me start here. My bad. Ron Garcia, Indians were not called India until the British took over and named it India. It was called Hindustan. Yes, sir. They were never referred to as Indians before that. Let's see. Ron Garcia, those people in Israel are not original Jews. Look up the Balfour Declaration 17. Yep, that's for sure. That is for Shizzo. Jeffrey Dahmer was a cherry murder. Yo, he ate people, man. That shit was. Hey, you know what's so funny? I grew up liking detective investigation shit, specifically like for murder, and like serial killers like them. I don't know, man. I was kind of interested in the investigative process. You know what I'm saying? To like catch them. Not that I was interested in doing that shit. But I found it so fucking weird and yet at the same time fascinating how these people thought just in a different realm. Like, think about it. When you smell dead skin, dead meat, like rotten meat, you guys have smelled rotten meat. I can't handle that smell. I throw up on that. Like, bloop, like bloop. These people don't, bro. Like, they fucking enjoy it. It's like pigs, like swine. You guys remember the scripture? Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you. Think about this. This is very interesting, man, because it talks about uncleanness. I think it's Mark 5 right here. Watch right here real quick. All right, so here's what we see. The Mashiach, he's healing a man that has demons, right? So check this out. Then it says Mark 5:5. It says, and always night and day he was in the mountains and in the tombs crying and cutting himself with stones. But when he saw the Mashiach afar, he ran and worshipped him. Now it says, and cried with a loud voice and said, what have I to do with the Mashiach, thou son of the Most High. I adjure thee, thou son of the Most High. See, there goes for you guys that are listening in secret. Jesus is not God. Fudge, man. Come on, stop. Anyways, I adjure thee by God that thou torment me not. Then it says here, for he said unto him, come out of the man, thou unclean spirit. And he asked him, what is thy name? And he answered, saying, my name is Legion, for we are many. And he besought him much that he would not send him away out of the country. Now they were there nigh unto the mountains a great herd of swine feeding. And all the devils besought him, saying, send us into the swine, that we may enter into them. And forthwith Mashiach gave them leave, and the unclean spirits went out and entered into the swine. Is the swine an unclean meat? Yes, it is. So you see how it works? You see how it functions? You see why no matter what you say, whether you have this information in your hand, like it's very clear that what is it at? Where is it at? I think it's 1 Corinthians 13. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see. 14. Here, hold on. Let me look for it. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to Google prophet for a moment here. Give me a second. Here, 2 Corinthians 11:14. The reason why I'm saying this is because even this spirit knows this book. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed into as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. So these guys can come in and try to teach you guys to keep the commandments. Didn't we just see Sakari and his leader go and get thou shalt not get pegged? Or whatever he's doing? I mean, I can go into that class, but I don't really want to waste my time on it. For a moment, I thought, yeah, let's do it. But then I'm like, maybe I will. I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't think it serves my time. The point being is that even Satan knows the word. Be mindful. Let's continue with this real quick. We're almost done because I don't have a lot to share right now.
I think I'm a good
This is funny. I figured I'll show it to y'all. Check this out.
person. Look, I'm Christian, evangelist, and I stand with Israel. You're stupid. There, diagnosed. Next. Why? Let me see if I understand. It's because God chosen people, right? Yes. So, you're telling me that God is unfair and racist and agrees with ethnic cleansing. Basically like a tribal God. A partial God that favors some people above others. Are you sure you're talking about God? Oh, that's blasphemy. Blasphemy. Are you sure? Because you're the one who's speaking about a God who discriminates. A God who allows those so-called chosen people to butcher, to create a genocide, and to steal land. Are you even sure you're a Christian? And you know the rules of Christianity. You know, don't steal, don't kill. There are 10 rules. Yeah, but the Holocaust and 6 million people and the biggest tragedy? Let me guess, the next phrase is gonna be you're anti-Semitic. To Eastern Europeans who think they're from the land, isn't it? Actually, the Holocaust was a tragedy, but by far not the biggest. Dear Christian, do you know about the 20 million Christians, or more actually, that were butchered in concentration camps by the Bolsheviks? So, what kind of Christian you are?
The Bolsheviks were Jews, by the way. Look it up.
Oh, but Bolsheviks? Nothing to do with Israel. Well, actually, the administration of the Bolsheviks, 427 out of 525, they were Jewish.
You know, the ones in power, the elected ones from the Bolsheviks, they were Jewish. So what shall we do, the Christians, after more than 20 million Christians butchered, yeah, because they were Christians? Shall we do our own land? No, in the name of God? I'm asking you, Christian, this is what religion is about?
I wanted to share that with you guys because there's, I think we showed these scriptures before, and there's a, how can I say this? Where are you at? Did I not write it? Yeah, I wrote it down. My bad, family. Okay, here goes. Let me just read it real quick. Psalms 50:16. It says here, "But unto the wicked God saith, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth?" So let me simplify it so you can see it. Psalms 50:17. You refuse to let me correct you. You reject my commands. You become the friend of every thief you see, and you associate with adulterers. You are always ready to speak evil. You never hesitate to tell lies. Now check this out. Let's go back to it. We'll start at 16. It says, "But unto the wicked God saith, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes? And thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth." So remember, he gave only laws, statutes, and commandments to certain people. So now he's telling certain other people, what are you doing with them? Because the way that they are, seeing thou hated instructions and casteth my words behind thee, meaning they're selective with the word of the Most High. You say, I like this one. I don't like that one. I like this one. I don't like that one. So you cast it behind you. So what else? What are some of these things that we see, and sometimes we don't understand? I'll give you an example of one of them. These guys are supposedly Christians, right?
Mike, I've never called for lava to rain down from the heavens, but maybe upon Washington, D.C. Would you be that sweet red hot lava for us?
I've never been called sweet, and you call me Sweet Ginger. So I think I'm in, Ben. During my 3-week reign of terror as Trump acting attorney general, before I get chased out of town with my Trump pardon, I will rain hell on Washington, D.C. We've talked about this, Ben. I have 5 lists ready to go, and they're growing. List number 1, we're going to fire. We're going to fire a lot of people in the executive branch and the deep state. Number 2, we're going to indict. We're going to indict Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and James Biden and every other scumball, sleazeball Biden, except for the 5-year-old granddaughter who they refused to acknowledge for 5 years until the political pressure got to Joe Biden. Number 3, we're going to deport. We're going to deport a lot of people, 10 million people and growing, anchor babies, their parents, their grandparents. We're going to put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious.
Kids in cages is going to be glorious. That's Ron wants me to be Christian like that.
We're going to detain a lot of people in the DC Gulag and Gitmo. And list number 5, I'm going to recommend a lot of pardons. Every January 6th defendant is going to get a pardon, especially my hero Horn Man. He is definitely at the top of the pardon list.
We actually went out and have some upcoming content with Jacob Chansley. We did a podcast interview with him. Went out into the desert. We wanted to learn about shamanism, so we went out into the desert with him. We'll be releasing that video pretty soon, actually, and I think you'll like it quite a bit, Mike.
By the way, they never did. They probably did some funky shit over there, and that's probably why. So let me continue with this, man, because I really, really laugh at the hypocrisy. These guys are supposedly Christians.
The fact is that
they're supposedly Christians. You know, supposedly believe in Jesus, the white one. Yeah, you know, they go to church every Sunday. And Ron defends them. Let's go.
They're sitting in warehouses in Rhode Island and in Georgia right now, food that is pre-digested practically because these kids are starving, and it's sitting in warehouses. It's going bad, and they have no way to ship it.
Okay.
Because USAID has been shut down.
All right, Benny.
I'm sorry.
This is what America decided in 2024 in a landslide, and with the popular vote, the whole of the American people decided to vest a single man, Donald Trump, to hunt down waste, fraud, and abuse. Because while maybe there are some type of programs that you might view as just, what I view as just is feeding the American people, educating, healthcare, and the capacity to serve Americans. And
So the reason why, fam, I believe that they're doing all of this is to hurt you guys. I really believe it. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to explain to you why right now. Check this out. Okay. Now, I know that I get questioned a lot in this channel. And I know YouTube suppresses it a lot. I know that. But if there's anything I want you guys to get out of this shit is fucking truth. This is really what's going on. And y'all need to start waking the fuck up and help our people understand. In any way, shape, or form, you need to help them. If they're in line and they don't speak English and you do and speak Spanish, help them. Help our people in any fucking way you can.
Look at this headline. How messed up is this? Apparently, if you are not here legally, but you work for somebody who is wealthy, you're fine. It's just so incredibly hypocritical. Let me tell you what's going on in this article. The people of East Hampton are very wealthy. It's a very exclusive area. And apparently the residents are worried that their nannies, landscapers, maids, everybody who works for them is going to get deported if they're not here legally. So government officials and village leaders literally came together on Tuesday and held a special community meeting so they could reassure these wealthy residents that their employees, the people who work for them, won't be deported because they rely on them so much. The police said, well, we only assist ICE in criminal matters, and there's no ICE here. They're not going to be coming here. Your people are totally fine. They even went so far to say that if ICE gives them a detainer, they're not going to hold that person. All right? It's amazing how they can pick and choose with this stuff. Just absolutely unfucking believable. Anyways, as always, hit that follow button, drop your thoughts about this one in the comments, and follow me on Substack and other platforms because we don't know what's going to happen with this app.
Go back to Mexico. Go back there. That's where you belong.
This happened in Reno, Nevada. Watch this.
Oh, you're going to help me open the door? You're such a fucking woman. You're a fucking shit. And I will call your fucking supervisor tomorrow. Well, I know. She's getting a picture of it. Yeah, no, he's not. He's the second video. Well, good. You sucker. Thank you. Yeah. Have a good day. Yeah. Mexican. Go back to Mexico. Go back there. That's where you fucking belong. Right. I'm a U.S. Marine. I belong here. Okay. You don't belong here. All right. All right. Jack. Thank you. Oh, get out of here, huh? Oh, get out of here. Close the door. We're done. I hope I see you outside someday. I will. All right. Big time. You got it. Okay. All right.
Donald Trump has a lot of racist cowards feeling very confident because they feel that they could use immigration as an intimidation tactic. But I'll prove to you that these men are nothing but cowards. Look closely at this video. He does all this racist ranting and raving while standing on his tippy toes. If you needed more proof of false bravado on your tippy toes, it's kind of hard to make out his face. Of course,
They already have a name for him.
Garland,
because I haven't been able to verify it, I'm not going to. This racist threatens to kill someone.
Show me your papers.
What's wrong?
I'm gonna call the police.
Okay. Why?
You can show them your papers and your lease.
So this old lady's asking her for her papers from a distance, right? I'm going to let it play for a couple seconds more, but then I want to get to the other part because that's where it gets really intense.
Who are you?
I'm Bill. This house is for sale. Show me.
I live here. What happened?
Oh, you live here?
Yes.
Mahalo lives here. Are they legal? Show me your papers.
So she's like, you live here, whatever. But no, check this out. So he comes out and he says, yeah, these people are getting out of hand. Here's why.
Threats were so psychotic that, of course, they reported to the police. She threatened their life. They reported to the police, and the police went to speak to them, and apparently both of them, her and her husband, had guns on them while they were making these threats. But because they're in Texas, the police said there's nothing they can do about it. Nothing. If they continue to bother you, just let us know. And they followed up with them, but there's nothing they can do, even though they threatened them with a gun to kill them. And they're out of their mind crazy. There's nothing you do. That's just the risk of living in Texas, of living in United States.
There, that's where you belong.
I hate beaners. I hope you all die. Beaners. Go back to Mexico. You beaner.
Yeah, I didn't think so. You stupid Mexican bitch. Deportation.
You're probably not even a citizen.
Wear this and go to a Home Depot in a sanctuary city, and you'll see all the illegals. See a lot of them start to run away.
Are you illegal? I'm illegal? Are you illegal? Okay, what? Yeah, everybody
I
is
know her
tracking you.
exact house.
Nobody
You're
is
going to be
tracking-
regretting it.
Oh, okay. Threat. Thank you.
Oh, it is a
Thank
threat.
you.
Deportation. God bless America. God bless Trump.
So when
See that's like it's pretty crazy, man, that it's intense like that. And our people have no idea, man, that the same religion that they worship is the same religion that gives these people power. I know you guys think I'm fucking nuts. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, listen to this. You Christians, you Christmas Christians, listen to this. And by the way, there's a reason why I'm keeping my voice down. In case you guys think I'm losing my touch. I ain't losing my touch. I'm just trying to keep my voice down. I'm not in a good spot. Plus, it's late. I'll explain it later. So stop hating. Let's go.
Hitler ascended to the chancellorship. He didn't seize power. It was given to him by a very Christian electorate who declared him in 1933 to be a gift and miracle from God. And I remember quite well, when I was being trained as a minister, we were told never prepare a sermon without consulting the Dictionary of New Testament Theology, edited by Gerhard Kittel, a good German evangelical Bible scholar. Nobody ever told me that Gerhard Kittel was Adolf Hitler's resident theologian that gave him the theological justification for genocide.
Are you guys listening? We need to hear that one more time.
Why didn't we ever know that one of the theologians we consulted most often justified genocide? Boy, that was an eye-opener. Adolf Hitler ascended to the chancellorship. He didn't seize power. It was given to him by a very Christian electorate who declared him in 1933 to be a gift and miracle from God. And I remember quite well, when I was being trained as a minister, we were told never prepare a sermon without consulting the Dictionary of New Testament Theology.
You guys need to get that. You guys need to get that. The Dictionary of New Testament Theology. So every single time that they, you hear a sermon, you guys that came out of Christianity or that are in Christianity still, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, you need to look at this. And they say, before you do a sermon, you got to go here. And why? And by the way, who wrote this shit? Who filtered this knowledge? Because think about it. Somebody thought about it and then created it and then implemented it for you to think about it. So if you think like this, or if you listen to any of these pastors or priests, you're listening to a Nazi. Yeah. Hey, I don't care. I hate this channel, bro. You're gonna continue to hear this shit.
Edited by Gerhard Kittel, a good German evangelical Bible scholar. Nobody ever told me that Gerhard Kittel was Adolf Hitler's resident theologian that gave him the theological justification for genocide. Why didn't we ever know that one of the theologians we consulted most often justified genocide? Boy, that was an eye-opener.
See? And you think that's freaking interesting?
Zion.
Think about this. Because I don't lie in this channel.
Zionism and Nazism are two sides of the same coin.
Well, they actually did mint a coin to use in the program, the Havara program, to ship Jews out of Germany. Here's the point. Zionism and Nazism cooperated to get Jews out of Germany because both of them believed that Jews should not be in Germany. The Zionists believed they should be in Palestine for one set of reasons. They cooperated together, and they did. That's a matter of historical fact. You don't actually need to bring the historian from America. You could bring many historians from Israel. This is not a secret. It's only a secret to those now waking up to it. They were cooperating because they had the same idea, that the European Jews should not be in Europe. They should be in Palestine.
Zionism and Nazism are...
That's an interesting thing because check this out. Let me see if this is a short one.
Europe.
Yeah, here it goes. Check this.
Europeans come to this continent, literally ethnically cleanse the indigenous population out of existence, kill them on a scale that has hardly been equaled, and refer to them as savages. That's an achievement. Who's the savage? The first time I encountered this was in a little town in Massachusetts called Deerfield. It's a reconstruction of what that little town looked like in colonial America. And in front of each house is a plaque that explains something about this house. And then description. On the 18th of October of 1702, the savages attacked. The first time I saw this, the savages. You come in here, destroy everything these people have, and they are the savages. That's an interesting move.
Now, I want you to pay attention to this, okay? I believe that the reason why they want to get rid of Social Security is because it doesn't benefit the white folks anymore. Here, I'm going to show you. Here's how I know. Listen to this real quick, okay? The first thing is that this man says here, and he's in charge of this shit right now. He says this.
The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. The empathy exploit. They're exploiting a bug in Western civilization, which is the empathy response. You
see? Why should you care? In Western civilization, meaning over here. Okay? Now, check this out. Why does he keep playing over here?
So Social Security is the.
So here, this guy talks about Social Security. For you guys that have a little bit of a brain cell, right, at least right now, before you're falling asleep, pay attention.
So Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
Right, explain that.
Wow, the richest.
So he calls it a Ponzi scheme. He's not calling it a Ponzi scheme. Like, check this out. Why do you think he wants to get rid of it? He's going to say it. He's going to, remember, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. He's going to say why. You guys need to understand the history of Social Security and when it occurred. Social Security was not always around. It happened in a certain period and at the benefit of other people, meaning the wealthy, the very wealthy. They were being taxed more and more and more. That was the only way they could fund Social Security. That's why they want to go back, make America great again. You know what I'm saying? But they don't realize that the wealthiest people of the world were being taxed at the higher rates. That's the only way it could have occurred. But hold on. Here's what happens. See, those people in those times, 20s, 30s, and 40s here, were going through World War I, II, right? Vietnam War, all kinds of shit. Now, they call those people baby boomers, right? They were having a lot of babies. Now, that's not occurring right now. So follow me and listen.
It far exceeds the tax revenue. Far. Have you ever looked at the debt clock?
Yes.
Okay. There's our present day debt, but then there's our future obligations. So when you look at the future obligations of Social Security, the actual
future obligations of Social Security. So today we're living. Everybody gets born, or right? They turn 20 and they start contributing to so-called. Well, when they start working, they start contributing to Social Security. Now, keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. Listen to what he's saying.
National debt is like double what people think it is.
See, he says it's like double to what people think it is. Now, why would let me go back.
Okay. There's our present day debt, but then there's our future obligation.
Future obligation. Now, why is he saying that it's going to double? He says the future obligation is going to double. Okay?
So when you look at the future obligations of Social Security, the actual national debt is like double what people think it is because of the future obligations.
So he's like, I don't know what you're saying. I know what he's saying. They don't fucking know what he's saying. You see, he's saying it in a racist fucking eugenics way. Because you're going to see what I'm talking about.
So basically, people are living way longer than expected.
Okay? People are living way longer than expected. All right? Remember, but he's talking about future obligations. So if these people are living longer, they worked long enough to put their retirement, so-called Social Security, to their benefit. Based on the way that it works, it seems to work. All right, but let's continue. But that's not what he's talking about.
And there are fewer babies being born. Seated.
There we go, right here. Listen to that part.
So basically, people are living way longer than expected. And there are fewer babies being born. So you have...
See, here he goes. People are living longer, meaning there's more older people and fewer babies are being born. Which ones are the babies that are being born? Which ones are the fewest of the... Okay, which nation of people are having the least amount of babies? People like him. Now, do you see how he said it in segments? So let's go back.
Yes.
Okay. There's our present day debt, but then there's our future obligations.
So there's present day and future obligations. So if future obligations, So like if he said it later that there's less babies being born, so then why would future obligations be more since there's less babies being born? I'm telling you, family, he is speaking in fucking, like, for example, if you have an agenda within you and you don't really want to say it, you know what I mean? But you need to say it. It's like you're kind of holding back, but you're saying it, but you're not really saying it. You know what I mean? So what he's talking about is that Social Security, they want to get rid of it because it's going to benefit people like you and I, brown people, because white people are not being born. So listen to this again.
It far exceeds the tax revenue. Far. Have you ever looked at the debt clock?
Yes.
Okay. There's our present day debt, but then there's our future obligations. So when you look at the future obligations of Social Security, the actual national debt is like double what people think it is.
See? So who are the people that are having more babies? Like 2, 4, 5, or 2 to 4. It's us, really, not them. Here's why.
Because of the future obligations.
See what I'm saying? So he doesn't want them white folks to be taxed anymore because guess what? It's going to benefit brown people.
So basically people are living way longer than expected. And there are fewer babies being born. So you have.
He just said that the obligation would double, but he just said that less babies would be born. Which babies? White people. White. There you go, right there. White.
More people who are retired and that live for a long time and get retirement payments. So
that's what it is. I really believe that that's really what it is. Here's why. Check this out. And this is sad, man. This is gonna go for like, I think. Hold on. Let me close this real quick. This is gonna go for. This is gonna go for a few minutes, family. Hold on.
Pilots, because I think it's too dangerous.
My line in the sand moment was when
Go for a few minutes.
I found out that GSA had awarded a contract to a company to transport unaccompanied minors.
What was that like for you?
It was like someone kicked me in my gut. Once I found out about the contract, that night, I got on my computer and I started doing a Google search.
Action obligation 40 million, total contract value 347 million. That's over $250 million. That's a lot of money to transport unaccompanied children. I mean, this is a big money business.
And that's why we're sitting here today, because as I shared before, what you know, you cannot unknow. My line in the sand moment was when I found out that GSA had awarded a contract to a company to transport unaccompanied minors.
What was that like for you?
It was like someone kicked me in my gut. Once I found out about the contract, that night, I got on my computer and I started doing a Google search.
Action obligation 40 million, total contract value 347 million. That's over $250 million. That's a lot of money to transport unaccompanied children. I mean, this is a big money business.
And that's why we're sitting here today, because as I shared before, what you know, you cannot unknow. My line in the sand moment was when I found out that GSA had awarded a contract to a company to transport unaccompanied minors.
What was that like for you?
It was like someone kicked me in my gut. Once I found out about the contract, that night, I got on my computer and I started doing a Google search.
Action obligation 40 million, total contract value 347 million. That's over $250 million. That's a lot of money to transport unaccompanied children. I mean, this is a big money business.
And that's why we're sitting here today, because as I shared before, what you know, you cannot unknow. My line in the sand moment
Hey, family, I had to run to the bathroom, so I apologize. I want to hear this. I didn't get to see this video. I saw it once. It was like a couple weeks ago because I worked on these notes a couple weeks ago, and so I want to see it again. All right, let me see. I mean, I want to see it now. All right.
It was when I found out that GSA had awarded a contract to a company to transport unaccompanied minors.
What was that like for you?
It was like someone kicked me in my gut. Once I found out about the contract, that night, I got on my computer and I started doing a Google search.
Action obligation 40 million. Total contract value 347 million. That's over $250 million. That's a lot of money to transport unaccompanied children. I mean, this is a big money business.
And that's why we're sitting here today, because as I shared before, what you know, you cannot unknow. My line in the sand moment was when I found out that GSA had a...
All right, my bad. Yeah, that went too far. Okay, so I just wanted to show this because this is why they feel the way they feel. This is why. Let me show you this real quick. It's called the White Man's Bible. Yeah. I mean, seriously. White Man's Bible by Ben Clausen. A powerful new religion's creed structured for the survival, expansion, and investment of nature's finest, that they feel superior, even though they don't realize that they don't even know how to wipe their ass. And that when they first showed up in the Jamestown town of 11, they were eating each other because they were too lazy. Our brethren that were trying to help them, they couldn't help them. They were too lazy. They were digging themselves out of the holes and eating their own fucking shit. So before you guys think you're very great, you need to learn your own history. Anyways, let's get to the... Whoa, let me see this right here. So there's a lot of topics that they talk about. Interesting book. Again, it's called The White Man's Bible by Ben Clausen. Download it. Interesting. We're going to start at page 14. This is why Donald Trump talked about this story the other day when he was up there. See, this is why you should be aware of what the fuck they're talking about. These racist pricks. I think it's time that our brothers and sisters need to realize that white people are racist. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying all of them, but you motherfuckers are. And here's what I don't like about you guys. That you seem so brave, but then when you walk around the street, you don't do the same. Check this out. This is how they see you. Never again through the serpent's eyes. Consider the following situation. A young pioneering mother living in a primitive cabin in the early West with her husband and 3 children. The youngsters are aged 6, 4, and 2 respectively, and another is on the way. The children are all asleep in a small room. Eternal enmity. One morning, to the mother's horror, she finds a rattlesnake with a newly delivered brood under one of the beds of the children. There is not the slightest doubt in the mother's mind as to what she must do. She immediately gets her children out of the area, contemplates getting the biggest club in the woodpile by the fireplace and clubbing to death the rattlesnake and her infant brood. Irreconcilable conflict. Now, obviously, there's a sharp conflict in interest here. Obviously, 2 conflicting parties, namely the mother and her family on the one side and the rattlesnake on the other side, have immediate, dire opposing points of views. 2 points of views forever irreconcilable. Remember this. 2 points of views are forever irreconcilable. They're not your friends. They want war. And they're willing to delete you for it. This is what they're saying. So see the videos I showed you guys, all these fucking crackety cracks. That's how they feel about you. That whole bullshit about illegal aliens. When you think of illegal aliens, what do you see? in your face. You see people like me. You don't see white people. You don't see black people. You don't see Asians. You don't see Arabs. You don't see no other nationality. Close your eyes and have someone tell you illegal alien, and what picture comes to your mind? They are extremely hostile, laden with emotions. They are, in fact, a matter of life and death. The two parties cannot survive in the same bedroom. In fact, from the mother's point of view, the rattlesnake is per se an evil threat to herself and her family. Now, I'm not going to read all this because I'm almost done. I got 5 minutes left because I got to go. I just got a message inside. Need to understand this right here, that you guys are the snakes and they're the simpleton woman. This is the story that Donald Trump was reading in front of everybody. This is white supremacy. He's basically saying it without saying it. He's saying it to them, but you dumbasses don't want to hear it. No, you rather attack your own brethren like me, like Ron Garcia, and come talk shit about bullshit. And yet I'm giving you some fucking proof about who the fuck your enemy is, and you don't want to listen to me. I would say this. I would highly recommend this. If you can download this link here, download it. This is one of the most, how can I say this? Oh, man. If you guys think I'm kidding, here, I'll show you. I'm going to show you exactly what the hell they're talking about.
But this is...
These guys think that they are. See, like, for example, Ron Garcia would probably come over here and be like, yeah, leave them alone. Those guys are the real people. So people like you are weak, man. We don't need people like you around here. Because this is what they truly believe. Let's listen to this and then I'm done.
I don't know if you guys remember this guy, this book that he wrote. President Donald J. Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ. He created a full-blown theology around Donald Trump. Fan, like Elon Musk.
There is absolute no one like you. No one. They hate you. Who doesn't love you? But we love you because we know you are the Christ.
So I want to talk about this theology. I want to write about it. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but it's on my list. Or that he exploits people in people.
The other 10 tribes known as Israel. Israel doesn't live in Israel. Jews lived in Israel.
The tribes that remained in Israel, he believes, exited Israel. And the Jews that live, but this to the tribes.
Primarily, the United States of America, Jews lived in.
To the tribes that lived in Israel, I hear you asking.
Jews lived in Israel. Israel was scattered all over the world, primarily the United States of America, Great Britain, and the Commonwealth nations.
So the tribes that lived in Israel after the tribes of Judah and Benjamin were captured by
Donald Trump. Israel, not. So who was it that lived at the Gaza Strip? Israel, not Jews. Israel. Now, who is the leader of Israel? Donald Trump.
Because Donald Trump is an Anglo-Saxon in Shane Vaughn's mind. That means that he is an original Jewish person. So I just want to make it clear, he really does view Trump as the Messiah.
Donald Trump carries the prophetic seal of the calling of God. He is Joseph. If you are anointed by Yahweh for a specific plan and purpose, you are a Messiah. Yeshua was the Messiah of mankind, but Donald Trump is the Messiah of America.
He believes that Trump is the Messiah. Now, in this next video, he actually put this out forever ago. This is from early November 2021. he explains the Trump theology in pretty deep detail. And he explains that Donald Trump created a new covenant with God. If you remember, Israel was in covenant with God. They were God's unique special. Now,
Israel down. Wow. We are going, he wrote a course, to New Israel. New Israel. New Israel.
He's claiming that George Washington sailed on the Mayflower to America and sang the tune, "We're Coming to New Israel."
And when they came off the ship, they didn't plant an American flag. They planted the Christian flag on the soil. They dedicated. George Washington knelt and prayed, dedicated America where the Twin Towers stand or stood. That's where America came into covenant with Yahweh, with God, was where the Twin Towers stand.
Wow.
I don't like, all of this is Fantasyland thinking. Like it came from nowhere. It came from the ether. It was created in 1970, right?
Covenant to God. If you will make us a great nation, deliver us from tyranny, then we will serve you. And he gave the nation to God at that point. Every signer of the Declaration of Independence were descendants of the tribes of Israel. We can trace it. We know it.
No, that's not true in any way. This is what I'm talking about. He believes that the people that lived in Israel, the 10 tribes, came over to America as Anglo-Saxons and formed a new covenant. Now, earlier I mentioned Israel needs to exist so that Jesus can return, right? Jesus is supposed to appear in Israel. He's about to...
Most people think of Israel, when you say the word Israel, they think of Jews. I was a doctor of theology.
No, he wasn't.
I was the youngest ordained evangelist in America at 14 years old.
No, that was Marjo Gortner at 4.
Wow. I've lived for the Lord my whole life.
No, he was an insurance salesman that got put in jail for 4 years for fraud.
It's very true, by the way.
Because he took a bunch of insurance policies out using old people's social security numbers. When they died, he collected the life insurance on it. Went to jail for years and years for that little racket he ran. So,
ever wondered what your home looks like from space?
My bad, Hemp.
Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite view.
Is them fighting against Israel. Wow. When you
like, these people don't even understand what they're listening to. They're just like, wow.
Studied my Bible, and I found out that the first mention of the word Jew in the Bible is them fighting against Israel. Wow. When you
like, these people don't even understand what they're listening to.
Waited for her, like, look what I found. Quiet moment. Wow. This is funny.
Listening to, they're just like, wow, you hearing this? He's got this stupid eating grin on his face.
Wow.
God, it's so cringy.
When you come to understand that Israel is not Jews and Jews is not Israel, when you get that, here's what happens. All of a sudden, and I'll do it real fast.
They're running out of time. They've signaled that he needs to stop talking now, but he really wants to get it out so bad. It's the capital of the country of Judea.
Jerusalem. They kept the Sabbath. That's why they're still identifiable. They kept the Sabbath. That kept them identifiable for these thousands of years.
They're actually the Pharisees, like modern day Jews.
Let me skip this because I want to just listen to this fucking dude over here. This is funny. Here it goes.
States of America.
Okay, so that's the theology.
Making their
create this, or to fortify adherent
way to the United States of America.
Okay, so that's the theology. Now, when Donald Trump took power, these people, Shane Vaughn, Helgard Mueller, Johnny Unlow, and others, started claiming that Trump was the Messiah. How can that be? Jesus was the Messiah. It gets even deeper than that.
Now, many people have told me that, they're losing faith in Donald Trump because of his stand on the vaccine. Let me correct you. You're not losing faith in Donald Trump because it was not Donald Trump that put Donald Trump in that office. 4 years before Donald Trump was ever known about running for office, Yahweh, the God of heaven, spoke through the mouth of a prophet and said that a man named Donald would be put into the White House.
This is what he's talking about, Kim Clement. No, he didn't, but we'll listen to it.
And that man Donald would be the servant of Yahweh to restore America. And guess what else that God said? That this man would serve 2 terms. So if you're losing faith in Donald Trump, you're really losing faith in the God that put him in office. And that's a danger.
Wow, that's some wicked shit. Do you really believe this?
This is John.
Mate, check this out. Hold on. I thought I put it up. Oh, come on, man.
This is Johnny Enlow, and he is...
I hate to show this guy again, but he had some good points. I don't hate to show any shit. You know, he's got some good shit. So I'm not going to say hate, but I wish I would have found it. Anyway, let's go.
He's a Trump theologist. He believes that Trump is the Son of Man, the Messiah. Not joking. Listen to what he had to say here. This is from early February 2025.
The apostolic clarity that's coming right now is coming from King Donald Trump, but it extends even over the church because he is a fellow believer, and every single one of his values that he lays out there are biblical values. Apostle Trump.
Yeah.
Listen.
Apostle Trump. He is a Trump theologist, believes that he is tantamount to God. Shane Vaughn is another Trump theologist, and I covered the Trump theology in another video.
Gabriel working very closely with Elon.
That is absolutely wild. Now, if Johnny Enlow believes that Trump is the Son of Man,
even if you think you have 100% devotion to God, it's going to cost you. And this is a key time. Once we establish what a key time in history this is a line in the sand. This Trump test, it's been clearer than ever. People I've interviewed, I've been on their programs and stuff, and who's being advanced and blessed, and ministries that are advancing and blessing, and who I see an increased anointing, and who are seeing more. They're seeing more favor. They're seeing more revelatory. Are people who didn't back off Trump.
So,
oh wow! You know it's so funny. I actually. Give me a second. I actually read a scripture that dealt with that. I think I put it here. Yeah, check this out. Let's go to Sirach 41 real quick. Verse 7. I think it's here. Is this it? I thought I had the scripture. Let me hear it again. Let me see if I can remind myself. All right, let's go.
More favor. They're seeing more revelatory, and ministries that are advancing and blessing, and who I see an increased anointing, and who are seeing more. They're seeing more favor. They're seeing more revelatory.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Check this out. It says here, Sirach 41:7. It says, the children will complain of an ungodly father because they shall be reproached for his sake. Then it says, verse 8, woe be unto you, ungodly men, which have forsaken the laws of the Most High. It's true. Didn't I say, doesn't it say in Psalm 64, they toss over the laws over their shoulders? They claim to be the children of God. But check this out. For if ye increase, it shall be to your destruction. You think they're keeping the commandments? Nah, they're talking about prosperity right here. Have nothing to do with them really honoring the word of the Most High. We can see it, and it's in our face. Let's go.
And who are seeing more. They're seeing more favor. They're seeing more revelatory. Are people who didn't back off Trump.
So he believes God is blessing people who believe in Donald Trump, like on a theological level. When this video came out, it was about 6 months after inauguration, 5 or
find funny is how they themselves say the opposite of each other. Check this out.
The great and terrible day of the Lord, it says that the Lord will come out from a place called Edom and he will crush Edom. In Jewish understanding, Edom is really talking about the Christianity. Okay? Christianity is called Edom.
Say it again.
Christianity is Edom. Okay?
How's that?
It's a rather lengthy explanation, but Edom name was Esav. Edom name in the scripture is Esav. Esau. If you turn the letter Esav, flip them around, you get the name Yeshua.
What? I don't think you do that. But you know what's so funny? Is this right here about these people too?
You're not.
Stop showing up over here, man. Shit. Stop.
Allowed to have a DNA test in Israel. There are Chinese Jews. I've met them. There are Vietnamese Jews. I've met them. They're not native to the land of Palestine. There are African Jews. They're not native to the land of Palestine either. There are Ashkenazi Jews who are entirely European in their DNA. That's why you're not allowed to have a DNA test in Israel, because it will reveal that virtually none of them are Semitic, virtually none of them have any ancestral connection to the land. I was viciously assaulted by a manager in the BBC who had recently converted to Judaism. It's fine. I love all religions. But you can't say I've now converted to Judaism and therefore I have a right to go to the land of Palestine and live in the house of someone whose ancestors have been living in it for thousands of years. Again,
There was music on that. I don't know why it doesn't play it. But let's listen to this. What the hell, man? So, wait. Let's go.
Major military facility that's there to help protect NATO and Europe in case of a foreign attack from, well, Russia, basically. And Canada, well, Canada has the rights to this bunch of oil and natural gas reserves, as well as the maritime routes for them. And Putin wants those demolished. Now, Panama currently has sanctions against Russian vessels traveling through the Panama Canal. So when Donnie is talking about all three of these places, it's on behalf of Vlad. Just like everything that he's done since he was bailed out by Russia in the 80s after he lost all of his daddy's money in bankrupt hotels and casinos in Atlantic City. See, those of us that have been paying attention and that read about history know this shit. And we've seen this coming for a long time. Now, MAGA is the brainchild of Vlad. And Donnie is his puppet. And all of you suckers that voted for him have done nothing more than give him more power to Russia and turn this country over to them. The United States is now weaker and more vulnerable because of you. You know, sometimes I wish I was as stupid as all you MAGAs so I could live my life in total ignorant bliss thinking that Daddy Donnie is just going to make everything better for me. Y'all are a bunch of soft, whiny little bitches. Fuck the fascists. Do not comply.
Are low-life scum that screw little girls so the Jews can screw America. That's what's happening in this country. I just said it. That's what's going on in this country. And our FBI is corrupt. The Supreme Court is corrupt. The Justice Department is corrupt. The news media is corrupt. The whole country is corrupt because we've walked away from Almighty God and we've allowed Kabbalah practicing Jews to defile the nation. Put that video out. Go ahead and clip this video and send it out. I dare you. You won't do it because you're scared that the truth may get out to the American people. I'm had it up to here with the corruption in this country. Little children being raped for the benefit of Israel. That's all it's about, Doc. Little American children being raped for the benefit of Israel. American politicians raping little American girls to be videotaped by Israeli Mossad so that Israel can blackmail American politicians. That's the state of America today. God ought to destroy this country for what we've become. Our leaders are low-life,
which has had its government overthrown by the CIA since 1947. Costa Rica in 1948, Guatemala 1954, El Salvador 1979, Nicaragua 1981, Panama 1989, Paraguay 1954, Brazil 1964, Peru 1968, Chile 1973, Uruguay 1973, Argentina 1976, and Venezuela in 2002. Many of these were perceived as ideologically opposed to the United States, were leftist dictatorships, or were some combination of the two. Here's every South American country which
was ordained specifically to safeguard the
has had its government overthrown by the CIA since
principles of liberty proclaimed by the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration's phrase, "all men are created equal," means that men are equal before the law and before the Creator, regardless of their inequality in human society. The Declaration says that men are endowed with unalienable rights, and that the purpose of government is to secure these rights. The unalienable rights of man enumerated in the Declaration of Independence do not include equality, but they do include liberty, along with life and pursuit of happiness. Equality of all men in the eyes of God and before the law is a condition essential to freedom, but no other kind of equality is possible. Government efforts to achieve material equality will produce crushing tyranny, but will not make people equal. The writers of the Constitution were anxious to safeguard liberty against dictatorship, monarchy they called it, but their chief anxiety was to protect the country against democracy. Edmund Randolph, delegate to the Constitutional Convention from Virginia, said the general object of the convention was to provide a cure for the follies and fury of democracy. Elbridge Gerry and Roger Sherman, delegates from Massachusetts and Connecticut, urged the Constitutional Convention to create a system to eliminate the evils that flow from the excess of democracy. Alexander Hamilton, delegate from New York, said, "We are now forming a Republican government. Real liberty is not found in democracy. If we incline too much to democracy, we shall soon shoot into a monarchy." John Adams, one of the giants of the American Revolutionary period, said, "Democracy will envy all, contend with all, endeavor to pull down all. And when by chance it happens to get the upper hand for a short time, democracy will be revengeful, bloody, and cruel."
The irony in democracy, when it says that it actually destroys you more than anything because of the fact that it opens up doors that you don't want to, that you can't close eventually. Because technically with democracy, you level plane everything. And then powers that may not be, and basically it allows infiltration. I think I understand their republic, but it's still unrighteous. Let's continue.
Say the word. Dan Bongino, the new FBI deputy director, can't even say the word. Listen.
You know Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East.
So you mean Israel? It's like he's not allowed to say it or something. But wait, there's more.
What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel. Defense of Israel.
So the main cause that's dear to the heart of the second in command of the FBI is not the United States? By the way, if you're new to this is how it works. A guy like Epstein will traffic children, bring them somewhere like on an island, for example, then invite politicians and celebrities and covertly film them having disgusting, inappropriate acts with these poor children so that these politicians and celebrities can be controlled for the rest of time through blackmail. And this is how you gain power over foreign governments. But I think people are starting to see it.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel.
Let me get that for you, bro. Let me get that. See, Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 18. It says, in the house of Jacob shall be fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. That means we're going to burn you with our presence, our knowledge and understanding. And then at the end, if we get the chance, in the house of Esau, you crackety cracks, for stubble, and they shall kindle in them. Meaning that we're going to warm up and enjoying your destruction, deleting, your deletion. Because you need to be deleted. That's really the facts. I mean, isn't that what you're saying about us? Why is it unfair if I say it about you? I mean, you're all over the place. Look, I'll even show you. These are Khazars to the fullest family. Converts. Fake Jews.
Wait, am I Jewish? I'm Jewish. My name is very Jewish.
Past 10 years, people have assumed in my community that you're Jewish until I informed them otherwise.
Yeah.
Elon is a pretty Jewish name.
It's super Jewish.
Yeah.
Well, I went to Hebrew preschool, Rachel Sparrow in South Africa. And then I went to Israel when I was 13, visited Masada. Most of my friends are Jewish, just worked out that way. Aspirationally Jewish. Yeah, forget that. Wait,
I don't know if you guys noticed it, but I'm like right there. They haven't deleted it. That's good. Yeah, that's funny. Anyways, listen, we're almost done, fam. I said I was done earlier, but you know what? I was going through my notes. I'm like, you know what? Let me just finish my shit. You know, a lot of people watching. I don't care. I'm just trying to get back on track, man. You know, it's like this. I'm like, first of all, this whole thing is a marathon. It's not like, you know, a race. So I take my time to get back on the rhythm. This is one of those classes, man. I want to get back on the rhythm. I hope you guys can appreciate it. Anyways, so fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, let me just play the videos. Let's go.
¿Por qué hablas tanto de México?
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Chúpale los huevos a los mexicanos. Tan peligroso que es el mexicano, tan peligroso que es México. Y tú vas chupándole los huevos a los mexicanos. Pues yo le voy a decir una cosa y sé que muchos se van a enojar. Yo hablo de México porque mire que me echó la mano en Estados Unidos han sido los mexicanos. Esos cuando yo les he pedido raite, ni un peso me han pedido los chimados. Ah, no vaya a ser un hondureño, usted un salvadoreño que usted le pida raite. No, papito, de voladita se la canta, de voladita le pone el libro. Esos pisados, cara de capibara. Que tan peligroso que es México. No, el único peligro que usted corre aquí en México es cuando venga a pasear, que se vaya a morir de una gran harta.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on a second. Let me see what else. Oh, that's right. I had to show this shit to you guys. Hold on.
Ayer comenté algo que vale.
I wanted to. This relates to the fact as to why my family came to these states. It was around 1980. Let's listen in.
Vale la pena recordar. La mayor expulsión de mexicanos a Estados Unidos fue durante el periodo neoliberal. Y particularmente fue durante el periodo de la venta de las empresas públicas. Muchas de las empresas públicas que se vendieron, algunas siguieron funcionando y aumentaron incluso su participación, como Teléfonos de México, que aunque tenemos nuestras diferencias por esa venta, se mantuvo. Pero hubo otras empresas que privatizaron y se desmantelaron.
That was in 1880. 1980. That's where my dad and my mom decided to bring us over here. they were doing decent. And I guess that's when my dad lost his job. They privatized all kinds of companies because he was a welder and he worked for not a union, but he worked for an organization where it was like a big company, part of the government. And he was let go. So that's what I'm saying. Like the more you know about history, whether it's I don't want to say whether, but the more you study history, you start to see like why things happen even to you. At least I found out for myself. And it gives everybody answers, at least for you, for your sake. Let me see this. What video is this? Let's see if I'm almost done. That's it. Okay, so my family sent me this. I thought it was funny. So I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're, whatever, but I thought it was funny. Because, again, I'm almost done. Now I'm almost done. Okay, so I'm finishing up. Let's go.
Ya tenemos extranjeros de visita. Largo de aquí, así como ustedes nos corren a nosotros, hijos de su perra madre. Largo de mi país. ¿Está de vacaciones usted? Largo de gringos, puro mexicano. Y a partir de hoy, pinche
Allá va, para allá.
vete a la verga.
No.
Síganlo.
Ay, no.
Síganlo. A partir de hoy, todos los pinches gringos que vengan a México me van a tener que traer copia del CUR, acta de nacimiento, 2 personas que vivan aquí que se hagan responsables de su desmadre si llegan a ser aquí o en una playa o en un antro o donde sea. Y aparte, un pasaporte americano-mexicano.
Ok, para poder estar aquí en Monterrey,
en
México.
¿Le hablé a Claudia?
¿A cuál Claudia?
Claudita Chambán.
Claudita, comadrita.
Claudita.
¿Qué se bufó a Trump?
Ella es íntima amiga mía.
The reason I showed you this because you know what, man? You're gonna be surprised at what's going on. I still have family in Guadalajara, and there's a lot going on in Jalisco right now. And I wanted to show you guys. I think I'm gonna do a class on that topic, specifically in Jalisco. They found un rancho y cigar, no me acuerdo muy bien, full of bodies, like dead bones and shit. It's pretty sad shit. But anyways, I wanted to show this to you guys because it's reminding us that how in the world do weapons get down to Mexico? How the fuck are they there? Because guns are not legal in Mexico. You can't go buy a gun at a store. Well, let's find out how.
Pero los narcos gringos no existen. Les presento a Gabriel Seth Rogers. Miren nada más cuánto colágeno, cuánta juventud, cuánto futuro. Es un joven estadounidense y seguramente tendrá una vida bastante próspera. Pues no, es buscado por las autoridades de Wyoming en Estados Unidos por asociación delictuosa y por narcotráfico. Y adivinen qué. Fue arrestado en México, concretamente en Culiacán, Sinaloa, por elementos de la Guardia Nacional, por elementos de la Secretaría de Seguridad Pública y desde luego por las Fuerzas Armadas. Otro narco gringo que cae en territorio mexicano y solamente le digo al señor Trump que el problema lo tienen del lado del Río Bravo, pero al norte. Basta con la producción, pero sobre todo también con la distribución de drogas. Por lo pronto, otra estrellita para Omar García Harfuch y el combate al narcotráfico. ¿Será que el presidente Trump vaya a considerar terrorista a este ciudadano estadounidense, este compatriota connacional paisano suyo? Les presento a Scott Harvey Daniel Lee Thompson. Este es un ciudadano de origen estadounidense que intentó ingresar a territorio mexicano con 3 armas largas, 2 armas cortas, 19 cargadores y 2.095 cartuchos útiles de diferentes calibres, 3.000 miras telescópicas para armas y un jodido telescopio. La detención se llevó a cabo en el Puente Internacional El Chaparral en Tijuana, Baja California, por los elementos de la Secretaría de la Defensa Nacional y la Guardia Nacional. Así que más que sea otra estrellita para Omar García Harfuch, demostrar que el tráfico de armas proviene directamente de los Estados Unidos, de ese país que se queja de lo que él mismo está ocasionando.
A cualquier extranjero que realice actividades al margen de la ley, se le impondrá la pena más severa posible, así como la medida cautelar de prisión preventiva oficiosa. A cualquier extranjero que realice actividades al margen de la ley,
Caen 2 narcotraficantes estadounidenses en Puerto Vallarta, Jalisco. La narrativa del presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, cada vez se está debilitando más al asegurar que solamente los mexicanos son los que aseguran drogas sintéticas y fentanilo que traspasan a los Estados Unidos. Pues no, gracias al Ejército, Marina y Guardia Nacional se logró combatir y detener a 2 objetivos prioritarios del propio gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Han caído Aaron Wilkie Murphy, de 51 años de edad, y Hong Tua Thi, de 49 años. Ambos personajes estaban altamente relacionados con la distribución de fentanilo que llegaba a los Estados Unidos. Y no eran mexicanos como tanto presumen los republicanos. Ambos provenían directamente de los Estados Unidos. El gobierno mexicano ya los está extraditando hacia su país de origen y es otra estrellita bajo el mando de Omar García Harfuch, secretario de Seguridad Pública. Insistimos, si quieren acabar con el problema del narco, que primero acaben con aquellos que distribuyen la droga.
Deal with yourselves first. That's what he's saying. But I think it has a lot to do with jealousy. Anyway, so we got 4 more links and that's it. And the reason why I'm showing you guys this is because I don't think you know this enough. I don't think you do. Listen.
Estudiantes crean el primer autovolador mexicano. Un equipo de 7 jóvenes veracruzanos han desarrollado el primer autovolador en México, diseñado para realizar rescates en zonas de desastre y con la capacidad de levantar hasta 180 kilos. Bajo el nombre de Mantarraya, el proyecto fue presentado el 15 de febrero por estudiantes de Ingeniería Mecatrónica del Centro Universitario Latino Veracruz. Durante 4 meses, estos jóvenes trabajaron en su diseño y construcción, logrando un prototipo funcional. Lo más impresionante es que todas las piezas del vehículo fueron diseñadas y ensambladas por los propios alumnos, quienes contaron con la dirección del ingeniero Víctor Leiva. Además, el auto volador está equipado con 6 motores de alta potencia, cada uno capaz de soportar hasta 60 kilos. Mientras tanto, los estudiantes buscan el apoyo de especialistas en aeronáutica para perfeccionar su invento y ponerlo al servicio de protección civil o bomberos.
Güey, ya valió madre. Sale a la luz porque Elon Musk apoyó a Donald Trump. Y es que este hijo de su madre sabía que México se convertiría en su competencia. México presentó su primer coche 100% mexicano, eléctrico y muy hermoso como el que estás viendo en esta imagen. Un coche muy avanzado que solo costará 90,000 pesos mexicanos. ¿Te imaginas? El gobierno y todo el negocio de estos demonios se viene abajo, porque México está creando su propio coche eléctrico y muchísimo más barato, considerando que un Tesla anda costando entre 2 y 5 millones de pesos. Por eso tanto afán de que Estados Unidos le ponga aranceles a México para evitar que este coche llegue al mercado estadounidense. Saben perfectamente que todo el negocio de Tesla se vendría abajo. ¿Quién iba a decir que México sería el verdugo de este demonio llamado Elon Musk? Ahora sí se está viendo quién tiene la verdadera gallina de los huevos de oro. Créeme, México se convertirá en un país millonario.
Esto lo cambia todo. Claudia deja frío a Trump. México hace increíble anuncio tecnológico.
Bueno, el Centro de Diseño de Semiconductores Kutsari, o Proyecto Kutsari, Centro Nacional de Diseño de Semiconductores. Es la unión de muchos científicos, desarrolladores tecnológicos, de instituciones públicas de educación superior, que van a poner toda su inteligencia, diseño, creatividad para generar nuevos diseños de semiconductores. Estos pues tienen que patentarse. Entonces vamos a acelerar todo el proceso de patentes para que puedan venderse, combinarse con la empresa pública.
México es el campeón mundial y mucha gente no lo puede creer lo que voy a decir, pero es el campeón mundial de software, de desarrollo de software. Tú sabías, y la raza que nos escucha, que la mayor cantidad de contratados por Oracle, por Google, por Microsoft, por las 10 tech del mundo son mexicanos.
Wow.
¿Tú sabías que los mexicanos son los que más le dan a ganar a las empresas de desarrollo de software y los que más producen por encima de los chinos. México tiene que ser una potencia en desarrollo de software. México tiene que dejar de maquilar y de ensamblar y de estampar playeritas y dedicarse a crear fábricas de software por todo el territorio nacional.
Entonces, me gustó el enfoque que estás dando. En vez de estar pensando en qué van a hacer los chinos o los gringos, es pensar qué vamos a hacer nosotros y dejar de estar dependiendo de ellos.
México es el campeón mundial.
Hey fam, thank you very much for being here. My bad for being a little sloppy today. You know, it's been a whole month that I haven't done a live, and you know, I don't know if you guys realize this, man. In order for you to do this stuff, you got to be in rhythm. You got to do it every day. It's like your job. You got to do it every day, every day, every day, every day. It's like a routine, you know. And the moment you take a break, it just things change all of a sudden. Like your habits change. You know, the buttons aren't the same. So you know, forgive me if I was a little slow today, man. But again, I'm trying to get my rhythm back. I'm not in the best spot right now, to be honest with you. I don't really like where I'm at this moment, but I'm gonna do my best to continue, and I want to, you know, work with what I have. So, anyways, I hope you guys appreciate what I have. Well, whatever. I could have done better. I believe I could have done better, but you know what I mean. Like, again, man, it's been a while, dude. Shit. You guys have a good night. Hope you can appreciate some of the music. And I'll be back soon. All right. Shalom, brothers.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote, me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote, me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia, yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia, pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias, si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle, no puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle, no quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle, quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre, a la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les digo que es trabajo, puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo, loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país, todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs, pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis, loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados, atento si prendo un blunt, en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo, cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo pedo y enfiestado, chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado, puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca, pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca, ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca, si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida, con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle, disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día viendo live, pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen, no suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises, maldito policía, no quiero que me revises.
prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón. Es el perrito de la selva.
La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa perros 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Los machilones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundee que en los scratches. Desde alzada mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Your man are real. This is the cipher tree.
Ahora Babylon real. En esta ocasión traigo a los gangsters más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia gang. ¿Cómo dice?
Your man are real. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo para el momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio un ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminals, physical redemption hasta cacacar el baile.
Typical styling, musical fraile. Muchas las promesas las que se han llevado al aire. Love, love, love. Siente verdad como no en mi corazón.
En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Guarda los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas, más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa, no tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza, las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza, la belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
Es de reventar el beat, reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vueltas que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school, it's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de Benur, pero cálida y del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, 53, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killerman, Smoker, Chusta, Feel Light, Rasta, Child Metal, Kimanes, Original Reggae, Saifa again.
Interna en la villa del pingüino, entre los Calin en la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos zarandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hallarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, so start my friend, yeah. Reggae warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, creating their freedom from them, me more. Nanny boy, represent this game. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, jungle in the street, reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, jungle in the street, reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Falta presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer. Y solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así. Y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha. Manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha. Mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from. Solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde el original, Killer Man al mando. Oh, na, na, na.
Mira, soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante, ahora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario Suena el reggae en los barrios para que calme el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre en mi imaginario quemo cheques bancarios. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music band de hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music band de hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, aquí vinimos a sonreír. Lo was man, I never fear, never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre vaya a favor, no. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, familia, familia. Magna boy su familia ya no manía.
خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي واللي جاي يديني اليوم وباقي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي واللي جاي يديني اليوم وباقي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري. Un sueño donde no había amor, se perdía el color de una flor, se marchaba lentamente, con el sol en el horizonte. Pude hacer algo para calmar en mi dolor, y es por eso que le pongo flow, viviendo alto siempre. Burro bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burro bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir. Burro bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burro bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir.
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia. Familia, familia, Magna boy son familia.
Escalón, subiendo a nuevo escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo la chip estalón. Esos stage van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Por conexión Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie area de París, día yo. Los magnetes han llegado, están aquí, víalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, it's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos abrilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final.
De para millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar, piltrafillas, del zono no pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pasa.
pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Y poner ritmo y los manos dentro de 4 patas. Si quieres de esa vaina va a probarla. Todo el que en el party donde se gata. What the fuck, what the girl, what an alma. Vive muriéndote la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, so real. Lo es man, never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa. Y nuestra prosa siempre para allá no. Tú podrás por miedo a traicionar a tu familia, matar tu bro, sangre si aún sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, Magna Gate, alive, fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué, alive, fire them. I gotta stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rasta man, I got Illuminati, play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a Christy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Key Cray is familia. Familia, pure nego is familia. Familia, Siku, Key Magneto, familia. Familia, es el que está a la mínima. Familia, compactar más cristaleras. Familia, Rasta Giant familia. Magna Boy que te aplastaba, nego.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.
It's all about the oil, stupid. That's part of the headline of a new piece by our first guest, Mehdi Hassan, the founder of the online news site Zeteo. In the piece, Hassan details how President Trump's repeatedly admitted that gaining access to Venezuela's oil was a key reason why the U.S. attacked Venezuela Saturday and kidnapped President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. On Monday, Maduro and his wife pleaded not guilty to federal charges in a New York courtroom. Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves. This is part of what President Trump said on Saturday from Mar-a-Lago.
The oil companies are going to go in, they're going to spend money, we're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
On Sunday, Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One he'd briefed oil executives ahead of the attack on Venezuela, something he did not do for members of Congress.
Spoken with the oil companies about going into Venezuela?
I have.
Which ones? Have you received any commitments?
All of them, basically.
Any commitments from the oil companies?
We want to go in so badly.
Did you speak with them before the operation took place about, did you maybe tip them off about what was coming?
Before and after. And they want to go in, and they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela. And they're going to represent us well.
On Monday, oil company stocks surged in value. Paul Singer, a billionaire who's a top donor to President Trump, is set to profit immensely since his investment firm purchased Citgo, the U.S.-based subsidiary Venezuela state-owned oil company, for $5.9 billion. The Venezuelan government estimates Citgo's value at $18 billion. On Monday, the United Nations Security Council held an emergency meeting on the U.S. attack. Venezuela's ambassador to the UN, Samuel Moncada, said Venezuela's targeted due to oil and energy resources.
Venezuela es víctima de estos ataques por razón de sus riquezas naturales.
Venezuela is a victim of these attacks as a result of its natural wealth. Oil, energy, strategic resources, and the geopolitical position of our country have historically been factors of greed and external pressure. When the use of force is used to control resources, impose governments, or redesign states, we are faced with the logic that refers to the worst practices of colonialism and neocolonialism. Accepting this logic implies opening the door to a profoundly unstable world, where countries with greater military capabilities can decide by force the political and economic destiny of other states.
Joining us now is Mehdi Hassan, editor-in-chief and CEO of Zeteo. Thanks so much for joining us again, Mehdi. Why don't you start off with the title of your piece? It's all about the oil, stupid. Or to be exact, yep, it's all about the oil. Talk about what happened, your response to the abduction of the Venezuelan president and his wife, the charging yesterday, what the Trump administration has said he is guilty of doing, actually didn't jive exactly with what he was charged with. But then what all this means as Trump talks about narco-trafficking, but also what? Mentioned 25 times in his press conference afterwards, talked about the word oil.
Yeah, good morning, Amy. Thanks for having me. I wrote that piece on Saturday in a hurry at 7 a.m. when I woke up and saw the news that the U.S. had attacked Venezuela. And I pulled together, it's a list of Trump comments, basically, from the past few months and years. I went back to 2019, and Andrew McCabe, who was FBI deputy director, he wrote in his memoir in 2019, The Threat. He quotes Donald Trump saying in government during his first term, the country we should be invading is Venezuela. They're right next door and they have all that oil. Trump was thinking about Venezuela's oil long ago, even during his period in the wilderness between 2020 and 2024. He did rallies where he spoke about, if I was still in charge, we would have Venezuela's oil. And of course, he spent much of December, just before the New Year's, talking about we want our oil rights back. Our oil was stolen from us. All BS, nonsense, lies. Said Venezuela took our oil. We want it back. They need to return it, he said. They took an oil tanker. He said, we're going to keep the oil. So I put that all together in a quick piece on Saturday, thinking, people are going to attack me as they did in 2003, when people like you and me, Amy, were saying, it's about the oil. Iraq was about the oil. But in those days, the people in power pretended it wasn't, right? George Bush, Dick Cheney and others, they said it was WMDs. They said it was democracy. They said it was Al-Qaeda. They at least pretended that it wasn't about the oil. Trump, as you just pointed out, has spent the last 3 days non-stop telling us it's about the oil. So you have all these people on the right and in the center, saying the sophisticated analysis is it's not about the oil. That's a conspiracy theory. And then you have Donald Trump comes out, as usual, throws them all under the bus, says, no, it's about the oil. He just can't stop talking about the oil. Every time he's asked about anything, he says, well, let's talk about oil. And as you pointed out, oil company stocks are up. He gave oil companies a heads up that he didn't give members of Congress per the Constitution. If you go back to the election campaign, Amy, in Florida at Mar-a-Lago, he hosted a bunch of oil company executives and said, give me $1 billion. And I'll help you all out. He's helping them out. He's enjoying himself. This is what he likes. He's not actually done a full regime change. He's kept the Maduro government in place, Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, in place, as long as she plays ball on the oil. He's made that very clear. So this was about oil. It was never about narco-terrorism or drugs. This is the same president who pardoned the former president of Honduras just a few weeks ago, who was convicted in an American court and imprisoned for bringing 400 tons of cocaine into the country. It's not about democracy. This is a president who loves dictators, his pals with Middle East and Asian and African dictators, loves Kim Jong-un. And this wasn't about, running a cartel. The indictment that said that Nicolas Maduro was the head of a cartel, the cartel of the Suns, as you pointed out earlier, De La Solis. It's a completely made-up cartel, as experts have said for years. I said it in my piece on Saturday, and now they've dropped it. Classic Trump administration. Whether it's someone that ICE is taking or some foreign leader that they've kidnapped, when they come in front of a judge, they always change their tune.
I want to go to Stephen Miller. He's got a number of titles, but mainly the Deputy Chief of Staff. This is what he said on CNN.
By definition, we are in charge because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period.
So that's Stephen Miller. We are in charge, he said. Mehdi Hassan, your response.
And Donald Trump has said the same, right? On Air Force One on Sunday night, it was very interesting to see Trump's comments because, as usual, his people went out to do Operation Cleanup on the media. They tried to clean up his remarks from Saturday, where he said, we're going to run Venezuela. This is a famous anti-war, anti-regime change, anti-nation building, anti-neocon Republican president. And yet on Saturday, he says very quickly, we're going to run Venezuela. So on Sunday morning, all his people go out on the Sunday shows and say that's not what he meant. Marco Rubio does cleanup in aisle 11, goes on the Sunday morning shows and says what he meant was we're going to keep the blockade in place. And then he goes out on Air Force One on Sunday night and says, no, if I tell you who's in charge, it'll be controversial. They say, who? He goes, we're in charge. We're running it. And then you have Stephen Miller, who's also very blunt. I mean, he is the voice of Trump's id, making clear that might is right. The same people who told us for years that America needs to mind its own business, America needs to nation build at home, America needs to stop all these foreign wars, they're now loving this moment. They're very hyped up. They think they've got a big win. They've loved this kind of smooth elite special forces moment where they pulled Maduro out without any American losses. It has shades of post-war Iraq, mission accomplished, the hubris of the George Bush administration and the neocons in the spring of 2003. It all looks fine in the short term. It's the long term and the medium term that's the problem. And they don't really have a plan for Venezuela. They don't really have a plan for any of these countries they're now threatening. Trump is threatening Cuba. He's threatening Colombia. He's threatening Iran. And of course, he's threatening Denmark by threatening to take Greenland. And Stephen Miller is now pushing this new line that might is right. We're not going to pretend that we care about international law or UN resolutions or national sovereignty. We're going to take what we want. And you're seeing that in the MAGA media universe too, Amy. You're seeing people like Matt Walsh, the far-right podcaster at the Daily Wire, who used to say, I'm a non-interventionist. We shouldn't go abroad. We should focus on America. Now he's saying, well, we should do whatever we want. We're a superpower, and third world countries just have to get on board. So that's an interesting development here in the MAGA movement, which claimed to be anti-war. And some of us, I'm sorry, Amy, just have to say this, some of us spent much of 2024 warning people on the left that Donald Trump is not anti-war, will not be a dove. He will actually be a belligerent hawk who starts new wars. He bombed 7 countries in 2024, 7 countries in the space of his first 12 months, and now he's threatening to bomb 4 more, one of whom is a European ally.
Can you talk about Trump's national security strategy, which was released last month, which states the U.S. will, quote, assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. And, of course, Trump himself now is referring to the Monroe Doctrine.
Well, Donald Trump has the brain and comprehension and attention span of a toddler, and I say that in a very generous fashion. So when he hears new words, new terms, something that makes him sound good, he jumps on it. So of course, when right-wing media came up with this idea of the Monroe Doctrine, borrowing from the Monroe Doctrine, of course, Donald Trump couldn't tell you what the Monroe Doctrine was if his life depended on it. He loves this idea that he's now doing something new in American history. He's a president who's breaking new ground, and this new ground being we're going to run the hemisphere. You saw the post that the State Department put out yesterday saying it's our hemisphere, which people pointed out is both, performatively strong, like being the neighborhood bully, but also weak because you're basically saying, well, the rest of the world isn't ours, which is what previous American presidents suggested, that they were leader of the free world. Trump's basically saying, well, this is ours, and China, Russia can have their spheres of influence, and it is very 19th century-esque. Let's divide up the world between the powers. But on the national security strategy, obviously European governments were alarmed when they saw this national security strategy. It's very hard to describe. It's nuts in many ways. If you read it, it's written, it feels like it's parts of it are written by the Groypers, by the neo-Nazis around the Nick Fuentes types. It talks about the decline of Western civilization. It says Europe is being destroyed. It's committing suicide by allowing in non-white immigrants. It talks about, it treats the West and Europe as America's main enemy because we know how much Donald Trump actually likes Vladimir Putin. So it's a very bizarre document that is both hawkish and belligerent and isolationist and withdrawalist at the same time. It's classic Trump. He has no consistent views or principles. When people say, what is Trumpism? We need to find out this guiding ideology. Donald Trump is a collection of impulses. And that's why we're now seeing in the space of 72 hours, the same people who spent years telling us that regime change is bad, this is a different Republican Party, this is not the George W. Bush neocon party, suddenly they sound even more hawkish than Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney, as I said in my piece, whatever the opposite of rolling in your grave is, he's doing it right now. Because I don't remember George Bush and Dick Cheney threatening 4 countries at a single press conference, one of them being in a European country. Trump is doing that. So this isn't about ideology. This isn't about some new doctrine. This is about might being right. This is about Trump's nativist impulses meeting his belligerent impulses. There was a cartoon that Pete Hegseth retweeted from the Trump War Room account over the weekend, which has Donald Trump standing astride Latin America with a stick in his hand. That is their approach to the world right now. Let's see how long it lasts.
And Iran, you have on Monday the Jerusalem Post reporting there are multiple indications the U.S. and Israel are looking into regime change options in Iran. Lindsey Graham was on Fox. He put on a hat that said, make Iran great again. Are you concerned about moving from Venezuela to Iran?
100%. And also Graham took a picture with that hat standing alongside Trump. And Donald Trump, of course, we were told would be the guy who doesn't want a new war in the Middle East. We were told he would do a deal with Iran and do deals with everyone in the region. And of course, he became the first American president to bomb Iran. He did what Obama and Bush and Biden did not do. He bombed Iran last year in violation of international law. He claimed it was to stop this quote unquote 12-day war between Israel and Iran. But smarter analysts like Trita Parsi and others pointed out that this was unresolved, that 2026 would be a year where we would see military conflict again. If you had asked me prior to the New Year's what I was most worried about, I would have said Iran and Venezuela. And Venezuela's happened. Iran is next. In fact, the day before he bombed Venezuela, Amy, actually, let me get the timeline right. On Christmas Day, he bombs Nigeria. On Christmas Day. On New Year's Eve, at a party in Mar-a-Lago, he's asked, what's your New Year's resolution? He says, peace, peace on earth. Then, on Friday, January 2nd, he posts, we're locked and loaded, ready to attack Iran. And then on Saturday, he attacks Venezuela. This is the most hawkish president of my lifetime at the moment, right now, as of right now. George Bush must be wondering what's going on in his house in Dallas, looking at what Trump's up to. So yes, I'm very worried about a war with Iran. The Israelis and the Israeli press, as you mentioned, are loving this moment. They're seeing this as a moment. Remember, they're tying Venezuela to Iran. They're saying Venezuela supported Hezbollah, Iran supports Hezbollah. These regimes are all connected. It's kind of like a new axis of evil. So of course they're pushing for an attack on Iran. This is not just Netanyahu, by the way. I know we love in this country just to say Netanyahu. It's the entire Israeli political political spectrum, Benny Gantz, an opposition leader, former general, openly called, I think yesterday or Sunday, for the Americans to take out the regime in Iran as well. And of course, this is what hubris does to you. Donald Trump will look at what happened in Venezuela and say, well, I did it so smoothly and bloodlessly. By the way, they killed Venezuelans, including Venezuelan civilians. But no Americans were lost. And I got praised by people in the media for my wonderful win. That's the kind of hubris that would allow someone like Trump to go, well, maybe we should do it in Iran. Maybe I should listen to Lindsey Graham and Benjamin Netanyahu and Marco Rubio and do it in Iran. Of course, Iran is a very different kettle of fish to Venezuela. That won't be a walk in the park, I can assure you.
Manny, when you talk about Nigeria, let's not forget it's the largest oil producer in Africa.
Completely
Iran,
coincidental, Amy. Completely coincidental.
And Iran, of course, overthrown in 1953 by the United States, the democratically elected leader, on behalf of BP. So oil all the way, not to mention Iraq in 2003, when you mentioned George W. Bush. I just wanted to go to Jeffrey Sachs, speaking at the UN Security Council yesterday, the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University.
In the past month, President Trump has issued direct threats against 6 UN member states, including Colombia, Denmark, Iran, Mexico, Nigeria, and of course, Venezuela. Members of the Council are not called upon to judge Nicolas Maduro. They are not called upon to assess whether the recent U.S. attack and ongoing naval quarantine results in freedom or in subjugation. Members of the Council are called upon to defend international law, and specifically the UN Charter.
So that was Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Mehdi Hasan, in this last 30 seconds, supposedly on Thursday, there's going to be a vote and a debate in the U.S. Senate on the War Powers Act. Can you talk about the significance of this and where you see this all headed? President Maduro is expected to be back in court, I think it's March 17th.
Well, we don't know if he's going to actually win or lose. The Trump DOJ doesn't have a great record in prosecuting people. It will be hilarious if they lost and Maduro walked free. Let's see. Very quickly, the story of the Trump administration at home has been people rolling over for him. Big law, big universities, big tech, all of the banks, all rolling over him. Universities rolling over for Trump. And now the story on the international stage is the same. European allies cannot bring themselves to condemn what Trump did. The British government, embarrassingly, could not even say he shouldn't take Greenland. America's wrong to be threatening Greenland. Congress has abdicated its role on foreign policy, on war making. So at every stage, Donald Trump, luckiest man in the world, finds no opposition. I think this is all going to come bite everyone in their backsides very quickly. If he does take Greenland, the Europeans will feel very foolish for not standing together when he went after Venezuela.
Mehdi Hasan, award-winning journalist, editor-in-chief and CEO of Zeteo. We'll link to your piece, Trump's Venezuela Attack. It's all about the oil, stupid. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. Here on Democracy Now!, I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Well, as Special Counsel Robert Mueller continues his probe into Russian meddling into the 2016 election, we take a look back at Washington's record of meddling in elections across the globe. By one count, the United States has interfered in more than 80 foreign elections between 1946 and 2000. And that doesn't count U.S.-backed coups and invasions. Former CIA Director James Woolsey recently joked about the U.S. record of meddling overseas during an interview with Laura Ingraham on Fox News.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over. For example, in Europe, in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians, we
don't do that now, though? We don't mess around other people's elections, Joe?
Only for a very good cause.
Can you do that? Do a Vine video on a former CIA director.
Only for a very good cause in the interests of democracy.
All right, thank you.
The list of countries where the U.S. has interfered is long. In 1893, the U.S. helped overthrow the Kingdom of Hawaii. 5 years later, in 1898, the U.S. invaded and occupied Cuba and Puerto Rico. A year later, with the Philippines. Early 20th century interventions included Nicaragua, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, all in the 1910s.
In 1953, the U.S. helped overthrow the Iranian government. A year later, in 1954, the U.S.-backed coup in Guatemala, overthrowing the democratically elected leader of Guatemala, Jacobo Arbenz. Then in the 60s, the list grew to include, once again, the Dominican Republic, Indonesia, and the Congo. And that's just a partial list. Even with the end of the Cold War, U.S. interference overseas did not end. Next week marks the 15th anniversary of the U.S. invasion of Iraq to topple the government of Saddam Hussein. We now go to Stephen Kinzer, former New York Times foreign correspondent who writes about world affairs for the Boston Globe. He's the author of a number of books, including Overthrow, America's Century of Regime Change from Hawaii to Iraq, All the Shah's Men, An American Coup and the Roots of Middle East Terror. He's written the book Bitter Fruit about the coup in Guatemala. And his latest book is The True Flag, Theodore Roosevelt, Mark Twain, and the Birth of American Empire. Stephen Kinzer, we welcome you back to Democracy Now! To talk, sadly, about the very same issue. I'm not quite sure where to begin, whether to go back to the beginning, but let's start since it was 65 years ago. In Iran, in 1953, in March of 1953, the U.S. was in full swing making plans for overthrowing the government of the democratically elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh. Can you talk about what the U.S. did in Iran then, so well known throughout Iran, but most people in this country have no idea?
Early in the 20th century, the people of Iran began moving towards democracy. It was a very difficult struggle. It was back and forth. But finally, after the Second World War, democracy did emerge in Iran. It was the one parenthesis, the one period of real democracy that we've had in Iran over the last 100 years. So the problem came when the Iranians chose the wrong leader. They did something that the United States never likes. They chose a leader who wanted to put the interests of his own country ahead of the interests of the United States. And that alarmed the West, and particularly the United States. Mossadegh's first move was to nationalize Iranian oil. We thought this would be a terrible example for the rest of the world. We didn't want to start this process going in other countries. So in order to set an example, the United States decided we would work with the British to overthrow the elected democratic government of Iran. We sent a senior CIA officer who worked in the basement of the American embassy in Iran, organizing the coup. The coup finally succeeded in the summer of 1953. Mossadegh was overthrown, and more important, the democratic system in Iran was destroyed forever. This was not just an attack on one person, but an attack on democracy. And the reason why we attacked that democracy is the democracy produced the wrong person. So we like elections and democratic processes, but they have to produce the candidates we like. Otherwise, our approval disappears.
And the person he sent, that the U.S., the Dulles brothers sent into Iran with the suitcases of money to begin the process, Teddy Roosevelt's grandson?
That's right. Sometimes I wonder if there's something genetic in the Roosevelt family that predisposes them toward regime change. It is a kind of a quirk of history that the person who effectively projected the United States into the regime change era at the beginning of the 20th century, Teddy Roosevelt, had a grandson who went to Iran in the 1950s and carried out a regime change operation there. And there are similarities between the operations that they carried out.
Before you go on, Stephen, I wanted to go to a part of a trailer from an upcoming documentary titled Coup 53 about the 1953 British-American coup in Iran and the overthrow of Mohammad Mossadegh, directed by the Iranian physicist turned award-winning documentary filmmaker Taghi Emirani.
I'm going to be telling the story of this man, Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh. He was our first democratically elected prime minister.
Nobody knows who Mossadegh was. Democratically elected prime minister of Iran.
In 1952, Time magazine named him Man of the Year because it nationalized Iranian oil and kicked the British out.
Mossadegh came along and threw them out. They were gone, gone, gone.
The Iranian people had rejected the Shah's rule with blood and bare hands at front of tanks.
You had $1 million in cash to run the coup, right?
That's right. Kermit Roosevelt was prepared to do whatever he had to do when he was given this mission by Allen Dulles to overthrow the democratic government of Iran.
But may I say this, at no time has the CIA engaged in any political activity or any intelligence activity that was not approved at the highest level.
That last voice, Allen Dulles, head of the CIA from 1952 to 1961. At the time, his brother, Secretary of State Dulles, was Secretary of State. We're talking about the overthrow of Iran for the British oil company that would later become British Petroleum. Is that right, Stephen Kinzer?
Yes, that company is now called BP. So you're seeing long-term effects of these interventions, and what you're seeing in Iran today 100% ties back to what we did in 1953. We like to have this idea that these operations are discrete. They're not going to have any long-term effects. We'll remove one government, place another favorable government in power, then everything will go fine, everybody will forget it, and it won't have any long-term effects. But if you look around the world, you can see that these kinds of operations to interfere in other countries' politics, what the CIA calls influence operations, actually not only often wind up devastating the target country, but in the end undermine the security of the United States.
Stephen Kinzer, I'd like to move to another part of the world, Nicaragua. Most people are familiar, obviously, with the Reagan-era attempts to overthrow the Sandinista government, or the period during the Roosevelt era of the attempts to get rid of Sandino as a force in Nicaragua. But further back, Jose Santos Zelaya at the beginning of the 20th century. You talk about the efforts of the U.S. government to overthrow Zelaya.
Zelaya was a fascinating figure, certainly the most formidable leader Nicaragua ever had. He was a slashing reformer. He was a liberal, a progressive. He built ports and roads, tried to build up a middle class in Nicaragua. He brought the first automobile into Nicaragua, the first street lights. He organized the first baseball league. He was a true modernizer. But he had one characteristic the United States really didn't like, and that is he wanted Nicaragua to have an independent foreign policy. When he needed to raise money for a planned railroad across Nicaragua, rather than seek loans from the Morgan Bank in the United States, as we wanted him to do, he floated the loan offers in London and in Paris. The United States tried to get those governments to forbid the offering of those loan agreements, but they refused. Sure enough, the money was raised, and America became very alarmed. Nicaragua was trying to diversify its international relations. It didn't want to be just under the power of the United States, and that was a fatal decision by Zelaya. Once he decided that he wanted to pull Nicaragua out from under the thumb of the United States, he became a target, and we did overthrow him in 1909. That was the beginning of a century of American interference in Nicaragua. I think you can argue that there's no country in the world where the cycle of American intervention, imposition of a dictator, rebellion, repression, and a return of American power to impose another leader is so clear over such a long period of time the way it is in Nicaragua.
We're talking to Stephen Kinzer, former New York Times foreign correspondent, now writes the World Affairs column for the Boston Globe.
And I wanted to ask you about another invasion that is rarely talked about these days, the invasion of the Dominican Republic in 1965 by Lyndon Johnson, and the efforts of the United States, again, to control the affairs of the Dominican Republic over many, many years, because obviously there were two invasions of the Dominican Republic. There was one at the early part of the century that led to the rise of Trujillo, and then there was one after the fall of Trujillo to attempt regime change against President Juan Bosch, who had been elected into office.
You've placed it very well, because if we remember this operation at all, we remember the American Marines landing on the beaches in the Dominican Republic. But the cause of that intervention was the foolish mistake of the Dominican people of electing a leader who was unpalatable to the United States. Juan Bosch was a figure a little bit like Zelaya had been half a century earlier in Nicaragua. He didn't want the Dominican Republic to be under the thumb of the United States. He wanted it to be an independent country, and this was something the U.S. couldn't tolerate. All these movements in the Caribbean basin have been have had as a fundamental part of their political program measures to limit the power of foreign corporations in their countries, and often measures to limit the amount of land that foreigners can own in their country. These are the kinds of measures that are hateful to the American corporations that have gotten so rich from taking the resources of the Caribbean basin. And leaders who promote those policies always find themselves in Washington's crosshairs. This is not just ancient history. We had an episode in Honduras in 2009 where a president who was very much in this line, trying to pull Honduras away from subservience to the United States, was overthrown in a coup by the military, dragged out of his house in the middle of the night in his pajamas, sent into exile. The U.S. was so happy. Members of Congress even went to Honduras to congratulate the leader of the coup. And then, just last year, a new election was held to ratify the results of the coup. The election was so fraudulent that for the first time in the history of the Organization of American States, the OAS called for a new election. And the leader of the OAS, Almagro, had to do it because he had been denouncing attacks on democracy in Venezuela and figured he couldn't just stand by while something even worse was done in Honduras. Unfortunately, the United States doesn't have that kind of shame, and we cheered that election. We refused the call for a new election, and Honduras today is under the rule of a regime that is the product of a coup supported by the United States against an elected government. So this is not something that we used to do in ancient history. This is something that's happening right now, and that's why those of us familiar with this history roll our eyes a little bit when we hear these outraged allegations that Russia has been doing something so dastardly as to try to influence our politics.
Stephen Kinzer, can you take us on a brief kind of thumbnail journey from the overthrow of Hawaii, the Spanish-American War, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, all before the turn of the 20th century?
This was a fascinating period, and it really was the moment when the United States went from being what you could call a continental empire, that is inside North America, to being an overseas empire. A crucial moment of decision for the United States. Was not inevitable, but that was the choice we made. So in 1893, at the behest of sugar growers in Hawaii, the United States promoted the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy. The idea was that Hawaii would then immediately become part of the United States. That didn't happen because there was a change of presidency in Washington, and the new president, Grover Cleveland, hated that intervention and didn't want to take Hawaii in. Then 5 years later, in 1898, when Grover Cleveland was gone, the Spanish-American War broke out. The United States became interested in the Pacific because we destroyed the Spanish fleet in the Philippines. Then we decided we should take the Philippines for ourselves. We became interested in the China market. This was a real fantastic fata morgana out there for American business. The American press was full of stories about how many nails we could sell in China if we could get the Chinese to use nails, how much cotton we could sell there, how much beef we could sell there if we could get the Chinese to eat beef. So we decided we needed stepping stones to China. And that was the moment when we decided, let's take Hawaii as we've taken the Philippines. So that happened at the same time the United States was consolidating its rule over Cuba and Puerto Rico. In Cuba, we staged a presidential election after we consolidated our power there in 1898. We found a candidate that we liked. We found him in upstate New York. He spoke good English, which is always essential for the people that we promote. We brought him back to Cuba as soon as it became clear that the campaign was rigged. The other candidate dropped out. He became president of Cuba. Sure enough, 6 years later, the United States had to send troops back to Cuba to suppress protests against them. They occupied Cuba for 3 more years. Then they left. They had to come back again about 6 or 7 years later in 1917 because, again, the Cuban people had had the temerity to elect a leader who was unpalatable to the United States. So this was a great model for an idea, a concept that has reverberated through the whole period since then, which is have your elections, but you must elect someone we like, otherwise we're going to go to Plan B.
Go to break, and then we're going to come back with Stephen Kinzer and talk about James Woolsey's latest comment. When asked on Fox if the U.S. is still interfering with people's elections, he chuckles and says, only for a good cause. Yes, we're talking with Stephen Kinzer, former New York Times foreign correspondent, now writing World Affairs column for the Boston Globe, has written many books, one on the U.S. overthrow of Guatemalan democratically elected government called Bitter Fruit, one called Overthrow, America's Century of Regime Change from Hawaii to Iraq, one specifically on Iran, All the Shah's Men, and his latest book, The True Flag, Theodore Roosevelt, Mark Twain, and the Birth of American Empire. This is Democracy Now! Back in a minute. Here on Democracy Now!, I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Our guest is Stephen Kinzer, former New York Times foreign correspondent, now writes for the Boston Globe. He's author of a number of books. His latest, The True Flag, Theodore Roosevelt, Mark Twain, and the Birth of American Empire. Juan?
Yeah, I'd like to ask you, in terms of the Spanish-American War and, of course, of the bitter guerrilla war that developed in the Philippines in 1899, 1900, the birth of the anti-imperialist league in the United States. It was a widespread movement of Americans opposed to this overseas empire. Could you talk about some of the figures and the impact of the anti-imperialist league? Because we don't see that kind of organization these days, even though the U.S. empire continues to grow and make itself felt around the world.
The story of the Anti-Imperialist League is a central part of my new book, The True Flag. And I like my books always to be voyages of discovery. I'm always looking for some really big story that shaped the world, but that we don't know about. And this really is one. Here's a story that has almost completely dropped out of our history books. But the Anti-Imperialist League was a major force in American life in the period around 1898, 1900. It was based in Boston, later moved to Washington, had chapters all over the United States. Some of the leading figures in the United States were members. The leaders of the Anti-Imperialist League included billionaires like Andrew Carnegie and social activists like Jane Addams and Samuel Gompers. Booker T. Washington, Grover Cleveland was a member. It was really a remarkable group. It staged hundreds of rallies, published thousands of leaflets, intensely lobbied in Washington, and actually had quite an impact. This was a debate that seized the attention of the entire American people. Should we begin taking territories outside North America? Or should we now stop, now that we've consolidated our North American empire? Everybody in the United States realized this was a huge decision. It dominated newspaper coverage. When the treaty by which the United States took the Philippines and Guam and Puerto Rico was brought before the Senate, there was a 34-day debate. That's the center of my book. In this debate, you will see every argument on both sides that has ever been used for the last 120 years. Every argument about why intervention is a good idea or a bad idea starts there. And the Anti-Imperialist League played a great role in that debate. And interestingly enough, that treaty that set us off on the path of global empire was passed in the Senate by a margin of 1 vote more than the required 2/3 majority. And when it was challenged in the Supreme Court,
and of course, the most eloquent spokesman for the Anti-Imperialist League was none other than Mark Twain, no?
This is another discovery I made while I was writing my book. I grew up with what I now realize was a kind of false image of Mark Twain. I always thought of him as a Mr. Nice Guy. He's a sweetheart. He's everybody's favorite old uncle who has nice curly white hair and rocks on his porch and tells nice funny stories that everybody laughs at. This is not correct. This is not the real Mark Twain. Mark Twain was an eviscerating anti-imperialist. He was militant. He was intent. He used to write that Americans fighting in foreign wars were carrying a polluted musket under a bandit's flag. And he even wanted to change the flag of the United States to change the stars to skull and crossbone symbols. So I now realize that we have sort of sanctified and bleached Mark Twain for public consumption. Many of the quotes I use from Twain in my book do not appear in many biographies or anthologies. That part of Twain has been dropped out of his legacy, and I'm trying to recover it because he speaks to us today.
Makes me wonder if his books will start be taken out of libraries around the country.
Okay, welcome. We should get started. Nice to see a full house here for this very special event. It's my great pleasure to introduce Stephen Kinzer. I'm Peter Andreas, the Associate Director here at the Watson Institute. This is part of the Security Seminar Series. Stephen Kinzer did not have to travel far. He is based here at the Institute. In fact, this is one of his many talks on his book tour, but arguably the cheapest stop on his book tour. He didn't have to travel far, and we're not paying him a lot to come. The book is one of his many books. It's just the latest. The Brothers, John Foster Dulles, Allen Dulles, and Their Secret World War. I just checked before coming down, and on Amazon, it is the #1 selling book under the category Intelligence and Espionage. So very timely in that regard. It's also number 272 overall, which I can tell you as an academic, that's an enviable number. Only journalists and public figures, such as Stephen Kinzer, get into the hundreds rather than the thousands in terms of the Amazon rankings. Anyway, let me give you a little bit more background on Stephen. Actually, dating myself a bit, probably his best-known book is called Bitter Fruit. I don't even know what the subtitle, but it's about the U.S. support for the military coup in Guatemala in 1953, and I read it as an undergraduate, not in 1953. And I knew his name ever since then. And he is an award-winning journalist who worked for more than 20 years for the New York Times, most of it as a foreign correspondent. He was the Times bureau chief in Nicaragua during the 80s, in Germany during the 1990s. In 1996, he was named chief of the newly opened Times bureau in Istanbul, and later was appointed national culture correspondent based in Chicago. Today, he is no longer at the Times. He teaches, including here at Brown University in the International Relations program. But he's taught journalism, political science, international relations at Northwestern and BU, as well as here at Brown. And his many books have been including Central America. I mentioned Bitter Fruit, but also a book on Rwanda, a book on Turkey, Iran, as well as others that trace the history of American foreign policy. He's a contributor to the New York Review of Books, and he writes a world affairs column for The Guardian. So without further ado, let me welcome Stephen Kinzer. But last but not least, I want to tell you there are, in fact, books outside and a small reception that we'll have immediately after the talk. So welcome.
Thanks for that gracious introduction. It's wonderful to be here. I'm seeing some old friends and some new friends, and at least one Brown freshman who I've known since she was a small baby, which is, I guess, the only kind there is. And it's especially rewarding for me to be here giving this talk at Watson. This is a wonderful institution, but I think for those of us affiliated with it, it's particularly interesting to be here at this moment. This is not just an interesting institution, but a very interesting moment, I think, in the history of this institution. So it's great to be a part of that. I've been traveling around, as Peter mentioned, talking about this book, and I've already had at least one very rewarding experience, although it's kind of nice to be up on the Amazon list, and my book will be reviewed in the New York Times next Sunday. I've already seen that review, so that's nice. But I did have a problem in all my previous books that always bothered me, and that is in many bookstores, in the days when there used to be bookstores, my books were in something like the public affairs or current events section, and they'd be filed alphabetically. So I would always wind up being next to Henry Kissinger. And I didn't like that. But I didn't know any way to escape it. But now with the fading away of bookstores and everybody buying their books on Amazon, I have a different neighbor. If you type into Amazon, The Brothers, the first book that comes up is mine, and right next to it, right next to me, is The Brothers Karamazov. So I've gone from Kissinger to Dostoevsky as a companion, which is a big, big step up as far as I'm concerned. When I started researching the Dulles brothers, I'd already knew a little bit about them because they had been characters who wandered across the pages of some of my previous books. I always felt that they deserved something more than just the bit character roles that I was able to assign to them. In fact, that's part of my mission, I guess. I like to rearrange the perspectives of history. I sometimes look at footnotes in history books and think that that footnote is actually more important than the entire chapter. One thing I've really come to understand as I've read a lot and traveled a lot and worked in many countries is that the way we understand history is not necessarily the way it was. Some events are very important and others are less important, but which events go into which category is quite subjective. Many of the episodes that I've written about, it's a dark moment for us here. So I won't say anything bad about the CIA anymore, I promise. Many of the episodes that I've written about really are, or I like to think were, forgotten. If you read a history of the 20th century that's 1,000 pages long, you'd be lucky to find, for example, one sentence about the U.S. overthrow of the government of Iran in 1953, despite the huge effects that had. I think there's a reason for that, and that is that all governments in all countries, just like all individuals, like to think of ourselves in a positive way. We like to accept narratives that show us the way we believe that we are. This might be one of the many reasons why there's such an unending interest in World War II, and there's always new videos and new movies and new books. They could fill up this entire building with just 1 year's worth. Of course, World War II was a hugely important episode, but I think there's another reason why we're so fascinated with it. It shows us the way we like to think that we are. We fought evil dictators, and when we left, there was democracy and freedom. Other episodes in our history don't show us that way, so we like to forget them or overlook them or see them as minor footnotes. The Dulles brothers are really an example of this. It's remarkable to me that these brothers, who were so hugely powerful in their time, they were able to make and break governments, and they did, are now so forgotten. Probably when they were in power, there was hardly a literate human being on earth that did not know the name Dulles. But now, when I was writing this book, periodically friends of mine would ask, so what are you working on now? What are you writing about? And I said, well, I'm writing about Dulles. And they say, the airport? Actually, as you know, Dulles Airport outside Washington is named after John Foster Dulles. This was Eisenhower's idea. Immediately after Foster Dulles died, he announced that this new super airport was going to be named after his beloved Secretary of State. By the time the airport was ready to be opened, however, John F. Kennedy was president. He didn't like the idea of naming it after Dulles, and announced through his FAA chairman that they would find another name. There was a lot of pushback, including from Allen Dulles and from ex-President Eisenhower. Kennedy finally relented. And I've seen the little video clip of President Kennedy opening Dulles Airport. So there's Eisenhower, and Foster Dulles' widow is there, Allen Dulles is there, Kennedy gives a nice little speech, and then he pulls back the curtain to reveal this big bust of John Foster Dulles that stands in the center of Dulles Airport in front of the big reflecting pool. So as I was starting out on this project, I decided that I needed to go and stand in front of that bust, which for some reason I had missed, even though I'd gone through the airport a number of times. So I made a trip and passed through the Dulles Airport, and when I got off the plane, I asked one of the security guards, so where's the bust? And he looked at me blankly, and I said, well, the bust of John Foster Dulles, still blank. I asked, well, who do you think this airport was named for? Doesn't know. Well, I said, but there's a bust in the middle of the airport, right? Never heard of it. Well, I left him and I went on to another more knowledgeable security guard, but I got the same answer. And finally, I realized I should ask for the reflecting pool because I had read that it's in front of the reflecting pool. No, there's no reflecting pool in this airport either. I had to get on another flight and I was quite puzzled by all of this. That's a long story, but finally, the ending was that with the help of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, I discovered that in the late 1990s there was a renovation at Dulles Airport, and when the renovation was finished, the reflecting pool had been filled in, and the Dulles bust was gone. Nobody has ever been able to tell me who ordered that or why that happened. However, I did manage to get the lady from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority to open up a closed conference room opposite baggage claim number 3, and there is the bust of John Foster Dulles. This is a wonderful metaphor to me about how we have airbrushed Dulles and his legacy out of our history. Maybe the reason is that his approach to the world really didn't pay off very well for us. It didn't work out. Rather than confront that fact and try to draw some lessons from the Dulles brothers and their experience during the 1950s, it's easier to forget them and pretend they never existed. And I think we've moved on from them in ways that are dangerous and unpleasant and threatening for us. I want to bring them back to life and give them the importance in history that I think they deserve. They reflect forces that still shape the United States. The forces that shaped them shaped us, shaped our nation, shaped many of us as individuals. They did then, and they still do. So, as many of you know, during the 1950s, we had this situation that occurred only once in history, and that was that brothers controlled the overt and covert sides of American foreign policy. It was a dangerous arrangement because these brothers had been raised quite intimately together, and they came to view the world in exactly the same way. The experiences that shaped them were the same. And once they were in these high positions of power, because they were so close and so identical in their worldviews, they never felt the need to consult anyone else when carrying out these hugely important and earth-shattering operations. They converted the foreign policy process into a kind of reverberating echo chamber for the certainties that they had grown up sharing. They came from a privileged background and I think never confronted the reality that for most people in life, sometimes things go badly wrong. You can't control everything. You have terrible reverses. But those things never happened to the Dulles brothers, and they never happened to anybody that the Dulles brothers knew. They had a very small and closed circle. That's the circle that shaped American foreign policy for at least the first half of the 20th century, all the same kinds of people. And I think they were also victims of something that we still suffer from, and that is this supra-rational view that since we're the United States, everything is going to work out for us in the end. We are going to be able to control the course of history. In a sense, we're above history. History doesn't apply to us. This is a view that the Dulles brothers had, although I think they had it subconsciously. It was an assumption they worked on, and I think it still cripples us a little bit. The can-do mentality is a wonderful thing. The can-do mentality tells you that if you want something badly enough and you work hard enough, you're going to get it. And this is what allowed Americans to build our country and to cross the prairies and invent the light bulb and the airplane. It led us to triumph over obstacles that are posed by technology and by the environment and by other people. But there's a negative side to the can-do mentality, because there are some things in life and some things in this world that if you really want to accomplish and you work really hard to accomplish, you still can't accomplish. And that includes overcoming obstacles that are rooted in deep-seated cultures, including cultures that have existed far longer than the United States. So let me talk a little bit about the Dulles brothers and the forces that shaped them and then take us through into their period in office. I can think of three forces that were particularly important, I think, in shaping the Dulles brothers' mentality and the way they saw themselves, their country, and the world. The first was that the Dulles brothers truly were vessels of American history. They were in a transition period, and they were maybe the most effective bridges between the 19th and the 20th centuries. When they were kids, they grew up on the shores of Lake Ontario, and they had two famous relatives who were their two favorite relatives. Their grandfather, John Watson Foster, had been Secretary of State, and their uncle was also Secretary of State. Every morning during the summers, the two little boys would get up. They lived in a parsonage, so they had to say their prayers. They sang some hymns. They took a cold shower, which was the only kind their father, Reverend Dulles, allowed. And then they ran down to Lakeshore, where Grandfather Foster, this extravagantly bewhiskered patriarch of the Republican Party, and Uncle Bert, known to the rest of us as Secretary of State Lansing, were waiting for them. And the four of them, these two boys and their two older relatives who doted on them, would spend every summer day stalking the wily small-mouthed bass in the eddies along the shores of Lake Ontario. And those were not just fishing trips. They were a cascade of lessons in American history. John Watson Foster had lived the classic pioneer life in the age of manifest destiny. He had traveled westward in the middle of the 19th century, fought the savages, tamed the wilderness, ingratiated himself to important people, built himself a business, bought a newspaper, became active in politics, finally managed to help swing votes in a couple of elections, got himself a diplomatic posting, rose to this high position of being Secretary of State, and actually set the family off into the regime change business. Because John Watson Foster was the first Secretary of State in American history to preside over the U.S. overthrow of a foreign government. He was the Secretary of State who was in power and oversaw the overthrow of the government of Hawaii in 1893. So he set a pattern, I guess, for the family. But think about this, that John Watson Foster, the grandfather, had campaigned for Abraham Lincoln. And the two boys who spent their youth and adolescence under his influence went on to project American power throughout the world in the nuclear age. So the span of American history is short, I think sometimes a little bit misleading, but the Dulles brothers truly were vessels of this history. So I think their upbringing in this elite environment very much shaped them. Grandfather Foster, as they called him, so loved these two boys that he wasn't satisfied with having bought a house near them on Lake Ontario and spending the summers there. He started bringing them to his mansion on DuPont Circle in Washington for winter months. And there they would have dinner with Woodrow Wilson, William Howard Taft, Bernard Baruch, Andrew Carnegie, a parade of ambassadors and cabinet ministers. So they grew up understanding not just the ideas of the elite, but the style of the elite and the vocabulary of the elite. Interestingly enough, young Allie, as he was then called, had an interesting way to end these evenings. So he'd sit at dinner with these eminent figures. The boys, of course, were not allowed to participate in the discussion, but they listened very avidly. And they would go up to bed. Foster would go to bed like a normal person, but Allen Dulles didn't do that. Even as a young kid of 12 years old, before he went to bed, he would sit at his desk in his bedroom and write out a report of who had attended the dinner, what they had said, and what he himself thought they really meant by what they said. These were not reports for anybody else. He just did this for himself. This was the guy that would go on to head the CIA more than 50 years later. But he already had this bent. So their childhood was very important in this sense. And I think it was important in another way. It gave them another very important view of life. The Dulleses grew up in the environment of missionary Calvinism. Their father was a Presbyterian minister, later a professor of apologetics, which is the field of explaining and defending Christian belief. Their grandfather was a clergyman, their great-grandfather was a clergyman, their uncles were clergymen, and most of these relatives were not just Presbyterian ministers, but they were also missionaries. So they were filled with this idea that people were always coming back from India, from Syria, from China, and giving them this sense of how important it was to go out and convert the unbelievers. This religious tradition teaches you, first of all, that the world is made up of good and evil, and they're constantly at war. Many other cultures don't believe this. Many cultures are brought up, or people in many other cultures are brought up to believe that we're all composed of good and evil impulses, individuals as well as governments, and these come out in different proportion according to circumstance. The Dulles brothers did not believe this. And it's not only a belief that there's good and evil in the world, but the companion belief that the good people, that is the Christians, are not allowed to sit at home and just pray and hope that good will prevail in the world. Your obligation is to go out in the world and bring the unconverted, the heathens, the misguided to the path of righteousness. You're helping them, you're saving them from damnation. If you believe this about religion, it's a very short step to applying the same schema to politics, and you begin to believe there are good regimes in the world and there are evil regimes, and that it's the obligation of the good people, that's us, of course, to go out in the world and crush the evil and bring the evil people to the path of good. So I think this was the second force that was very important in shaping their approach to the world. And the final one certainly was the decades that the Dulles brothers spent working for this remarkable Wall Street law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. This was not a normal law firm. In fact, even calling it a law firm is a little bit misleading. If you needed a contract drawn up or you had to be represented in a courtroom, they had people that could do that. But that was not what people came to Sullivan and Cromwell for. Sullivan and Cromwell had a specialty, and their specialty was pressuring small countries to give in to the demands of big American corporations. And that's why every big American multinational corporation hired Sullivan and Cromwell. Foster Dulles was the managing partner, and Allen Dulles was a partner there. Both worked there for decades. And they participated, even as private lawyers, in a whole series of what I think you would now call interventions abroad. Foster Dulles' very first assignment, when he came in as what they called a clerk, we would now call it like a junior associate, was to travel to Guyana and convince the government of Guyana that it should abolish its tariffs on imported flour, because a flour manufacturer in the U.S. had hired Sullivan and Cromwell. He managed to do this. In 1917, this was just to pick another one out of the hat, Sullivan and Cromwell received news from some of its clients that had great interest in Cuba. Sullivan and Cromwell represented just about every big American business in Cuba. And they were sugar plantation owners, railroad owners, mining companies. An election was held in Cuba in 1917 in which the Liberal Party, that had pledged a more nationalistic platform and wanted to limit the role of foreigners in Cuba, won. The Conservatives were in a panic and refused to give up power. The big American corporations were in an equal panic and wanted to be sure that the Conservatives stayed in power. But the Liberals were rebelling to demand that the election results be respected. So these clients of Sullivan and Cromwell came to the law firm and said, "You got to do something for us. This is why we hired you." So John Foster Dulles got the case. In fact, this is 1917. First thing he does in New York is get on the train to Washington. He goes to see the Secretary of State, who he knew as Uncle Bert. And he told Uncle Bert that the United States should send 2 warships to Cuba to crush the liberal rebellion. The next morning, 2 warships were sent to Cuba. 6,000 Marines landed. They crushed the liberal revolt. They began an occupation that lasted several years. And the American corporations were then free to operate as they wished, right up until the end of the 1950s. So the Dulles brothers were in this business long before they came into power. But their experience at Sullivan and Cromwell definitely gave them the view that the interests of the United States and the interests of big American corporations were identical. This was a view that they carried with them into office, as they carried with them this view of American exceptionalism that they assimilated from their older relatives, and the view of the world that came from their Manichaean religious upbringing. Now, I start the second part of my book where I talk about the period when the Dulles brothers were in office with a little reference to a famous speech that John Quincy Adams gave in 1821 on Independence Day to the Congress. And he said in that speech, "America goes not abroad in search of monsters to destroy." But the Dulles brothers did. One of the themes of my book is that we've misunderstood the 1950s. We think of the 1950s as a time of peace, tense peace. But actually, that's not true. As a matter of fact, the United States was engaged in a constant world war during the 1950s. We didn't see it because most of it was waged out of view. And those times when it emerged into public view, we were led to believe that we didn't have anything to do with it, that those were just local uprisings. But we now know, as documents have been declassified and memoirs have been written and histories have been opened, that the Dulles brothers never stopped one intervention, one foreign operation, one attempt to sabotage a government without starting another one. The theater of operations in this war changed from year to year. That's another reason why I think it's been difficult for us to put it together. It moved from Iran to Guatemala to Vietnam to Indonesia to Egypt to the Congo to Cuba. But this was a constant series of operations. And Allen Dulles made this very clear to his CIA station chiefs. He imposed what my academic colleagues will recognize as a kind of publish or perish mentality. Allen Dulles didn't want any station chief writing him back notes saying, "We're observing the situation, things are unfolding, and we'll keep you posted." You had to have operations going all the time. We had to be active. The Dulles brothers were compulsive activists. Of course, we have to place ourselves back in the era in which the Dulles brothers lived. It was a period when many Americans lived in a form of permanent fear. We really believed that the communist world and communist influence was spreading like some kind of a cancerous plague, and that it was nipping off pieces of the so-called free world, and it was kind of like a hotel burglar that was going down the halls, checking every door to see which one was open that he could push in. And there were plenty of reasons for us to see the world this way. We had the Soviets testing their nuclear bomb, the communists won the civil war in China. You had the Berlin crisis, and followed by the Berlin airlift, the fall of countries in Eastern Europe under Soviet rule, in some cases quite brutally. So it was quite possible to develop this narrative. On the other hand, it's also possible to develop the counter-narrative. You can see that the United States had a number of victories during this period as well. We stood up to the Soviets in Greece, in Turkey, in Iran, in Europe. And it may well, we now know that the Soviets were much weaker militarily and economically than we thought. And it may well be that the Soviets were more afraid of us than we were of them. We didn't know that at the time, however. Many CIA officers who have looked back at this period have traced the reason for this to the fact that we had no active espionage in the Soviet Union. We never developed a spy network there during the Second World War because the Soviets were our allies. And then it was too late. It was impenetrable. So this allowed us to develop highly exaggerated views of Soviet capabilities. In fact, our first U-2 flight came back with terrible news for Allen Dulles, because the first result at the top of the page says that the Soviets cannot possibly have the number of missiles and planes that we've been estimating that they have, based on the photos we've just taken. That didn't change our policy, however. So the Dulles brothers set out on a series of operations in which they targeted figures who they believed threatened the United States. The first two of these, the first two targets, were people against whom they had long-standing grudges. I talked about what the Dulles brothers had done for a living at Sullivan and Cromwell, and this had made John Foster Dulles the highest-paid lawyer in America. In the early 1950s, the Dulles brothers suffered two most unaccustomed defeats and humiliations. The first came in Iran. when, under the leadership of Prime Minister Mossadegh, the Iranian parliament decided to nationalize the Iranian oil industry. The company that owned that industry before it was nationalized had as its bank, its financial agent, a big international bank called the Schroeder Bank. Schroeder Bank was a client of Sullivan and Cromwell. And in fact, Alan Dulles was on the board of Schroeder Bank. So he effectively had to go to his friends and clients and say, we failed you. You hired us to protect your interests in Iran, and he just lost them. This was not something to which they were accustomed or something that they easily forgot. Soon afterward, the same thing happened in Guatemala. United Fruit Company was one of the major clients of Sullivan and Cromwell. Both Dulles brothers worked on the United Fruit account. Both had gone to Guatemala on behalf of United Fruit, and both held substantial blocks of United Fruit stock. So not only United Fruit, but the two subsidiary companies through which it ruled Guatemala, the International Railroad of Central America and the electric company that controlled electric generating in Guatemala, were all Sullivan and Cromwell clients. The land reform that was passed by the Guatemalan Congress under the presidency of Jacobo Arbenz affected the interests of United Fruit. It required United Fruit to sell all of its unused land to the Guatemalan government at a price that the Guatemalan government set, and they set it in an odd way. In those days, United Fruit and all landowners in Guatemala paid income tax, but you could value your property yourself. You just wrote in how much your property was worth. And so the court in Guatemala then told United Fruit, well, you've told us how much your land is worth, and we're going to give you every penny. They received a complaint note back, not from United Fruit, but from the U.S. State Department, demanding 20 times more. But the Guatemalan government did not respond. As private lawyers, there wasn't anything the Dulles brothers could do. Alan Dulles entered the CIA in a secondary position during the Truman administration, and he proposed to Truman and Dean Acheson, first, that we should overthrow the government of Iran, and second, that we should overthrow the government of Guatemala. Both of these plans were summarily rejected by Truman. In fact, Dean Acheson talked about the Guatemala one by saying that there's nothing that could happen in Latin America that would justify an American intervention that would blacken our image there, because Latin America just wasn't important enough in principle. So just don't even ask me. Don't come to me if the country's in Guatemala, in Latin America. So the Dulles brothers carried the grudges against Mossadegh and against Arbenz with them into office. They didn't even wait for Eisenhower to be inaugurated before they started meeting with their British counterparts to plot the overthrow of Mossadegh. They achieved that in the summer of 1953. And then, less than a year later, they did the same thing in Guatemala. Now, I've just come back from Guatemala. This country is hardly beginning to recover from the horrific civil war that took 200,000 lives over 35 years. That was a civil war that broke out after the coup that the Dulles brothers carried out. As for Iran, I don't have to go down the list of the terrible long-term effects. You just have to look at Iran today and what Iran has been for the 60 years since that coup and see what some of those terrible effects were. In the writing business, we have a lot of cliches, and one of them is every story is either happy or sad depending on where you end it. So for the Dulles brothers, the outcome of coups like these were very happy because it seemed like the story ended right after the overthrow. So in Iran, for example, we overthrew a guy we didn't like, Mossadegh, and we replaced him with a guy, the Shah, who would do everything we wanted. Seemed like the perfect outcome. Everybody was happy. Well, from today, the perspective looks very different. And if you trace the interventions that the Dulles brothers carried out around the world, you see this pattern over and over again. Let me just mention one more in some detail, and that is Vietnam. John Foster Dulles was more responsible than any single individual for beginning the American involvement in Vietnam. He led the American delegation to the Geneva Conference in 1954, which was to determine the future of Vietnam. He'd only been there a few days when he understood what was happening. The French had just lost their big battle at Dien Bien Phu and were throwing in the towel. They announced that very reluctantly and painfully they had concluded that Ho Chi Minh was too powerful, he was too popular, and it was just time to give it up and move on to the next battle and realize that Ho Chi Minh had won the right to control a piece of Indochina. The British agreed with this. And it was clear that the conference was going to come to this conclusion. So Foster Dulles walked out. He left. It's the only time in American history that a Secretary of State has left a major international conference in the middle. He determined that the United States would fight. Just because the French and the British couldn't do it didn't mean that the Americans couldn't do it. And he set out a plan that Allen Dulles directed to begin American direct involvement in Vietnam. So think of it, if that one guy had not made that one decision on that one day as he was flying home from Geneva, we might have avoided the entire U.S. involvement in Vietnam with all of the trauma that that brought to us and to the world. Later on, the Dulles brothers intervened in a variety of countries. One of the criteria that they used was to attack leaders who embraced an ideology that the Dulles brothers found particularly hateful, in some ways even worse than Bolshevism, and that was neutralism. Foster Dulles used the word immoral to describe neutralism. Neutralism was the ideology embraced by leaders of new countries that were emerging from colonialism after the Second World War. It meant that we don't want to get involved in the Cold War. We're not part of the Moscow-Washington confrontation. We're going to just concentrate on what we need to do within our country. The Dulles brothers hated this idea. And when they saw these neutralist leaders like Mossadegh and Arbenz, or like Sukarno in Indonesia, or Nehru in India, or Nasser in Egypt, or Lumumba in the Congo, what they saw was a series of patsies for the Kremlin. They saw these people as bridge figures who had been placed in power by communists in countries where it was not feasible yet to impose communism, but these people would set up popular fronts and pretend to be neutral, meanwhile doing the Kremlin's work. So by turning these people into enemies, they turned the United States into enemies of emerging nations who had nothing against the United States. And the reverberations from the rhetoric of those days is still with us. In those days, we didn't use phrases like red line and sanctions and options on the table, but we had similar phrases. And that kind of snarling rhetoric turned many people in the world against the United States. I found a wonderful newspaper from Indonesia during the famous Bandung Conference in 1955. The leaders of many Asian and African countries convened in this city, Bandung, in Indonesia. Those leaders represented the majority of the population of Earth. And it was the first time that leaders of so many countries of this nature had come together. It was the beginning of what we call the non-aligned movement, or the Third World. So when this conference was announced, one congressman from Harlem, Adam Clayton Powell, went to see Foster Dulles and said to him, "This is a great opportunity for us. Let us put together a delegation, not of white Protestant State Department diplomats, but a racially, religiously, ethnically mixed delegation, and we're going to send it to Bandung, and we're going to show the face of America as we really are." Foster Dulles completely rejected this idea. He called that conference nothing but a communist roadshow, and he would have nothing to do with it. So this newspaper that I found, there was only one English language newspaper in Indonesia in those days, had two banner headlines, or two big headlines on the two sides of the front page on the opening day of the conference. One said, "Soviet Union sends message of greeting for opening of Afro-Asian Conference." And the other one said, "United States refuses to recognize Afro-Asian Conference." There was no reason for us to do that, except the Dulles brothers' belief that neutralism was a big fraud and a big trick. Now, Foster Dulles died in office, or resigned just before dying in the late 50s. Allen Dulles remained in office through the end of the Eisenhower administration. One of the things I find so fascinating about these two brothers is that although ideologically and politically they were twins, they saw the world in exactly the same way, their personalities were polar opposites. John Foster Dulles was a sour, arrogant, self-righteous prude. I read somewhere even his friends didn't like him. One of my favorite lines about him, Winston Churchill said that he said, he's the only bull I know who carries his own china shop around with him. But I liked Harold Macmillan's comment better. The British are the absolute kings of insults. He said about Foster Dulles, his speech was slow, but it easily kept pace with his thoughts. Allen Dulles was the complete opposite. He was a figure like out of The Great Gatsby with beautiful blazers and buckled loafers, endless supply of stories, great connoisseur of wine, an inveterate adulterer who had 100 mistresses from Claire Booth Luce to the Queen of Greece, a wonderful conversationalist. And I think this was very important because Allen Dulles was not only the head of the invisible government, he was also the ambassador of the invisible government to the visible government. And he went to so many Georgetown cocktail parties and was so popular and such a wonderful guy that he led the establishment in Washington to conclude, we don't really know what the CIA is and we don't really know what it does, but if it's run by such a wonderful guy, how bad can it be? So Allen's persona played a big role in his success. Now, Foster Dulles did not live to see his reputation decline, but fate was not so kind to Allen Dulles. 36 hours after John F. Kennedy was elected president, he held his first press conference. He wanted to convey this image of vigor and youth. And the first sentence that he spoke in public in his first appearance as president-elect was the announcement that he was keeping Allen Dulles on as head of the CIA. Allen Dulles, by this time, had developed a wonderful plan to overthrow Castro. You remember how we overthrew Castro at the Bay of Pigs? And he presented this to Kennedy. Kennedy made a series of adjustments in the plan, which everybody involved in the plan understood made it impossible for the plan to succeed. News of the plan then appeared on the front page of the New York Times after the planners had already announced to themselves that secrecy was an absolute condition for its success. They went ahead with the operation anyway. And I think the reason was that Allen Dulles had learned something from Eisenhower. Eisenhower had repeatedly told him, I have one quote from Eisenhower in my book where he says, you have to be sure you're going to succeed because once you commit the flag, you commit it to win. When they were overthrowing Arbenz, they had this bogus little air force of about 6 or 8 small planes that they pretended were rebel planes from the Guatemalan Air Force, but were actually CIA planes flying in from Florida and Nicaragua. And a number of them suddenly fell out of the sky. One was shot down, one landed in Mexico, a couple had mechanical problems, and they were out of planes. So Allen Dulles found out about this immediately from his men in the field, and he went to Eisenhower, and he said, we need more planes. At the same meeting arrived the legal advisor to the State Department with a bunch of law books explaining why this was illegal. Eisenhower decided, we're going to send the planes. Allen Dulles later said, when I saw my rival coming in with law books, I knew I had won the argument. But Eisenhower later told Andrew Goodpaster, one of his close associates, once you have committed yourself to violence or the path of violence, it is too late to have second thoughts. You must carry it through. So Allen Dulles heard this and learned this. And I think he probably assumed that Kennedy felt the same way. And there's a climactic moment in my chapter on the Bay of Pigs when they come to Kennedy and say, the thing is falling apart. We need a couple of Air Force planes. And Kennedy effectively says, how many times did I tell you I'm not sending Air Force planes? And they said, yeah, but that was then. And now it's urgent. The whole thing's going to fail. And he said, you didn't hear me. We're not getting involved, not sending Air Force planes. So that episode ended, of course, as we all know, in a terrible disaster. Kennedy then fired Allen Dulles. And oddly enough, 2 years later, Allen Dulles turned up on the Warren Commission, which is food for a lot of conspiracy theories. Looking back on the Dulles brothers, we can see that they made some historic, profound misjudgments. And those are misjudgments from which we can learn. The first one was that they refused to pursue peace feelers that started coming out of the Kremlin after the death of Stalin. They'd only been in office a few months when Stalin died in 1953. At the end of 1953, there was a summit in Bermuda of what was then called the Big Three. That was the US, France, and Britain. They had received a message from the new Soviet leader. The interim leader was Malenkov. And Malenkov proposed a meeting of the Big Four. So let me come to your next three. We'll talk about how we can try to manage our conflict. Churchill thought this was a great idea, and so did the French. Foster Dulles was totally opposed. He hated the idea of any negotiation with an enemy. He thought if we sat down with the Soviets, the entire paradigm of conflict on which the Cold War was built would dissolve, because it would convey the idea that these were rational people and they had good ideas and maybe we could have a conversation and we'd come up with some agreement like normal people can. And that would destroy the image of the Soviets that the Dulles brothers felt was essential to maintain unity of purpose in the United States. Foster Dulles actually said several times that Khrushchev was worse than Stalin because he had the same mindset, but he was a nice guy and he was convincing people that he wasn't an evil monster. And we're hearing that now. Watch out for the smiling enemy. Don't negotiate. Just stay firm, don't talk, and ultimately you'll get what you want. So that was their first big misjudgment. They missed possible chances to shorten and calm the Cold War. The second big misjudgment they made was that they completely misjudged the nature of third world nationalism. As I said, they saw it all as a Kremlin plot. They didn't understand the aspirations of hundreds of millions of people who were emerging from colonialism and looking for their place in a turbulent world. They saw them all as potential or real enemy fighters. And they created the United States as a kind of enemy figure to the entire rising third world. This was the biggest force rising in the world in the 1950s, and they completely misunderstood it. The third big misjudgment they made was that they had no concept of what we would now call blowback. It never occurred to them that by overthrowing Mossadegh in Iran, they were setting the stage for 25 years of royal dictatorship and then 30 years of religious rule and brutally, bitterly anti-American hostility from Tehran. They never thought that by intervening in Vietnam, they would start a war in which 2 million people were going to die, including more than 50,000 Americans, or that Guatemala would be plunged into this horror. Take a look at the Congo. Here's a place where we overthrew the first and really only popular elected leader the Congo ever had, Patrice Lumumba, and with the Belgians, who greatly feared Lumumba, overthrew and executed him. We know what's happened in the Congo over the last quarter century. The number of violent deaths there are said to be in the millions. You can't say it all came from the overthrow of Lumumba, but you do have to wonder, had we allowed Congolese democracy to take root and encouraged it instead of crushing it, might we have avoided these situations? This, I think, is a great lesson for today, as are all of the Dulles brothers' misjudgments. Don't talk to your enemies. See neutralists as potential enemies and insist that people either be on your side or you'll be considered hostile. And never think about the long-term consequences of the interventions that you're carrying out. These are lessons we all need to ponder today, but we're not pondering them because you have to be in the closed conference room opposite baggage claim number 3 before you can even see an image of one of the Dulles brothers. So as I was concluding my work on this book, I developed another interest in a piece of artwork that features the Dulles brothers. I must say that although I deplore the fact that the Foster Dulles bust is out of sight, we miss it only for political reasons. We don't miss it for artistic reasons. It's not a beautiful piece of work. Mrs. Dulles paid for it. I'm not sure she went out and hired the best sculptor available. But there is a work of art featuring the Dulles brothers that I consider one of the masterpieces of political art of the 20th century. It is a painting by the famous Mexican muralist Diego Rivera. It's 16 feet long on linen It is a spectacular mural depicting the overthrow of Arbenz in Guatemala. So the backstory is this. When Arbenz was overthrown in June of 1954, demonstrations and protests broke out all over Latin America. There wasn't a single embassy, a single American embassy in Latin America that did not get either attacked or was the subject of protest marches. Of course, there were protests in Mexico, which borders on Guatemala, and where there was a strong tradition of nationalism and anti-interventionism. During that time, Diego Rivera's wife, Frida Kahlo, was very ill and was under doctor's orders not to leave her bed. She was so outraged by the overthrow of Arbenz that she told her husband, I'm getting up and we're going to participate in the protest march together. You can still find a photograph of Diego Rivera pushing Frida Kahlo in a wheelchair through the streets at the front of a huge protest rally in Mexico City. That was the last time Frida Kahlo ever appeared in public. She died 11 days later. And Diego Rivera went on to paint this spectacular mural, Glorious Victory. So I have to tell, when I have my students, I have to tell them, don't look it up now. But you can find this when you get home on the internet. So Foster Dulles is right in the middle with a big smirk on his face. And he's shaking hands with his Guatemalan lackey, who he has just placed in as the new dictator. Right behind him is Alan Dulles, with a big satchel around his waist from which piles of dollar bills are flowing out onto the ground. Foster Dulles has his hand on a big bomb, and on the front of the bomb is painted a face of Eisenhower. There are dead children all around it. In the background, Guatemalan laborers are bending under the weight of banana stems, which they're carrying up the gangplank to a freighter with an American flag on it. I studied this painting quite a bit for inspiration while I was writing this book. And as I drew to the end of my project, I decided I want to go see it. I want to see it in real life. So I called the Diego Rivera Foundation in Mexico and to see if I could arrange for a viewing, or where is it? I wanted to find out what museum is it in. Well, I got an odd response, quite similar to the response I had gotten at Dulles Airport when I was looking for the bust. They barely knew what I was talking about. And this is the Diego Rivera Foundation. It's a long story, but actually I had to hire someone in Mexico to go to the various Diego Rivera groups and offices and foundations and figure out what's the story. Well, finally I got back the note, that painting is not in Mexico. If you want to find that painting, it's in Moscow. So the story is, as I later discovered it, Diego Rivera was a communist. He donated this painting, when he finished it, to the people of the Soviet Union. However, the Soviets didn't like Diego Rivera because, although he considered himself a communist, the Soviets did not consider him a good communist. He's one of those Latin American communists who changed his mind and had a lot of ideas that were not exactly what Lenin had written. Besides, Trotsky was his house guest. So the picture disappeared. And literally for 30 years, no one knew where it was. It wasn't until after the end of the Cold War, in the early 1990s, that a handful of Mexican art historians took on the project of trying to find it. And it wasn't easy. The picture had once been in Poland. It's a long story. But anyway, in the end, it turned up. It's in the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. It had been sent abroad once to be shown about 5 years ago in Mexico and in Guatemala. Now I had to consider, is it worth going all the way to Moscow for 2 hours and stand in front of that picture? Thought about it for a while, and I said, yes, it is. So I got in touch with the help of a Russian woman I know, with the correct person at the Pushkin Museum, the deputy director, and I told him, I'm coming to Moscow to see your picture. And I got back a note saying, the picture to which you refer is on a roll, rolled up in one of our basement storage rooms. If you come to Moscow, I can take you to that basement and show you the roll. But I cannot unroll it for you because we do not have the space. So this picture, too, maybe it's wrong to say that it's lost because it's not destroyed, but nobody's seeing it. And nobody has a chance to see it, and there's no indication that anyone will ever be able to see it, that it will ever be on display again. So that brings me to my modest proposal. The audience that needs to see that picture is not in Russia. In fact, it isn't even in Guatemala, since the Guatemalans have a good understanding of what happened to them. The audience that needs to see it is us. It's here in the United States. So my idea is that as part of our flowering relationship with President Putin, we should arrange to take that picture out of the basement. Let's bring it to the United States. And I have the exact place to display it. I want it to be the centerpiece at Dulles Airport. And we're going to put the bust right in front of it. Little plaques, maybe little excerpts from my book, posing questions that people might think about. This would be a way for us to recover some of our historical memory and recover from the amnesia that allows us to forget episodes that we consider unimportant because we don't want to face, but that actually were hugely important, not just in shaping the world, but in shaping the position of the United States in it. It's not right that we've forgotten the Dulles brothers. They are us. We are them. They did not hijack America or force our foreign policy in a direction that no one else wanted to force it in. By understanding them, we understand ourselves better, we confront some of the errors in our past, and maybe we can learn from them lessons that they themselves in life never learned. Thank you.
All right, we have about 35 minutes for questions. So do you want to just field your questions and continue?
Sir.
If you want to add J. Edgar Hoover to the triumvirate, it was a very scary time. But my question would be, in all of your research, the Dulleses, did you happen to come across some things they did right?
First of all, before I answer that, let me mention, you mentioned J. Edgar Hoover. I'm going to tell you a funny story. That's a little footnote to the Allen Dulles story. J. Edgar Hoover and Allen Dulles hated each other. J. Edgar Hoover wanted to be director of the CIA. I didn't get the job. And then there were a lot of turf battles over what the FBI should do and what the CIA should do. The FBI, don't forget, had been very active in Latin America for many years. So they wanted to keep Latin America. Allen Dulles didn't want this. So there was bad blood between them. Flash forward now to the early 1960s, after Allen Dulles has now been thrown out of the CIA and he's in private life. He had two more public appearances. One is he showed up on the Warren Commission. But after that, an even stranger thing happened. You'll remember the death of the 3 civil rights workers in Mississippi. After that happened, Lyndon Johnson called J. Edgar Hoover to his office and essentially told him, I want you to take half the FBI and send them to Mississippi until we get these guys. And Hoover didn't want to do it. Hoover felt like he told Lyndon Johnson, the local police can take care of it. And Johnson effectively said, come on, you know the local police was involved. I want 50 FBI agents. And they had a big fight. And Hoover kept saying, no, I can't spare the people. I'm fighting real crime. So Lyndon Johnson, he was really a master maneuverer. How does he wants to light a fire under Hoover. So what does he do? He calls Allen Dulles. And he says to Allen Dulles, you're the man I need to go to Mississippi and investigate what happened to those civil rights workers. And Allen Dulles said, I've never been involved in the civil rights movement. I don't know anything about it. And I can't even tell you the name of the governor of Mississippi. And Lyndon Johnson said, oh, that doesn't matter. You got to be my guy. So Allen Dulles went there. He spent 2 days. He wrote a little report that was anodyne, didn't say anything, and nobody ever read it. And I don't think even he himself understood what he was doing there. But it worked. Because the minute that Hoover saw that Allen Dulles was in Mississippi, then he really got active. And he started sending FBI agents down there because he didn't want Allen Dulles to take any glory away from him. You ask, what did they do right? I think if the Dulles brothers were here today and asked to defend themselves against some of the comments that I've made, for example, I think they would say something very similar to what Henry Kissinger says, effectively, when people confront him, what did you do in Timor and Cambodia and Chile? I think his real answer is, why are you bothering me about these tiny little details? Those meant nothing. What about what I did with the Soviets, what I did with China? You know, Kissinger famously remarked, I know nothing about, nor am I interested in, the world south of the Pyrenees. And the Dulles brothers are very much the same. They deeply understood Europe because that was their whole training and that was the class they came from. That was their understanding of diplomacy. It was all European. But they had no understanding of the rest of the world. In Europe, however, I think they would argue, and maybe with some reason, that they preserved a tense peace. They were strong supporters of Adenauer. In fact, Adenauer was essentially the only world leader that ever really liked John Foster Dulles. They're very similar types. So I guess you could say that I guess what they would say is, did we have a nuclear war? Didn't we win the Cold War? Maybe our strategy in the long run worked out. If you are looking at the US-Soviet relationship in Europe, you could make that argument. I think you could make a counter-argument too, but you could at least make that argument. I don't think you could have an argument when it comes to the world south of the Pyrenees. They didn't do anything good there. But you could argue that in their relation with the Soviets and in their management of European affairs, they at least preserved a peace that allowed us all still to be there when the wall fell. Go ahead.
I don't know exactly how to ask this because it's not directly about the Dulles brothers, but does your understanding of the Dulles brothers and the way that the U.S. was perceived by the Third World and the Soviets were perceived by the Third World inform how you view how the U.S. and, say, China are viewed today by the Third World and sort of the dynamic between the U.S. and China in trying to, I don't want to say control, but just gain influence in the Third World?
Well, I think one thing the Chinese have learned from us is it's not a good idea to have military forces in other countries. I give you one example that I see in the world right now, and it's the Persian Gulf. We don't have nearly the same strategic interest in the Persian Gulf now that we had in the Cold War. You could argue that we had to be friends with Saudi Arabia and all those sheiks in the Cold War, and we needed the oil, but the Cold War's over, and the oil situation is now completely different. Who are the principal consumers of oil from the Gulf and from Saudi Arabia? Number one is China, and number two is India. Those are the main clients for Saudi Arabia. They're not responsible for the security in the Persian Gulf. We're providing the security for China's energy supply, and we're paying for it. And I think the Chinese love this. Why wouldn't they? They're saying they're getting into the trouble. They're attracting the danger. The lightning is coming down on them, and we're getting the benefit. So I guess the Chinese have learned something from being around for 50 centuries, just like the Iranians have learned from being around for 25 centuries. And that is, countries rise and fall. Everything doesn't happen on the schedule that any big country can dictate. I met a woman who was a school teacher in China who came on an exchange trip to the U.S. She was teaching U.S. history in China, so Chinese history in America. And I asked her, so which do you prefer to teach, Chinese history or American history? And she said, well, American history is so much easier because there hardly is any of it. And from their perspective, they're right. And I said to the same woman, in my ignorance, oh, China, I can't believe how suffering China's gone through the last 150 years. Opium wars, the country ripped apart, foreign invasions, huge civil war, the Cultural Revolution, the millions, famine, the deaths. She said, it's nothing. We had a bad century. No problem. Maybe we have another bad one, and there'll be some good ones. Americans don't think like that. And I think that's a reason why China's been around a long time, and maybe something we could learn from them. Yes, sir.
Why the relationship between the Dulles brothers and Eisenhower? Why did Eisenhower keep them around? I mean, you had, as I remember, I think Atchison's father was a minister too, wasn't he?
Well, I can tell you this. I've given several dozen speeches on this topic in the last month, and I've never given one in which this question doesn't come up. So what about Eisenhower? I don't even feel the need to bring it up in my speech anymore because I know it's going to come up in the question period. I have a video clip of Alan Dulles during an interview saying, the CIA never does anything without the full knowledge and approval of President Eisenhower. And he was right. Eisenhower was a tough guy behind that smile. He was a firm believer and a fervent supporter of covert action. In fact, when Allen Dulles gave his first pep talk to his men when he first came back from his swearing-in ceremony, he said, "This administration has an intense interest in all aspects of covert action." So all of these operations were conducted with the full cooperation and understanding and approval of President Eisenhower. In fact, he went further than the Dulles brothers in some cases. As far as we know, he's the only president that authorized and ordered the assassination of a foreign leader. In fact, he did it twice within the same summer, Castro and Lumumba. Slightly circumlocucious, but everybody got the message. Why did Eisenhower so fervently support covert action? Well, we don't know, because he never wrote about it, because he never admitted that he did support it, nor that there ever was any covert action. In his memoirs, he lies blatantly about these operations. Like the Guatemala one, he says, I received a memo from an American unknown to me, but it sounded more like a dime novel than real facts. This was not true. He had a briefing in his office from the 20 CIA agents who carried out the coup, and the vice president and the attorney general and everybody was there, and he congratulated them all, shook all their hands. Now, he would say that wasn't a lie. That was a state secret. And those things you take to your grave. That's why I wrote that in my memoir. In those days, you could still believe that nobody would ever know. But I think we can guess some reasons why Eisenhower was such a great supporter of covert action. One would certainly be that although nobody knew it at the time, we now understand that covert action and secret operations played a large role in winning World War II. We broke the German codes. We had whole armies of planes and tanks that were actually just blow up balloons. Eisenhower, of course, would have been aware of all these things. So he must have come out of World War II with a great appreciation for what covert action can do. And secondly, I think he would have seen covert action as a peace project. It's an alternative to war. I think here's a guy who had to send thousands of people to their deaths. This must have weighed on him. And then people show up and tell him, we overthrew the government of country X and 25 people were killed and none of them were Americans. He must have thought, this is amazing. This is fantastic. It's a lifesaver. So he also had no concept of blowback. I think we can understand now that he also felt that covert action could play a very important, though secret, role in security policy. So Eisenhower's security plan was called the New Look, and it essentially had two pillars. He was a great budget cutter, something we don't have those anymore, but he always wanted to cut the defense budget. So the New Look was, first pillar was cut the size of the army, and the second pillar was nuclear deterrence. But we now understand that the New Look actually had three pillars. It was smaller army, nuclear deterrent, and covert action. So that was his security strategy. And talking about blowback, I think we can, in one sense, anticipate a defense that they would have made, and it's not a bad one if they could be accused of this today and come back to respond. They might say, we had no idea that covert operations could have huge effects 50 years later, because 50 years before we were in office, there were no covert operations. So we didn't have any evidence about what happened. But we can't use that argument today because we've seen the long-term effects of these interventions. So in that sense, you can excuse them more than you can excuse people who are following those policies today. Yes, sir.
Students of American foreign policy tend to look in the 40s and the 50s as the time when great men walked the earth, the wise men and so on and so forth. True or not, that's kind of the characterization. And, you know, in the early 90s, I listened to a mid-level State Department official say, you know, everybody's waiting for Mr. X because it was the post-Cold War era. Can you, based on your other books and this reading of the Dulles brothers, take a measure of the current crop, and I'm not talking about the instantaneous contemporaries, but the current crop of foreign policy establishment leaders, the Holbrooks, the whoever, compared to the people you've been studying so closely, do you have a sense of how they stack up?
Well, giants walking the earth, it's a debatable thought. Yeah, there was George Kennan, but there was also John Foster Dulles. And maybe we're in a somewhat similar situation today, although I haven't noticed the Kennan out there. I'd say this. There's one thing that's changed much for the better since the Dulles era and since the 40s and 50s. All during the first half of the 20th century and into the 1950s, the American foreign policy establishment was a very small, homogenous elite. They were all white, they were all male, they were all Protestant, they all went to the same colleges, they all went to work for the same investment banks and law firms, they vacationed in the same places, they went to the same parties. It was a completely inbred group. That was the Council on Foreign Relations, effectively, which the Dulles brothers helped found in 1921, and Allen Dulles later became president of the Council on Foreign Relations. It was a very closed society. For example, William Casey was rejected for membership. Didn't go to good schools, he was Catholic, out of the question. This has changed. Now the foreign policy establishment is much broader. It's much more diverse. I mean, kids grow up today thinking that women make American foreign policy. All there was Condoleezza Rice, and there was Madeleine Albright, and they're on and on. So I think in that sense it's changed for the better. Our foreign policy establishment is much more diverse, and it reflects a wider variety of currents. But I still have a complaint that I think is a hangover from the 50s, and I think it's a problem that we had then. We have it in a different way now. Every time I go to Washington, which is as rarely as possible, I am struck by the narrowness of the limits within which the foreign policy debate is expected to be conducted. In order to participate in this debate, you have to accept 50 different assumptions. Otherwise, you're considered kind of a wacko, and you're not invited to lunch, and you can't be in the think tank anymore. Just about every biggest institution in Washington shares in shaping this consensus. And it's very impressive to me how effective that group is in bringing everyone who comes to Washington into that consensus. There is a certain set of principles that we take as immutable about America. Many of these principles are outmoded, and some of them have been proven wrong. Nonetheless, there's a tremendous pressure to accept that the way the United States has traditionally acted in the world is the right way to act. We changed the vocabulary a little from the interventionist ideology of the George W. Bush administration to the interventionist ideology of the Obama administration. You see a different rhetoric. It's now called humanitarian intervention. There's different clothing around the same long-term ends. So I think the style has adjusted. But I still am frustrated that open debate, questioning the principles by which our foreign policy is shaped, is essentially stigmatized in Washington. And that is a real problem for the United States. We have a tremendous inertia in our foreign policy making process. And that's something that institutions like this have a role in trying to challenge. Yes?
Being simplistic on my part to suggest that things were simpler then somehow, that now there's such a complex this intersection of opinions that it all does get homogenized, but it's just much more complex to run foreign policy.
Well, I would say that it certainly is more complex today than the Dulles brothers thought it was in the 1950s. But actually, the 1950s might have been much more complex than the Dulles brothers truly understood. They saw it as a very simple struggle. But that's not what it was. It was multifaceted. You know, I used to know Holbrooke, and one of the things he told me once, I still remember, he said, Henry, he's talking about Henry Kissinger, he said, Henry likes to compare diplomacy to chess. He says diplomacy is like chess because you always have to think many moves ahead and what the other guy's going to do. But I don't like that analogy. I have a different one. He said, I think of diplomacy as like jazz, endless variations on a theme. So I think there were a lot of variations on the theme out there in the 50s that the Dulles brothers didn't pick up on. All they heard was the central melody. That said, of course, you had essentially two power centers in the world. The third world was diffuse. It was important, but not a unified power. So in that sense, the world was simpler then. Now, I guess we would look forward with anticipation to a world in which there was just us and one other power to deal with. So many forces have emerged in the world that make it much more complex today. You might argue, however, that some of those forces, particularly some of the most dangerous and destabilizing ones, would not have emerged, at least in their current guise, had it not been for the Dulles brothers. So if the world is much more difficult and complex and dangerous today, maybe they bear some of the blame for it. Is that being simplistic? Yes, go ahead.
I wonder if your story has anything to say explicitly about race. I mean, you mentioned that they're all white, and the South of the Pyrenees comment suggests that they saw, that could have been the main criteria by which they thought that the world had to be responded to. In other words, the differential between the way they treated the North and the success there, as you might call it, and versus the
I think that's true.
rapidness with which they approached these smaller, browner countries.
They would think that a leader like Sukarno or Lumumba would not be able to master the difficulties of a country, and the Americans would have to come in and show them what to do. Whereas in Europe, they had much more confidence in these leaders, and I think there was definitely a racial component to that. They never had any exposure to people of other races. Their social circles were all their own kind of people. I think they were, in a way, social Darwinists. They believed that there was a kind of a pyramid of races. They weren't quite as explicit about it as Teddy Roosevelt and Henry Cabot Lodge, but they were heirs to that tradition. I think that's part of what they got from their grandfather. He had come of age in the period of Reconstruction and was an exemplar of the beliefs that most Americans held during that age. So I do think that that they look down on people from south of the Pyrenees. And let me tell you one interesting story that I came up with in my research. Historical research is endlessly fascinating. And I did a lot of my research in the Dulles Brothers archive at Princeton. All their files and all their effluvia, just everything, flotsam from the offices, is piled up in boxes there. Not just folders of documents, but all kinds of stuff, like the menu from the NATO meeting in Denmark in 1954 and all that stuff. So I was going through these boxes, and I found a couple of envelopes. People in this room are old enough to remember what snapshots used to be. They're family snapshots, little black and white pictures in envelopes. And they're tourist pictures. They're just family pictures like any other family. So I was flipping through them, and I was struck when I suddenly saw a picture of Clover Dulles, that's Alan's wife, standing in front of a Mayan stela, which I could recognize as a stela in Guatemala that's right outside Bananera, where the United Fruit Plantation was. So obviously she and Alan were there a good amount of time. And then in that same envelope, I saw many pictures of Clover Dulles in Guatemala. She's talking with Indian ladies. She's going into marketplaces in small villages. Obviously, she was quite taken with Guatemalan culture, as all of us are who discover Guatemala. Then, in another envelope, I found some pictures of Alan Dulles' weekend house on Long Island. On the outside, it looks like every other house on the North Shore of Long Island. But there are also pictures inside. And I was shocked when I saw a picture of the living room. Now, other people, I don't know if anyone's ever looked at that photo before. It's just in a box in an envelope. But if someone else had, they might not have grasped it. It's a picture of the living room. And I noticed that all the walls in the living room are covered with fabrics from Guatemala. The mantelpiece has Guatemalan artifacts. The rug, it's from Guatemala. I recognize it right away. It means that while Alan Dulles was sitting around on weekends plotting the overthrow of democracy in Guatemala, which would lead to this horror for decades, Guatemala was a huge physical presence all around him. There's something in our nature maybe that starts with fascination, then you want to help the people of that culture, then you want to guide them, then you get frustrated with them, and ultimately you end up making them the objects of your coercion. And I think that the Dulles brothers felt that they needed coercion because they were not able to see for themselves, partly because they were not as mature as Europeans.
Fabulous talk. You've, in a sense, brought the Cold War back to life. And one thing I noticed looking around the room is that you brought the Cold War back to life for people who actually remember the Cold War. In that regard, I'm struck, maybe alarmed even, at how few brown students are in the audience. What I mean by that is 18 to 22-year-olds who actually were born after the Cold War was over. So my question to you is, in the larger context here, is just a concern over declining interest in history. What your message is to your students here at Brown of how to re-engage and get energized by the subject matter, even though they're not here, it's taped. Encourage them to tune in.
You know, there's a line in that novel by Don DeLillo, Libra. He talks about history, and he says, history is the sum total of everything they don't want you to know. I'll tell you this, I think you're right. It is frustrating. Nonetheless, I think those of us that are in the history business are partly to blame for this. And it's because we've made history inaccessible and dry and predictable. In my books, I always like to tell stories. I always want people to think, I gotta read the next section so I can find out what happens next. There has to be narrative momentum. I'm not interested simply in reciting facts or historical dates. I like to bring up conflicts and personalities, things that engage people. I like to think in my fantasies that my books would be interesting even to people who weren't particularly interested in the subject, because the story is good enough on its own. But I don't think there's enough of that going on. I can tell you that, I'll tell you the comment that I get the most often about my works. And this is not just this book, but all my books. And this probably comprises 50% of all the comments that I get. Is the same comment. I get this over and over again. And it is some variation of, how come I never knew any of this? I studied history, or I read a lot of books. Why didn't I ever find out about any of these episodes? So, I tell you, many years ago when I was the age of a Brown student, one of my professors was Howard Zinn. It's been a long time, and of course it was the 60s, so I don't remember too much. But I do remember one thing that I picked up from Howard Zinn's lectures, and that was that history, the way it's written, is not necessarily the way it happened. History is just one person's view. And each of you has the opportunity to rewrite history and to rearrange the flower pot, to take the footnotes and make them the headlines and tell people that the headlines are really not important. To me, this is a very exciting process. And I feel that students can be engaged by that. I always tell this to my students. You decide what's important. Don't just take the list of the 10 most important events of the 20th century and think those were the most important 10. That's just one person's list. So just as I always try to engage my readers, I never hit them over the head with my point. There's no point in any of my books where I say, did you hear what I just read? Isn't that awful? Let the reader participate. And I like also to let students participate. I'm always trying to get them to express their view about why they think history was written in a wrong way in the past, or was it written in a right way? What do you think were the most important episodes? How would you rank the importance of these different people or individuals? So, and maybe one other reason why the Cold War doesn't sound so interesting is that, after all, it was cold. One of the things I'm trying to point out is that if you don't like reading about political conflicts like the Cold War, and you only like learning about real wars, the Cold War really was one. So I'm hoping that in some of these ways, we can try to pull people out of their doubts about history. Go ahead.
I was a Brown student. I'm no longer
student, so maybe
You almost qualify.
I almost qualified to speak. One point that I was interested in was about the collection of the Mayan artifacts. Is that something that I've been interested in writing about for a while is the Goldwater collection of Hopi Kachina dolls. So I think there's no problem. I think that people with racist beliefs or superior beliefs of the inferiority of certain races have no problem collecting the material culture of those people.
Indeed.
But on the point of narrative and of history speaking to young people through these big stories that are interesting, I think what was really fascinating about your talk was the fact that in some way, I studied history of Brown. I'm hearing this discussion of the fact that the personalities and the psychology of these particular two people had a huge impact on the course of history, which, when we're in history departments at this point now, we're supposed to not think in those terms. We're not supposed to necessarily think of the big personalities of the people bestriding the world and making these huge changes based on their own sort of psychology. What's interesting to me about what you're talking about is sort of like a reversal of the great white men thing, whereas yes, great white men had a huge impact on what happened in history, but it was a terrible impact. So I'm maybe interested in sort of that dynamic. Many history books are drier when they talk about the sort of complicated social and political dynamics that created historical change versus a history book that says these two people did this thing.
Well, think about the effects that some of the enemies of the Dulles brothers have had in the world. Nobody has forgotten Ho Chi Minh. Patrice Lumumba is probably the most famous African that ever lived. Fidel Castro has had enormous influence throughout the world, and it's all happened as people completely forgot the Dulles brothers. As far as the role of individuals, I think you're right. There's a tendency in the academy in some areas to think that everything should be explained by forces and trends and historical theories. Maybe I'm influenced by the years that I spent as a newspaper reporter working abroad. I saw so many individuals up close, from Daniel Ortega to Slobodan Milosevic. I watched them, and I came away from that experience unable to believe that individuals do not have a big influence on history. The private psychology of the individual leader is a huge factor. And I think leaders also shape the perceptions of their people, their nations, for good and for bad. I mean, it happened to me. Peter was talking about the Cold War, and I'm one of those people that's barely old enough to remember it. So I'll just give you one little story to show you about my own involvement. So I learned in Truro Central School in the 5th grade that we had to build a bomb shelter. Every American needed a bomb shelter because the Russians were going to be invading at any moment. So, like a responsible youth, I went home to my mother and I told her, we got to build a bomb shelter. My mother said, no, we don't. There's no reason for that. I started repeating all the reasons, and it was so dangerous, and how we're going to do it. And she didn't take it seriously. She didn't even want to engage me, and I became extremely frustrated. I still remember this moment. I said to her, well, what are you going to do when the Russians invade? And I still remember her answer. She said, maybe I'll invite them in for tea. That was the moment I realized my mother was an idiot. And I'll tell you this, if you could go to my house in Truro, which I still have, and go down into the basement into the crawl space, at the back, you'd still find, I'm sure, some rusty old cans of tuna fish and corn and some forks and knives that I put there because my parents were too irresponsible to take care of us and defend our family from the impending invasion. Multiply that by 100 million, and you get the mentality that was going on in the United States. One of the other cultural factors that I cite in my book as helping to shape this mentality is the paradigm of the Western movie, which was very big in the 50s. These masterpieces like Shane, which is my all-time favorite, or High Noon. All these films have the same trope, that there's a town or a valley where good people can't live because a bunch of thugs have taken it over. And then one good man with a gun shows up. Nobody has invited him, but he knows instinctively what has to be done. The evil here is the responsibility of just a couple of people. And if you just get rid of those couple of people, everything will be happy again. So the stranger takes on the burden of cleansing this town or this valley. He even takes on the moral burden of murder. He kills them. Then sun rises, peace is on the valley, and the hero walks away not wanting anything other than the quiet gratitude of the people that he's rescued. It's not an accident that when Nikita Khrushchev came to the United States, only after Foster Dulles had died, because that would have killed him, I can tell you. And when he came to Camp David, Eisenhower showed him that movie, Shane. It was during the Berlin crisis, and there's a line in that movie that says, "This is our valley and we ain't gonna move." This also, I think, greatly influenced Americans with this. It created this self-image of ourselves as the lone saviors who go in to places that are deeply troubled, and we realize that all trouble is only caused by a few evildoers. We'll just get rid of those and everything will be fine. So this oversimplifying of a complex world undergirded the entire 1950s.
We're out of time, but there's wine and books in the front.
Wine and books. Thank you so much. Thank you.